Well, hello there yet again. Hopefully you guys doing well. And this is definitely not part 2 of me trying to stream, and 15 minutes in before the stream crashed, so I decided to, pull out the Man in Black type of manure and neuralize all our memories and pretend like nothing ever happened and start over again. Hi there everyone, hopefully everyone is doing well, yet again. Apologies about the crash, it was a bit unfortunate, but we gotta go back to mastering this event, just like we were, doing before we got rudely interrupted by Mother Nature. The stream crashed, unfortunately. Nothing I could do about it. Basically, my connection just went down. I don't know why, or what happened to it, rather. But basically, it just decided to disappear from existence. I don't know. Alright, let's have a glad see. Hopefully doing well. Okay, hold up. My chat stopped working. I think the chat on screen is fine, but just give me a sec. Let me restart my end. Because I just can't see the messages otherwise. Okay, yeah, that works better. Alright, we're back in business. But yeah, apologies about that, guys. I don't know, for whatever reason, the stream crashed completely. So I had to, patiently wait. Actually, that might not be a bad idea, Kagura. Let's try that. Because my nail does more damage. How that do, by the way? Hopefully doing well. Because my Gin doesn't do nearly as much as my Nell. So there might be actually a better way of going about it. And to be fair, my Gin doesn't get a lot of field time anyway with Nell around, so there might be a better way of going about it. Alright, let's try it out. Let's see how this goes. Okay. Top of the ult. Alright, that's not too bad. I kind of messed up the rotation there a little bit, but it's alright. That's why I was asking Angel as well. Because, situation over there is not most favorable, shall we say. But considering the man was complaining about consoles early in the stream before we got rudely interrupted, I just assumed everything was fine. I'm not sure what your rank would be, to be honest, but mine is B2, so I would assume mine is pretty good. But we can definitely try the limited one, see if she performs better. I'm not against that. Oh, sorry to hear that, Angel. But yeah, stay safe, as Savigo said. Try your best not to, get entangled into any dangerous situations. Just remember all the survival manhwas you read before. Angel, apply said knowledge for the good. There we go. Well, Angel, I'm pretty sure your PC shouldn't be your main concern. As important as it may be. I'll give it a shot. Because, I mean, I'm not saying mine is better. But I would just assume that the trial one usually doesn't have, I think, core stamp. So it probably gives you less damage because of that. But it might not be the case. There we go. Well, Angel is a special man, Sadvik. He got his priorities straight. Gacha over everything else. There we go. Alright. It's not too bad. I need to get better at this rotation though, because I'm kind of messing it up right now. Every single time I come here on Saturday, I'm out of practice for not playing the game for like 5 days. So it takes me a minute to get back into the swing of things. Well. I guess so, Sadvik, I guess so. I mean, it's between Angel, you know, playing 20 bajillion gacha games and Kakarot building sweatshop factories in Arknight's Enfield. I don't think I can disagree. Those two are the most dedicated men I know. I didn't say I'm disagreeing, Angel. In fact, I was the first one to say that you have your priorities straight. I'm just saying, if I was in the same situation, I'm not sure I would be, you know, having the same priorities. Alright, so we go 1 mil. How far does it take us in rankings? Probably not too far, but... because it didn't really... okay, so it didn't actually even take us... okay, in top 100, okay. So I was playing it a little bit loosey-goosey. I need to concentrate a little bit better. Alright, so let's try, I guess, a trial one, see how much better she is. I don't know if she would be better than mine, but I guess we'll give it a shot. Listen, Sadvik, I'm doing it for entertainment. You think I'm playing 12 hours of gacha games in my own spare time? Because if you do, you would be wrong. I don't think I even played 12 hours of games in the span of 5 days that I'm not streaming. Let alone gacha games. Okay, there we go. What recommendation you're looking for? Sadvik, if it's life advice, I got you. If it's manhwa, I got you as well. Everything else, debatable. Oof. The thing is, I haven't aged potato chips in ages, so I'm probably not the best one to answer that, but I used to love sour cream and onion. They used to be my go-to flavor all the time. I just loved it tremendously. It kind of depends what you're into, really, though. There's many options out there. Salt and vinegar used to be one of my favorites as well. I know it's a bit of a polarizing one, but trust me, when it hits, it hits. I mean, it is a bit of a safe choice, but like, I'm just saying it's tried and true, you know? And as I say, I haven't been really eating, like, chips that often nowadays. Just because trying to stay healthy, but there's not that many crazy flavors where I live in UK, you know? Like, the craziest one that I could think of is like pickle onion flavor, and it's not really even that bad, to be honest. It's a little bit polarizing, but it's not terrible. And that's like the worst, I guess, we got. In quotation marks. Worst, obviously. I think so as well. I think it's a very nice flavor. As I say, it's not the best, probably, but tastes good, and that's all that kind of matters. Okay, so it does look like this Nell is actually has some dupes on her, because she does stack up crit rate, or crit damage rather, buff, which is nice. So she might be actually better than Mai. Because Mai is not built, like, tremendously well. She's not built bad, but this one clearly has a bit of a better setup going on. Because I haven't really perfected Mai as much as I want to. Okay, now we're talking, now we're popping off. Thank you for the recommendation, Kakarot. I appreciate it. There we go. Ooh, very nice. Alright. Well, this team is actually kind of fun. I do enjoy it. And that's the thing why I'm not sure if I want to pull for Mayuri, because I actually like Rangiku. I think she's actually a really good character. Especially for SR, like, her utility is very, very nice. And I'm pretty sure Mayuri is gonna be Rust support, right? I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure. So, I don't really know whether it would be worthwhile because of that, to actually go for him. Ah, man. So close. Okay, so we go 5 million. That's not terrible, but we can definitely do better. We can definitely do better. 82, yeah, that's not good enough. That's not good enough. We definitely can climb to about 7 at the bare minimum. I just need to get my rotation a little bit more clean. The only problem that I have, and I actually probably should change it now, is I usually block with a mouse rather than just clicking buttons. And because of that, the setup that I got going... okay, let me see. Where's a hold one? think this one will do. Okay, let me check if that's better. Because the problem is, with Nell, you have to continuously hold your counter, otherwise she doesn't work. So I have to manually do it, and it's a bit of annoyance. Okay, I wonder if that will work. No. They don't really have, like, a hold type of button, unfortunately, but it will do for now. Okay, there we go. Oh man. Okay, there we go. Okay, let me actually test if this works now properly. Oh, it still doesn't, man. Okay, let me try to figure this out, because this is gonna influence how fast I can do the run. Because doing it manually is not really doesn't really. Okay, maybe that will work. Let me try this now. Just trying to figure out what the best way. That's why I want them to make their own emulator, like PC client, because that would be so much easier. Okay, that works now. Okay, I figured it out. That's fine now. All right, now we should be fine. Because that was like the only thing that was messing me up, because I got so used to the key binding that I got going. It kind of messes me up now if I don't use it in the exact same manner. That's why I also can't play on my phone, really, because this doesn't work that way. I got way too used to the setup I got going on PC. Okay, there we go. Now it's better. There we go. Probably should actually wait for the counters just to start working before I unleash the bolts, because it clearly boosts damage much higher. Hi there, Random. Glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. I'm doing alright myself. I'm not sure if I'm gonna summon for Mayuri. I was just actually talking about it not too long ago, a few minutes ago. And personally, I just don't really know if I want him. And also, I feel like Rangiku is just good enough, where I don't think I need him. Unless his kid is absolutely, like, insanely good, I probably will just skip. I'm gonna be real. Because I just don't see a point of summoning for him. It's not that he's bad, it's just I don't think he's good enough. Come on, Savik. Can't be doing them like that, golly. Okay, there we go. Okay, nice. That's what we like to see. And good damage, good damage. Well, the thing is, I'm sure there's plenty of Mayuri fans out there, but unfortunately, I'm not one of them. I don't hate the character, but like, I don't know, I'm just not... I'm not that hot on him, shall we say. Unless his kid is absolutely, like, busted fun, then I might reconsider, but right now, I just don't really see myself being like, oh yeah, Mayuri, that's my goat, that's my guy. I was waiting for Grimjaw. I even sinned and bought a couple packs because I thought I don't have enough for Grimjaw. And you're gonna tell me he's not coming? Nah, they're just not right. They're just not right. We've been promised Grimjaw for the past, like, 2 months. And the longer we've been promised, the longer I'm believing the strike is a mythical typing in this game, and it doesn't actually exist. It's like Unicorn, you know? Nobody ever seen it, but people heard about it. And that's exactly how I feel about strike. Let me quickly rebuff. Nah, I doubt they'll give Grimjaw for free. I mean, they might. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I just don't think that would be the case. Ooh, 11 million, let's go. Now we're cooking. Man, this Nell is cooking with gas right now. Golly, she's popping off. Ooh, that's a bit early. That's a bit early. Probably Sadvik. I mean, to be honest, he's one of my favorite Espadas, if not my favorite Espada. It's between him and Ulquiorra, really. And Stark is close third. But I'm just feeling like, you know, at this point, just release him what you got. And just buff him later, you know? Just buff him later, and that's gonna be good enough. People are gonna be satisfied. There we go. Okay, how much damage did we do? Okay, so we got 10 million. 10 million is okay. It's not the best. I can definitely do better, but we'll rank how we go. 28th? It's fine. It's fine. To be honest, that's a good idea, Savik. That's a good idea. Also, that Nell, pretty well built for a trial character, not gonna lie. 10 mil without really trying that hard, to be honest. I feel like it's pretty decent. I can definitely climb a bit higher, though. I can definitely... Well, actually, what's top 10? 18? Nah, probably not. Probably not top 10, but I can definitely squeeze myself in top 20. Might give it a shot in a bit. Let's try this one. What do we have for this? Please tell me Spirit is a damage here. No, it's not. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. Now I have a dilemma. Do I go with my B4 Aizen and absolutely obliterate Yami, or do I stick with Nell? Those are the choices that we have. Or do I do a crazy maneuver and double down and use them both at the same time? I don't know. I don't know. It's gonna be an interesting one. You know what? You live only once. Let's try that. Why not? Why not? Sadvik is doing a survey on potato chip flavor, so you guys need to give him your answers. He's gonna accumulate them all and make a decision of his own what he should eat later. I gave him sour cream and onion, you know. I went basic, but tried and true, you know. Can't go wrong with that one. I also gave him an option of pickled onion flavor, if he wants to live life on the edge. That was a bit quick. That was a bit quick. I do like spicy as well, but the thing is, it needs to be a good kind of spicy, you know? I don't like fakiness, and especially in a lot of chips nowadays. If you guys ever tried any sort of spicy flavored ones, in a lot of the cases, they just add spice for the sake of it. But it's nice to have, like, my favorite, I think I tried before, was a pack of Hawaiian chips, and it was mango habanero pepper flavor. And man, was it going hard. Because the heat was nicely balanced by, like, the sweetness of the mango, and it was just so good. I loved every second of it. This is probably not the optimal team. I'm gonna be real with you. This is like a whale team. This is basically a team they use just to flex on people. And I don't know if I want to be a flex today. I'll try it out, see how much damage we can do, and then I'll switch to pure Aizen team, and then pure, you know, Nell team, and see who done better. I was actually considering on Thursday where I should go higher for Aizen, but I refrained because I was expecting Grimjo to come out, and I was like, if I go for Aizen, I'm probably not gonna have enough for Grimjo, so I didn't. And now I'm feeling disappointed more than ever, knowing that I've been duped. There we go. I don't know about that, Savik. Imperialism goes pretty hand in hand with freedom land. Alright. But I do like your enthusiasm. Sweet chili is pretty good, but the thing is, sometimes it goes a little bit too far into the sweetness. And I don't mind that, but I prefer like regular chili rather than the sweet one. Especially in stir fries. Oof. You add some chili flakes to that? Oof. Or better yet, I don't know if you guys ever had chili oil. Let me tell you something. That stuff is like liquid gold. Tastes so good. You get like a plain bowl of rice. You add some chili oil on top of it. Mix it up. Maybe get like a couple fried eggs on top as well. That's a nice meal right there. Sunny side up, obviously. It is indeed. I will replace it for Trial Nell after we're done with this. Like trial stages. Exactly. Exactly, Savage. I mean, I actually go into cooking quite a lot lately. I've been trying like new things. I go mostly into Asian food to nobody's surprise, considering I'm a weeb, unlike any. But I actually start cooking more like proper food, rather than usually my meals would involve basically tearing open a bag of peanuts. They were like dry roasted spicy peanuts, and a bowl of Greek yogurt with some fruit and maybe nuts as well, like walnuts. And that would be kind of my meal. And sometimes I would get a pack of rice crackers to go with it. And basically that would be all I ate for the entire day. I also stopped paying attention, unfortunately. For a second. Are you random? Very nice, very nice. What's like the most exquisite dish you ever cooked up? Because I'll start first. And this is not a flex, this is just me being honest. One time, I think when I was 16, I cooked beef Wellington by the recipe of our Lord and Savior, Mr. Gordon Ramsay himself, you know. And it actually turned out pretty well. But the thing is, I did have help from one of my friends who was an actual chef, or as close to a chef as you can get. He was studying for like cooking school and all that. But I made the conscious decision of do like majority of the work. She just helped me with like wrapping it up in Duxelle and actually making sure that it doesn't burn. Because I had no idea what I was doing. But that was like the only time where I cooked up something impressive, shall we say. More than no, I just resort to, you know, nice plain stir fries. Maybe when I used to eat pasta, I would make like pasta bolognese or something, you know. A pasta with meatballs, you know, the classic American way. With meatball the size of a child's head. And copious amounts of sauce. It's not about not being able to make them, Angel. You just haven't tried yet. Oh, actually, I need to switch to Trial now because she does more damage. Okay, hold up, hold up, hold up. No worries, random, no worries. I just feel like cooking is just fun for me personally. I know that a lot of people out there, when it comes to cooking, they feel it like the plague. But I honestly feel like anyone can cook. Not well. Okay, let me make it clear. Not everyone can cook well, but everybody can get better at cooking. Because cooking is one of those things where, like, no matter how bad you are, even if you burn, like, toast, you can make a toast to save your life. Even though 99% of the work is done for you, but you still somehow manage to screw it up. I feel like even in those cases, you still have potential to be good at cooking. You just have to realize it. I think so as well. Cooking is very, very therapeutic to me because I just usually put on the headphones and just, you know, get into the zone, if you will. And just, you know, see what I can do. Which I feel like is fun. As I say, it's not for everyone, I do realize that. But I feel like if you do give it a shot, and first of all, it's just good for you as well to be able to cook, because first, you're making your body a favor by actually taking care of it. And also you can regulate like what you eat much better, because it's very, very easy to basically forget how many calories you consume or like what you're actually eating if you don't pay attention to those kinds of things. So it's a good thing to just start cooking, basically regulate your diet much better, make yourself feel better by your life choices. That is true, cooking that is better economically as well, because it's much cheaper to cook yourself than to rely on, you know, store-bought ready-made meals or anything like that. Because I know some people who rely like solely, the entire diet revolves on eating ready-made meals. And while I don't want to judge them, it's not, I personally feel like it's not the best thing to do. I feel like street food has a place. I do like me a good street food, but I do agree that it's much better to, you know, cook stuff yourself. Or at least as much as you can, obviously. You can't be cooking all the time, especially if you work like 9 to 5. You probably go home and you're tired. But it's still good to, like, have at least a little bit of cooking done. At least try on the weekends, you know, when you have some time. You turn. Why am I not surprised, Angel? Why am I not surprised? Hi there, Realist. Glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Okay, I feel like Nell and Aizen don't really work that well together. Because they're kind of clashing with each other. Because both of them want to be on the field all the time. And I feel like by using both of them at the same time, it's not really ideal. No worries, Sadvik. Get a nice dinner going for yourself, and I'll catch you later. But you know what? We're doing it for the style. We're doing it for the style. We're using two of the most OP units in this game together. And unfortunately, good on good doesn't always make good. Sometimes makes a negative. It's like positive on positives, sometimes just makes a negative against all the odds. That's actually not a bad idea, because doing foot prep is actually just smart. I wish I had the patience to do the same, but unfortunately I don't. I know some friends though, they prep like the entire meal on Sunday, basically from, and they live from Sunday to Sunday, where they cook once, but they make plenty of like beans and rice and whatever else they're eating. And I feel like they're just smart. Because I don't do that, but I wish I was. Okay, let's see. Like, they obviously both do a lot of damage, but the thing is, they're still fighting with each other for supremacy, essentially. There we go. Alright. Not too bad so far. Okay. I probably should actually be treating Nell as Aizen's sub DPS, or support rather, and it probably will actually turn out much better. Oh, I got that, Rectum, I got that, but I just like seeing big numbers, you know? Like, you see big numbers and something about it just being like, nice. Okay, there we go. Like, you see 10 million in damage, you're like, nice. Even if it doesn't mean much. You're still in the back of your head, you know, the monkey brain comes out and you're like, there's something just psychologically appealing about doing a lot of damage. It's actually not that bad of a team. It's not super ideal team, but it's still kind of fun actually. Not gonna lie. Ooh, we might be able to go out with a bang. Hold up. There we go. Ooh, that's some nice damage. I was gonna finish it with a black coffin. That was kind of fun. Like, obviously it wasn't ideal, but I still had a good time with that one. Okay, let's actually use a proper team. It is a fun combination. I feel like outside of this event, it actually might not be a bad idea to use them both together, because you kind of have the best of the both worlds, because they both shred defense and shred resistance. Well, Aizen shreds defense, but Nell shreds resistance as well. The only problem is she doesn't really function as well as I would hope, because you kind of need her more on field than you want Aizen. And Aizen wants to be on field all the time as well. So it's a clash of big minds, basically. Alright, yeah, let's do this. This should be better. Because as fun as that was, it wasn't very practical. I would highly recommend you trying it, though. Okay, there we go. Actually, hold up. I probably can actually use it to my advantage. I don't have enough ultimate recharge by the looks of it, because I have 0 on Giski to actually pop off his ult a little bit, which kind of holds me back a tiny bit, but we can do this. There we go. Okay, nice. Oh man, I thought I hit that, but I guess no. scratch that. Alright. Let's get the ult back. Crit damage. Let's start this one as well. Right. Not too bad. 5 mil, we take that. He does actually much easier to break his shield. Unlike with Noitora, because Noitora was a bit annoying in regard that his mechanics where he's not able to be staggered were a little bit of a pain in the neck. There we go. This should be a bit better. We got all the stacks. Nice. Let's see how much damage. Ooh, pretty nice. Pretty nice. Alright, not doing too bad. Free buff. I kind of like Yami's fight, because, you know, he's a simple man. He just stands there. And I like that. He's a stoic man. And you gotta respect that. You gotta respect that. Alright. See how much damage. Not too bad, not too bad. Let's rebuff again. I kinda need to make sure that I keep the crit damage throughout the entire fight, ideally. There we go, that was better. Man, her battlefield skill damage actually does a lot. I didn't expect it to be as heavy-handed as it is, but man, hits hard. I don't think my nail hits even remotely as hard. I wonder if this one is fully maxed out, actually. That'll be interesting to see. Oh, nice. Love to see that. Okay. How much is that? Decent. Take that. Quickly stack up these skills. Damage as well. Buffing. Okay. This team is actually kind of fun. I do enjoy it. Having a great time with it. Okay, that should be fine now. Ooh, nice, nice. I wonder what was the highest score people managed to get was like Trial Nell. Just out of interest, like what was the limit? Because there's got to be some chat for each player out there that managed to climb all the way to top 3 on their server. Ooh, 15 million. Nice. You love to see that. Okay. Maybe, Kakarot, maybe. Okay, okay, that wasn't as high. We can definitely do better. Can definitely do a bit better. We're gonna climb to at least top 50. I feel like that would be a decent point. But it is nice that all you need is kind of your Kisuke and your Rangiku, and you can actually climb relatively high. That's one good thing about this game, that like, you don't have to have the best units. All you need to have is like, you know, nicely built supports. And if the limited characters are good, the only thing is, not every event has like super good limited characters. Some do, some don't, which is a bit of a weird thing, because I would much rather prefer all of them to have decent ones, but, you know, beggars can be choosers, I guess. But it is still nice. It is still nice. Just to know that, like, as a free-to-play, player, you still have a chance. Especially on my server, where I think there's at least 100 people with B6 Aizen on my server. So, like, if you're free-to-play, you can't really compete with that, realistically. In an event where all that matters is, like, how hard you're hitting. Okay, there we go. Decent. I'll take that. Right. Not too bad. Okay. Nice. I'm still not 100% sure how I rack up points, to be honest, because I probably should have read the description of like how you gain points in this game. But you know what? I'd like to think that I'm just gonna, you know, brute force my way through it. Because who needs to read when you can just do? Reading is so overrated. Okay, go there, Kagura, go there. Appreciate the advice. Ooh, okay. Come on, Yami. There we go. Nice. Let's pop off the ult. fine, that's decent. Good. You can keep paying attention to the dodges. Or to counters, rather. Ooh, very nice. Okay, I'm kinda getting the hang of it. Now that I kinda got my rotation semi-unlocked, we are doing pretty well. Ooh, will I have enough time? Gonna be a close one. Nah, probably won't, but it's okay. That's alright. How much did we get? 11 million? That was decent, that was decent. I could have got to 12 if I managed to pull the nil ult at the end, but, you know, it's okay. It's okay. What's ranking are we cooking with? 28th. We actually... How's that? Okay, that's actually kind of nice. So we managed to squeeze ourselves into 28th on both of them. Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting stuff. That was fun. I enjoy this event quite a lot because I just like the simplicity of it, you know, where you don't have to select like buffs. You just, you know, they give you buffs for you. You just go in and you just unga bunga your way through life. Which is what I like doing. 28th? Are we all 28th, Kakarot? You know what? Maybe that's our destiny. What score did you manage to get, by the way, out of interest? Trigger action, the increased momentum charge. Okay, so I need to do more. I guess let's keep doing it because I need. Hi there, Kakarot. Glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. No, I was talking about Kakarot, not Kakarot. Come on. Because right now, I think my nail runs this one, like Gin's one. But this one is clearly better for her. Because it gives her, like, alignment damage bonus. And also tactic increased crit rate, or crit damage rather. So my nail already has, like, crit damage out of the gills. The only problem with her is that I don't have enough crit rate, right? But her crit damage is off the charts. I mean, 198 here, plus 80 from her skill, and if I'm using key skill on top of that, that's another, like, 120, so she probably runs with about 400% crit damage in her optimal build. Like, top of the line. And I think Rengiku might be giving her some as well. But the only problem that I have right now is I just don't have enough crit rate. Like, if I could manage to squeeze a bit more crit rates, because I only have this piece really good. If I probably will still keep crit damage on this one, just because I feel like I just want to hit as hard as possible. But if I can manage to squeeze a little bit more crit rates, that would be good. Well, it's 28% crit rate plus 25, I think. Yeah, 25. So she probably will have about 50. Actually, let's do this quickly. Let's just get that crit rate going. Might as well. I usually don't level up my characters that much after level 90, because I'm just not bothered. But for the sake of the crit rate, I feel like I should. Actually, wait, hold up. Don't need that. There we go. That will do. Okay, and now we can level this up. And now she has 25%. Listen, it's 52% crit rate, Kankro. It's decent. It's good enough. But let me tell you, when that crit hits with 400% crit damage in her optimal build, she will be basically slashing and dashing Fabric of Reality itself. That's what I want. My Aizen is a little bit more steady build. My Aizen is a little bit more modest, you know, 51 to, like, the pure golden ratio, 1 to 2. But my Nail is going to absolutely off the charts. She doesn't care about crit rate. All she cares about how much crit damage she can do. Okay, there we go. What was that? Ah, I see. I need to top up again. I like how they give you reminders being like, Lux, we know that you are a dirty, filthy spender. And we know that your monthly card is about to expire. So how about you pop into our good old shop and get another one? What do you say? And you know what? Can't really say no to that. Actually, before we go back, I was gonna say, so some of you with a keen eye out there probably can tell something is awry over here. And if you watched last stream, you probably could tell that I only had about 50 limited tickets. And you would be correct in spotting such, you know, immaculate detail. And now you might be asking yourself, Lux, how did you manage to get another 50 tickets? And you know what? I hear you. And I listen. And the way I managed to do that is through precarious ways of being free to play. Which is free to pay, rather. And that is to buy a couple packs. Now, hear me out. There used to be these packs in here. By the way, I was thinking of buying this as well, but I got really lucky and I got 4 tickets out of this. So it's kind of useless to me now, because all I'm getting is 1 ticket and about, like, well, 400 jades. And this, which I don't care about. It's all about the tickets. So I'm not. They used to be for £9, or I think $10. You get 20 pulls, and I think for $4 you're getting a 10 pull. So I bought 3 of these, and it was, I think, 10 of these, and 10 of limited ones, 2 of them, and then 1 with 20 tickets for these, and then I got another one for £4, which has tickets, 10 tickets as well. So basically, I got 70 pulls for like $27. Now, you tell me, how can a man resist when a deal so lucrative strikes before his very own eyes? No. I don't. Look, I got every single other dynamic avatar just because I thought it was cool, but also you get some tickets for it. But the thing is, I'm not gonna use it. Because I'm not that big of a Nell connoisseur. I got Gins and I got Kennys because, you know, they're my goats. Nell is fine, I like her as a character, but let's be real. I got Aizen now. And I'm never switching from this. The only case where I will switch from this avatar right here is when Aizen's dynamic avatar will come. Because originally why I bought these two is because I didn't think I was going to go for B4 Aizen. And they look kind of nice. But now that I have this, I will never switch. So there's no point for me to go in for those now. And also I got 4 tickets out of it already. I basically rolled like the best rolls you could possibly get. Well, not the best, but like one of the best. And the main selling point is, you know. Listen, Kakarot, there will be a day, and I promise to you right here, right now, there will be a day in the future when Aizen will rerun again, and I'm gonna be like, oh, I don't need Aizen, you know, yeah, I have this, that, and the other, and then at some point under the cover of darkness, I'm just gonna be looking at my phone and I'm gonna be like, it's time. With shame washed over my eyes, I'll max out Aizen. But for now, he's staying at a very respectable, you know, B4. Very, very respectable. Okay, let's go back. We gotta get those lucrative stamps. I'm gonna get the Nels one. Alright. Ooh. You see, Noitora's fight is so much harder. Because the man is just slashing and dashing. And he doesn't actually get staggered that easily either, which is a bit annoying. So I gotta do this. Okay. I'm not sure how many fights it's gonna take for me to get the Nels stamp as well, but hopefully not too many. Like, I'm not too bothered about high score now, because we are in a pretty good spot, and I doubt I'll be able to reach top 10. I mean, I probably... Nah, I mean, it's about 6 mil difference. Probably not, realistically speaking. Unless I absolutely, like, try hard this event and mid-max it to absolute gills, which I might. I don't think I'm getting higher score. I think right now we're in a pretty good position. Go. As long as we keep him in a corner, like a naughty boy that he is, and discipline him thoroughly, I feel like we will be okay. I actually wonder if they're gonna release Noitora at some point in the future as well. Because I don't think we've seen anything about it, but it looks like they already have a game model. And from what we've seen so far, there has been, like, I don't want to say a trend, really, because it's not really, but they have been releasing bosses in this game where potential for characters too. Like, they released Grim boss, I feel like roughly around the same time when they were planning to make him into playable character. So, that could be potential there. And to be honest, I kind of like Noitora's resurrection form. I think it's kind of cool. And to be honest, I was fully expecting for him to come after Kenpachi, because I thought they're gonna do the full, like, thematic type of fighting, you know, Kenny versus Noitora. But maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. Let's get more damage going. Not too bad. I actually forgot the Rangiku's technique that requires her to be on field, so it doesn't actually stack with her ultimate. I probably should actually save it next time. There we go. Right, not too bad. Let's run our crit damage buff. Didn't want that. Right, decent damage. Okay, let's go with this technique. damage. We're gonna keep him at bay, actually, which is nice. Ooh, game lag for a second. And like that. See how much damage we can pop off. 8 mil. Not too bad. Nice. Okay, let's see, what do we get? Oh, 6. Oof. Not quite on the same level as the last one. No idea. Okay, let's see, how much progress did we make actually? Not that much. Ooh, that's gonna be a long one. Okay. I feel like Notorious fight is a little bit more challenging and probably more fun to watch as well, so we're gonna stick to this one. Ah, if he's blue, I might change my tune, because I thought he was thrust, from what I've seen leak-wise. But if he's actually spirit, because the thing is, Momo is decent, but the problem that I have with Momo, and let me give you a visual example, just so you understand. Let's go to Yami's fight. So basically, when you start the fight, like, let's set up proper spirit team, just as an example. Let's do this. So we'll start with Kisuke probably, yeah. I'll show you on practical example why I like Momo, but the problem with her is that she's slow. Because when she places her Keto field, it's just not fast enough for her to pop off. And usually what I do is this. So I start with Aizen, I get him staggered, then I place the Keto field. And you see, like, that only works on enemies that are slow. If you're fighting against somebody like Ikako, for example, where he dashing and jumping all over the place, it doesn't work. Because he just can dodge it, and the thing is, she needs to hit somebody in their field, otherwise it just doesn't work. So, that's my main gripe with her. I'm not saying she's a bad character though, she's fine, but I would prefer somebody a bit better, for Aizen in particular at least. So, as long as he's fun, I might reconsider my stance. Because my Aizen does need the best. And if he is support, I feel like his longevity probably will be relatively decent. Maybe. Hopefully. So I might reconsider. I'm more surprised by the fact that they didn't make him strike. Which deepens the conspiracy that in this game strike doesn't exist. It's an imaginary typing. Nobody ever seen it. Like, the only characters that we have is like, what, Chad, Yoriichi, and who else? Sergeant. Those are the only 3 characters. And in fact, we don't even know those exist, because have you ever seen anybody play them? Perhaps. Because you can't even build like a proper strike team now. Oh, Nemo as well. But Nemo's not actually. She's alright, but she's not great, unfortunately. So I feel like Strike needs the most units right now. And the fact that they're just like, nah. We're not doing that. It's kind of funny. Because I wonder when the first Strike unit comes out, if they're gonna go all out and actually and actually do like 4 units in a row. That'd be kind of interesting. I know, Kagura, I know. Trust me. They pranked me many of times. I've been expecting Grimjaw for the past 2 months. And every single time, I even pre-farmed for him. A little bit. Not a lot. But a little bit. Because I was like, okay, I'm going to be smart about this. I'm going to pre-farm all my resources. I'm going to get his skill ups, his weapon essential materials, his level essential materials. I'm going to be nice and ready for when he comes out. And then I remember waking up, I think it was Friday morning. And on my feed, I saw somebody posting, next character confirmed is Kurosuchi Mayuri. And I was like, I was so close to doing the Yakuza meme, where the main character just slams his hand on the table and walks out in half and puff. Because that's how I felt. I felt betrayed, I felt deceived, and bamboozled all at the same time. And let me tell you something, I don't like that. It's fine though, it's fine. I mean, at the end of the day, it is what it is. He will come out eventually. In you know, 10 years' time, when, you know, 10th anniversary arrives of this game, there's gonna be the first strike unit, and we're gonna be like, let's go! Finally! We thought for all these years that there were only 3 typings, but in fact there's 4! And it's gonna be a glorious day. We're all gonna be cheering, you know, popping champagne, having party of our life. Hi, Justin, glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Yeah, I had, you know, I had a pretty uneventful morning. I did everything I needed to do, and basically I was like, you know what? I might as well start streaming a little bit earlier. Hang out with you guys. Lose my mind a little bit and, you know, talk about stuff and things. Not bad. Aizen kind of popping off. Alright. Decent damage going. As up to date as I can be, Justin. I know that Mayuri is next, if that's what you're talking about. Although, I didn't know his typing confirmed, but Kagura said he was Spirit, so I trust him. Because if he is Spirit, I might reconsider my stance of not summoning for him. Because originally I was just gonna basically skip him if he was Thrust. Because I don't mind my Rengiku. But if he is Spirit, I might have to reconsider my stance. To get? I don't... maybe? Actually, that's not a bad idea. Let's try this team, see how it fares. Oh, have they? Hi, Dial, by the way. Hopefully doing well. If he's Thrust, I'm definitely not summoning. Tactic Strike? Okay, I'm probably gonna save for Siphon then. Because... you know, when Grimjaw comes out, I need somebody to, you know, keep him company. Because so far, as I was saying, Strike is merely a myth. There we go. Well, Grim is definitely gonna be DPS. I severely... If he's gonna be anything but DPS, I'm gonna be extremely surprised. Imagine Grimjaw as a support. The man just runs around the field with, like, first aid kit. It basically just punches you up, just puts, like, a plaster on your forehead and be like, job's done. I don't know if Grimjaw will have two forms, because didn't Shueisha said that they didn't want for them to use, like, his base form, for whatever reason. I would love for him to have two forms, I just don't think it's happening, unfortunately. I'm pretty sure half anniversary unit is gonna be all Kiora, because it just makes sense. You know, everybody's hyped for all Kiora, and it's either there or Vaster Lord Ichigo. I feel like those two are probably the most anniversary-worthy candidates. Unless they pull something else out of their sleeve, but I feel like right now we're on track with that being the case, because if Grimjaw, Soifon, and Mayuri are the next three characters, it basically covers the next like 2 months until the anniversary arrives, and then they basically can just do, you know, either Master Lord first or Kiora first, and then follow it up with either Master Lord or Kiora. I feel like that would be the most likely scenario. And then maybe for first anniversary they're gonna do something like, I don't know, Dange Ichigo, maybe? Or like Old Man Yamamoto would make sense as well. Because, you know, he's a pretty hype unit. Hi, Nodgum. Hopefully you're doing well. Let's see you. Okay, there we go. Oh, really? So, Shueisha said they wanted two Grimjaws. Interesting. Okay, I mean, if the devs themselves said it, I guess it holds water. But, I don't know. I didn't even know they made stream, to be honest, about it. Oh, congrats. Congrats, Aizen is an absolute Chad. So you definitely did the right choice. Especially if you got some dupes of him. You don't have to have dupes on Aizen, but, you know. It's like putting a jet engine on Lamborghini. It's not required, but when you do, it's quite a different feeling. There we go. Let's shred defense a little bit. Right. Switch to PSK now. Let's rebuff ourselves. And go again. Alright. The limit again is actually not too bad either. Does decent damage. Ooh, they're actually apping the space limit. Nice. That was actually one of my biggest gripes. The fact that... why does it need space to begin with? Like, what is a functional use of that? Because I know some games have space where you can buy more space, so it's like a selling tactic for more space. But you can in this game, so what is the point? It's just inconvenience. Oh, is there gonna be a way to reroll stamps? Nice, nice, I love that. That's big. That's big news. Nell is a really good unit, especially if you have Gin. But even if you don't have Gin, I feel like Nell holds ground by herself. So I'd say if you do like her, she's not a bad unit to go for. But just keep in mind that there's going to be obviously other hype units coming out in the future, so if you want to save, that's not a bad choice either. Ideally, you want to have like 3 really solid teams, so you can clear Frenzy Feast, and basically get like a steady flow of Spirit Jade income from that. As long as you have that covered, you don't have to go for units at that point, you just kind of go for whoever you like. Maybe Tansa, maybe, I don't know. Also, hi there, by the way. Hopefully you're doing well. Combine 3. Man, I wish I saved all my stamps because I recycled them all. Actually, no, I haven't. I think my bag is actually kind of full. So that's good news for me. Because I can finally use them for something. I love that. Because I have actually quite a lot of trashy stamps that I need to get rid of. Any type of alignment support? You see, that's a thing. I personally feel like for 95% of people out there, especially if you're free to play, I just don't think it would be worth it, because the thing is, Rengiku, especially, like, if you just started, it's a bit different, but if you have been playing for a while, and you did the event where you get her for free, fully maxed out, I just don't know if she's gonna be worse than B0 Mayuri, to be honest. But I don't know, like, my Rengiku is relatively decently built. Don't ask her why she has crit rate, crit damage build. I don't know. It just happened. But she actually does quite well with like Gin and Nell. She fits very nicely into that team. So, and she does provide, I think, a little bit of alignment damage. Yeah, so if you have her B2, she gives 30% of alignment damage boost, basically based on her own. So, for example, I have like 90 right now. So she gives basically about 27%. No, actually, yeah, roughly about 20, 28 maybe, somewhere there. So it's not a big boost, but it's still decent. And I mean, she's a very easy to use character as well. She doesn't want to be on a field all the time. So I just don't really know if Mayuri will be worthwhile. Like, I know I've been saying that like supports are usually the most worthwhile units in this game, but honestly, I don't know, especially if you went for Nell and like you dry on resources, I'm not sure I can recommend going for Mayuri. Unless his kit is absolutely crazy good, but even then. Trust me, I know. I'm waiting for Old Man Yama. When he comes out, that's when this game is gonna get real. Because the man is just gonna be an absolute monster. How can he not be? If they do my boy Yama dirty, oof, I'm not going to be too pleased with that. Well, that is fair, Justin, but like, viable at B0 and good are two separate things, because anybody is viable at B0. Like, you can make an argument that even Ikako at B0 could be decent. I don't know why you would make said argument, but you could. It's all about a relativity of how much he does at B0. If he does a lot, then maybe. But honestly, he's competing with Rengiku, so he needs to be better at B0 to justify for you to not use B6 Rengiku. I'll say, unless you only started and you don't have B6 Rengiku, then Mayuri may be better. But for majority of like people that play since day one, I don't know if it's gonna be worthwhile. Like, I legitimately just don't really see the appeal. Especially if he's alignment boost. If he actually boosted just like raw damage, I could make an argument being like, okay, you can probably use him with other units. But if it's only alignment, I mean, you already have Nell, and you already have Rengiku who does boost alignment damage, so I just don't know if his utility is gonna outweigh that. Well, the thing is, I don't know if people are gonna go for his B6. I think for supports, you need something like Kisuke to justify pulling for them. Because like Kisuke is universal, and he basically doesn't care who you're running him with. You can run him with anyone and everyone. And if Mayuri was the same, I feel like his value would be tremendous. But if he's only for alignment, I don't know. I need to see if he does like crit rate boost, crit damage boost, resistance shred, anything like that. If he doesn't, honestly, I just feel like he's a skip at that point. But I need to see his kit first and like try him out. I would appreciate that, Justin, if you don't mind. And that's not a bad thing. Like, alignment is really strong in this game, especially right now. Like, two of the best units in this game are alignment based. Well, three, I guess, if you take Kenpachi into the account as well. But like Gin and Nell just absolutely demolish every content right now. It's the strongest team in the game. And part of the team, you can use Kisuke, but I feel like, you know, Rengiku fits in really nicely as well. Alright. There we go. I might try to pull for him, but to be honest, I'm just not gonna be that, like, keen on doing so. Just for the sake because he's a support, so it might be worthwhile just getting him. Because if he's universal, he might be decent for, like, Grimjo in the future. Because the only other support that you have for Strike is Nemu. I don't have Kenpachi, so I don't need him. If I had Kenpachi, maybe. They show a picture of Unohana, Halibut, Hakamundo, Orihime. Interesting. So they're not planning to do Noitora yet. Interesting. Okay. I mean, Unohana makes sense. Halibel, I'm not sure, because I mean, she kinda... Her fight doesn't really happen until much later. Orihime obviously makes sense. She's probably gonna be... Well, actually, I wonder how they're gonna do both of them. Because if they're gonna release both Unohana and Orihime, I wonder if they're gonna try to shift the meta of this game into, like, healing, and actually make healing viable. Because I like Kenpachi, but I didn't want to summon for him, Kakarot. I don't know what to tell you. Kenpachi is one of my favorite characters. I just couldn't justify summoning for him, that's all. I didn't have a lot of resources at the time. And I don't know. I just had to skip it. Because my Ichigo was really well built. And I said it before, when it comes to DPSs, I'm very easy to, you know, skip. Because DPSs don't really make that much of a difference between each other. Supports and tactical units is where the goal lies. Because you want their utility, you want their, you know, boost for the entire team damage, not just by themselves. And unfortunately, Kenny just didn't bring enough. So I had to skip it. Look, I like Kenpachi. I never say I didn't. But there's a difference between liking a unit and summoning for them. I just couldn't justify going. If I didn't have Ichigo, I would've. But I did. So, like, there's no point. And Ichigo does the job. Like, I never had an issue with any slasher-based content with him around, so... Just never needed him. It wasn't a secret Kakarot. I said it before that I didn't summon. Maybe Justin. I mean... It would make... Well, actually, I don't know. Would it make sense for her to be a limited character before others? I guess. But then you can make an argument that Uru should get a limited character and Chad. Because, like, they actually have a proper fight. And Orihime doesn't really fight. In Huakamuna, she only, like, kind of heals Ichigo. It would make more sense for, you know, Xylaporo versus Uru fight. And Chad versus... Who did Chad fight again? I kind of forgot the name. Was it Taurus guy? The one with the bull head? Was that the one? I'm kind of forgetting, to be honest. But it was one of them. So it makes sense because Chad gets his, you know, shield arm, and Uru kind of shows his, I forgot the name. the formation one where, you know, he blasts Elapora. I feel like that would be kind of fun. I think that would be ideal, to be honest, Justin, because, like, I'm not complaining of getting, you know, multiple typing at the same time. Like, back to back. But at the same time, I feel like that only makes sense if every single other typing in this game was stacked. But right now, we have 0 strike units that are limited. Meanwhile, you know, we got 2 slashers, we got 2 spirits, we got 3 thrusts. Well, 2 thrusts, rather. But, like, we're so stacked on every single other one, and Strike is just left, you know, in the dust. I feel like, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I kind of felt the same. Like, I tried to play with Kenny, and he was fun. But, like, I don't know, my Ichigo was just really well built, and the problem was that it didn't really make sense. Okay, I'll try with Dawson. It didn't really make sense for me to, like, spend so many resources on the character. They're just gonna be a slight upgrade to the one I have already, because first of all, you have to get stamps for them. Second of all, you have to farm all their resources, and it takes a lot of stamina for that. So I just didn't really feel like, and also you obviously spending spirit jades, so I just didn't really see the point in that. Okay, let's do... Pretty much. I mean, I think Thrust is already stacked as is, because I mean, Thrust was actually the only typing in the entire game that actually was decent even without the limited characters. Like, after Gin came out, you could make an argument that we didn't need Nell. We didn't need, you know, another tactical unit, because Tosin was good enough. But, like, now that we have Nell, and if we have Mayuri as well, you just have so many options. Because even if you didn't pull for, like, Nell and Mayuri, you still have Rengiku, and you still have Tosin, who are really, really good. Hi there, Krieg, glad to see you, hopefully you're doing well. I'm pretty sure it was Hakim that started that trend. The man was... the man is still to this day hating on him. Something about it, he just can't stand him. Limited trial tower, nice. I found the previous one was pretty fun. I thought it was really nice. The only problem that I had was Ulquiorra fight, but it just gave me aneurysm. But other than that, I thought it was very, very nice game mode. It was very fun as well. Makes sense, Justin, makes sense. I mean, to be honest, I can't really blame the game devs for not releasing Grimjaw for so long, because the thing is, if it wasn't for copyright stuff, it would have been released long ago. So you kind of have to take what we can get. Really? Interesting. I would assume it would be something like whenever you play Soifon with Yorishi, Soifon just stands in the corner gasping, admiring Yorishi's physique and form, and plays the game by herself. Segdu, come on. You're so close to greatness, yet so far. Hi there, by the way. Hopefully you're doing well. Listen, you know what must be done. You must get the extra 100 power, no matter the cost. Even if it costs you everything you have, you still have to do it. Oh, interesting, Justin, interesting. I mean, it's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. Angel Segdu already has her fully maxed out. You can wail to upgrade your battle power at some point, because you can only wail for two things, which is a stamp and boundaries. Everything else you have to get through your hard work. This is not the kind of game where you can just, you know, constantly re-up and expect greatness. You actually have to put in the time. Because even the biggest of whales play this game like 24/7. Or one of the guilds on my server, and Segdu can vouch for that, like, all the top, I want to say 20 guilds, they have nothing but sweats. And I would know, because I'm in one of those. They all play this game religiously. Angel, only you do that. What do you mean, people? Just say you do that. That's good, Segdu, that's good. I think your bank account will thank you for that. To be honest, personally, I'm probably gonna ever get boundaries only on tactical units. Because I just feel like tactical units bring so much to the table. Because they can be damage dealers, they can be supports, they can be sub-DPSs. I just feel like the raw value out of them is the best. Supports could be a good argument to do as well, but honestly, I just don't think you need to. Because somebody like Kisuke, he doesn't need any boundaries to be good. He just, you know, comes out fresh out of the box, looking menacing as ever. Well, Angel, that's what happens when you don't pay taxes. I don't know what to tell you. Every other country in the world does. So they can't afford to just hire a butler to do a job for them. Sometimes you have to do it manually. To be honest, when I was younger, actually, when I was, I think, about 14, 15, I used to do boosting for other people in League. Because I wanted to get some pocket money. And obviously I wasn't working at the time. So what I used to do, I would basically charge people, I think what it was, 10, 15 bucks an hour, basically, for playing with them. And at the time, I was actually relatively highly ranked. I was like diamond to masters for the most part, high end. And I was playing the game religiously, so I would basically charge people to play with them. And like basically guide them on how to improve their laning and whatnot. Or I would charge to like actually boost their account, and I think I charged, what was it? Like 25 bucks per tier. So basically if I get them from like bronze to silver and from silver to gold and all that, I would charge them like 25 bucks. And it was a pretty lucrative deal. I was making like anywhere between 50 to 100 bucks every other day. Which was pretty decent. And that was on summer vacation. I only did it because I had a lot of time. And I had some repeat customers, shall we say. There was one guy who was stuck at bronze. And I managed to get him all the way to platinum at the time. And let me tell you, that was a hard ask to do. Because the man, I don't know what he was playing, but he was definitely not playing League. I had to teach him from like absolute basics on how to do laning, how to do... He didn't even know how to basically last hit minions, effectively, shall we say. And I think we spent like a month grinding, ranking for him. And he managed to get to platinum. And I was very proud of myself for that. I mean, to be honest, Angel, like, I know I throw shade on League any chance I get, but it comes from the place of, you know, care. Because as somebody that used to be addicted to that game, I could say from first-hand experience, League is the worst game ever existed, and also the best game ever made. You know, at the same time. How do you say that's possible? Well, because when League is good. But when it's bad, oof, it's bad. The only thing that I would suggest, never play solo queue. Just avoid it, like the plague that it is. Play a ram. A ram is a golden mode. A ram is where men become even more of a man. Chisel jaw, the true chads of this world. Where boys become men, because let me tell you something. When I used to play Aram, at like the age of 14, that's when I knew I was already an adult. Because there's nothing quite like getting a pentakill on the very tiny map. And everybody type in a W in chat, and I was like, great. I'm doing great. Meanwhile, you go on the, you know, Summoner's Rift, and you lose 0-5, and you're like, well, that didn't quite pan out as well as I thought it would be. Listen, Angel, you never know. Even people with a lot of friends sometimes end up in solo queue. It's just life for you. It's like a curse, you know? Whenever you start playing League, you're bound to play solo queue at least once in your life. And when you do, that's when you'll realize that life can be so much worse. The stuff you see in their game mode is forsaken. But I'd say try it out, Angel, honestly. Like, jokes aside, I think you'll have fun. Especially if you have friends. Because I mainly quit playing League because majority, I want to say 90% of my friends I used to grind with actually quit. So that was the main reason why I stopped playing. But I feel like if you have friends to play with, it's so much more fun. Because I used to just hop on Discord and basically spend like hours upon hours just grinding ranked or, you know, Summoner's Rift or even a RAM. And it was just fun. And nowadays you also have like add-ons that you can download. I think Face Check is one of them. Where basically it actually gives you builder recommendations for you. So you don't even have to actually know what items do. You just have to learn the character. And basically it gives you a recommendation for like upgrading skills. It gives you a recommendation for like builds depending on who you're going against. It's actually a really, really useful tool. I used it a few years back when I went back to play League a little bit. And it was actually really useful. When I was playing it, there was no such thing. You had to actually know all the builds. You had to know all the characters. You had to know their counters. So now it is much easier. For better or for worse. You don't have to go through trial by fire. Okay, there we go. I think after this we finally managed to get the Nell's stamps, so we're probably gonna be done after this with this event. We're gonna do some other stuff. Until we're finished, and then we'll jump on my free-to-play to do this event there as well. See how much we can get there. Yeah, that's fine. Let me see. What do we have? Yeah, okay. So we managed to claim that. Now we can put on our Nell and actually have a really good build. I don't... The thing is, I don't have a problem with skins, to be honest, in any game. I feel like skins are the least of the evil, shall we say. Because at the end of the day, it just makes your character look different. It's not really that much of a game changer. Okay, let's do Bond. There we go. Activate. And now our Nell looking mighty fine. Is it, Justin? My question is, would it work for Kisuke? Because if Kisuke gets an upgrade, I would be actually pretty stoked about that. Alright, let's do a little bit of farming for stamps. I'm still trying to get Aizen upgrades. Unsuccessfully, unfortunately. But I've been trying my absolute hardest to get them. And so far, no luck. But hopefully I'll manage to squeeze some good luck out of the atmosphere and get some upgrades today. Because I've been grinding for 5 days in a row with nothing. Oh, absolutely. I don't mind skins if they purely cosmetic. Like, if it's just visual, you know, buff, quote unquote, I think it's fine. There's a lot of games out there that have skins that like actually give you insane stat bonuses. In those cases, I think yeah, that's not good. But if it's just visual, I have zero issues with that. Because at the end of the day, you know, it's supporting the game and it doesn't actually make you any more stronger than the next guy. If you love cosmetic skins, Angel, you'll love League because that's all it is. It's just how pretty you can make your character. And it actually has chromas as well, so you can actually dye your skins whatever you want. There's a lot of customization nowadays, so you'll love it. Well, some may argue that cosmetics is all that you need in life, Angel. To be honest, when I think League was actually one of the only games where I spent like a lot of money on cosmetics. Throughout the years, I think I spent roughly anywhere between 500 to 800 bucks for skins on that game. And I'm not proud of it, but at the same time I was like, you know what? If there was a skin for like Yasuo, for example, or like Zed that I really liked, I would be like, you know what? I could splurge a little bit. I still got some leftover birthday money. So yeah, in that regard, I feel like it's alright to splurge a little bit. As long as you don't go too crazy. Ooh, that's actually... Are you talking about the stamp for Mayuri? Are you talking about what the skins would stat-wise be? Because you know what, if that was for skin stats, I would kind of buy it, not gonna lie. All I need is just give me Aizen in like a suit, and I'm in. Or with like some nice parasol, like, you know, some sort of spring, nice kimono, parasol. And I'll be all about it. I didn't actually hear about that, Creek. Personally, I feel like any sort of medium where you have to verify your age in order to use, I don't like it. Because it invades your privacy and it sends a very slippery slope of an example, basically where what stops anybody else from doing the same. That's why I hated when they implemented, you know, age verification for like UK stuff to go on the internet and basically access naughty stuff, shall we say? Because like at the end of the day, people can just use VPN. It's just inconveniencing everyone and anyone in sight, and I just don't like it. This game is very healthy right now. I don't think they would ever do that personally. I just don't think they have it in them. Because like, if they were gonna do it, they probably would have already done so. Because the only skins that we had so far were purely cosmetics. Like, there was literally zero reason for them not to, you know, give, like, Aizen a skin or give, you know, Nell a skin or something. And just charge like 20 bucks for it. But they haven't. So clearly it's not their main priority. I'm sure in the future there will be like some skins that they're gonna, you know, maybe charge like 10 bucks for. Or something, but I'm more than sure it's going to be purely cosmetic. Because the skins that we have now are. And, you know, if it's for your favorite character, I don't have an issue with that. As long as there's no stat increases. Ooh. Yeah, that's not good, Krieg. That's not good. Because the thing is, who use Linux in their life? Probably not that many people. I haven't, that's for sure. But yeah, I don't really like that either, especially with all the like RAM shortages that are going on nowadays. Just feel like anything to do with technology, you're just sinking into a deeper and deeper hole where at some point in the future you're gonna pay like 10 grand for a mediocre PC if you want any, and I just don't know if I'm into that. Man, if there was curse damage, it would be actually pretty decent. defense. Ooh, that's actually a pretty decent, Justin. I just read back what you said about the stamp. It's actually a decent bonus increase. So he does boost attack. I might reconsider it then. I mean, it makes sense, Krieg. It makes sense. Because the thing is, I believe Linux actually was before Microsoft, from memory. And I think Microsoft used it actually as like a baseline, because I'm pretty certain back in the day Bill Gates just bought like an open source program from somebody and just basically called it Microsoft. Because at the time, I think the story went behind like Microsoft. Basically, Bill Gates was pitching somebody an idea of operating system, but at the time he didn't have any. So he was basically selling people empty lies. But what he did have is he knew somebody who did have an open source program, and he basically was just talking to them to buy it off them, which he did. And then he basically presented it as something he made. And then all these years later, that's how we know Microsoft as we know it today. So it's built on lies ever since then. Ooh, this is kind of juicy. I wasn't farming for Nell, but I'll take it. I'll take it. That's really good. Okay, hold up. Let's give it a shot. Because the one that I have right now is decent. But if I can get some juicy substats on there, that might be a keeper. Where is it? There we go. Because the one that I have right now, like, it's decent. Actually, it does have alignment bonus damage on it. Might be better to upgrade this, to be honest, but because like ultimate charge doesn't really do much for her. Don't know. Because if I upgrade this to like 6-star, it's actually gonna give her 18%. And even if this rolls into double crit rate, crit damage, I just don't think increase is gonna be much better than alignment damage bonus. I'll keep it for now. Might roll a little later, but the other substat just not as good. Because even though it's flat attack, it's still better. Okay, let's get going. Also, B2 is basically like a less impressive version of Nell. To be honest, 30% crit damage is not that great for B2. Like, I know it's not as conditional as Nell's, because for Nell you kind of have to like stack it up. But it's still 30 seconds and it's 80%. So, I don't know if Mayuri will be worth going dupes for, even if you do pull him. Because like the first two dupes just don't sound that impressive to me personally. Maybe it changes up later. But honestly, I feel like B0 will be fine for him. Because his stamp set is actually decent. Like, giving 44% attack to everyone on stamp is actually pretty good. And he will be having poison like a new typing. So, that would be nice. It will all depend on what his kit actually brings to the table. Like, does he actually boost crit rate, crit damage, or, you know, resistance, anything like that? Because if he does, then it opens the conversation. But if he doesn't, then I don't know. Okay, so he reduced spiritual pressure. That's decent. That's decent. Like, those boundaries so far just don't blow me away. Like, they're good, but they're not amazing. So, I'm not sure if I'm that excited for it. Okay, let's grab this. I'm probably not gonna recycle all of these just in case they implement that reroll of the stamps next week, so I'm gonna keep as many as I can. Just because I don't want to waste it otherwise. Okay, let's see. Did I get anything decent? Strike damage? No. Defense? No. Oh, man, come on. It's like, every time I'm looking at for when they actually do release a reroll mechanic. But every time you get, like, super nice upsets, it's always flat defense on the main stat. Every single time. Well, it depends what the excitement is, Justin. Because, I mean, from 2 to 4, double increase is nice, but, like, it depends what it does. If it, like, boosts your damage by 2000%, I'll be like, okay. Okay, interesting. Okay, so I am keeping them. Alright, if my Yuri gets with reroll and stamps, guys, save up all your crappy 5-star stamps because you're gonna use them next week. It's alright, random, no worries. No worries. Let's see, is there anything exciting? Defense, HP, attack. Yeah, nothing too exciting, unfortunately. It's 3 separate techniques? Interesting. So it's basically like you press and whatever happens, happens. I do like a little bit of gambling in my characters, you know, a little bit of a interest factor. Exactly right. Knowing my luck as well, I'm probably gonna get the worst one every single time. Because it's gonna be like, get crit rate bonus, get crit damage bonus, or get flat defense bonus. And you know, your boy's rolling flat defense bonus every time. Meanwhile, there's somebody out there that only rolling crit damage or crit rate, and I'm gonna be like, well, you know what? I outlive my enemies. I don't have to beat them. I just have to live longer than them. They'll die of old age, eventually. That's all I need, right? Who needs damage when you can have all the defense in the world? But he does sound interesting. Like, it all will depend how his kid synergizes with the other people and how much he wants to be staying on the field. Because the thing is, what makes Rangiku so good is the fact that she doesn't want to be on field all the time. In fact, she benefits from not being on field. With her, like, switch-in mechanics and all that. So if Mayuri is, like, hungry for field time, I just don't know. I just don't know at that point. Alright, let's recycle this. Let's see, was there anything exciting there? You know I'm gonna get heal every time, Justin. I'm getting heal every single time. Even if I don't need it. I'm gonna be at max HP and my Yuri's gonna be like, you need some heal, right? I'm like, no, I don't need heal. I'm giving you heal. No, my Yuri! Give me spiritual pressure reduction. No, you're getting heal. You're like, okay, fine. Fine, I guess I'll take it. I guess I'll take it. Oh, Jesus Christ, Angel. Try to get to safety if you can, then. Golly. So it's healer. That is true, Ryan. That's true. I mean, that's why I'm saving, like, I could recycle all of these to make space, but luckily I haven't. So I still have, like, the amount of trashy ones I have, like, for example, let me pull up, let me do, like, immeasurable gap or something. Like, look at this. Bad example, but where's the one that I have saved? Like, look at this. Defense percent crit damage. Defense, crit damage, ultimate charge, crit rate. Strike damage, I would love to re-roll this as well. Attack percentage. It's like, I have so many crappy ones. It's like, I can be re-rolling for days here. Defense again. HP again. It's like... The main squad in Quata, unfortunately. He's been telling us all about it last week, and the more he was talking about it, the more I was like, man, this world just needs to relax. Golly. You alright, Angel? Hopefully nothing happened. Yeah, I think somebody said that random, and I'm actually that's my most look forward to addition, because let me tell you something. The space in this game is a bane of my existence because I don't want to clean my bag. I just want to let it, you know, stay there until I decide that I need it. And just having limited space, I just don't see a point in it. Because, like, what does it do for anyone? Just make it unlimited. Just remove the limit altogether. Like, I know it's probably gonna cause, like, storage issues for them on servers. That's probably why they're limited it. But still, it's like, come on. Oh, it's far away. That's good. That's good. At least that's something. Some decent news, Angel. Still extremely bad and terrifying, but at the bare minimum, at least you're safe. Oh, so he combines his techniques, Justin. Interesting. I mean, he does sound like he has a decent kit so far. Obviously, it will depend on his multipliers and how much he reduces like spiritual pressure by, or how much bonuses he gives. But if those are decent, I probably would go for him. You know, he's not going to be like my most wanted unit ever, but I think his utility will be kind of nice. But yeah, try to stay as safe as you can, Angel. I know it's not an easy task to achieve in your situation, but there's so much you can do. Alright, what do I need? I'm just gonna upgrade this for the daily quest. And let's do just this. There we go. Alright, let me collect all this stuff. Look, random. I have you want defense stamps? I got them for days. You name what you want, I'll give it to you. Let me see. Is this what you want? Do you want defense percent crit damage, crit rate, alignment bonus damage on your Aizen? Phew, random. Say less. I got you. Or perhaps could I interest you in defense percentage, crit rate, crit damage, defense, and HP? Would you like that? Or hold up, that's actually pretty good. But when did I get this? When did I have this? I don't need it. I already have a good one. Never mind. Forget that. I don't need to roll this. My other one's really good. That's why I didn't roll, because I was like, what? Got crit rate, crit damage, I didn't roll it. But I had a better one. I can give you attack percentage as well. You know, some flat attack. I have it all. In fact, you want some defense? You want crit rate, crit damage? I got it. You want alignment damage on your bonus on your eyes? I have it. Defense percentage? I got it. It's like, I would love this on my nails piece. Meanwhile, I can get alignment damage to save my life. And Aizen has it all. Got alignment damage coming out of his ears. It's like, what can you do? What can you do, you know? Oh, okay. No worries, Angel. No worries. Stay safe out there. I don't think I have that, actually, because I probably just recycled it. I was like, well, this is godforsaken stats. I'm pretty sure. You know what they should implement? Is basically filtering your stems based on, like, substats or main stats. Because right now, you don't actually have a way to check them all. So you have to manually go through every single one and be like, okay, well, what am I looking for? Okay, I'm looking for alignment damage. Yeah, exactly. But that would be kind of nice. That's more like a quality of life type of update, but I would still appreciate it. Because that would be kind of nice. I'm not... That's fine. I mean, to be honest, I feel like in this game, monthly card, I mean, you're getting really good stuff. You know, you're getting 30 spiritual pills and 3,300 J's. That's 20 pulls and 30 pills. I feel like it's good, but if they want to upgrade it, I'm not gonna complain. Hi there, Liz. Glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. And Battle Pass as well. I actually need to re-up on mine because I forgot. I think you get a lot of like different materials. You get a 10 pull, you get 35 of these. You get basically, I always would pick, if you're buying Battle Pass, always pick this. Because these are worthless essentially, but this is where you basically can get an upgrade for any core stamp that you want. Which I'm actually saving, I have like 3 of them. But I think the rewards are good, but if they want to up them, I'm not gonna complain. I don't know, Random. It's like, I just personally feel like, you know, this game is good, and I feel like the game is worth supporting if it does well, you know? Because the better this game does, the more, you know, they would be able to give us cool stuff. So I'm just doing my little part, you know? I'm not saying you should. In fact, I would encourage you to be free-to-play, because, like, this is one of the most free-to-play friendly games out there. But, you know, if you enjoy the game and you want to, you know, give yourself a little bit more resources to work with, I'd say Battle Pass and Monthly Card is actually a really good value. And, you know, you're supporting the game a little bit as well, which is always good. As I said, if you're free to play, I respect you even more, because the thing is, being free to play is much more, I personally feel like much more fun, because like working with what you have is always more exciting than just, you know, pressing a buy button on a couple packs and getting character. It's a different feeling, because like if you save for a character for like a month and you pull them, it's like a nice feeling, you know. Whenever I do pulls on my free to play account, I feel much better than doing pulls on my main, even if I get shafted, because I'm like, I worked for these pulls, you know? I can't just buy them there. Meanwhile, on this one, you know, ran out of pulls. I'm like, well, I gotta get another pack, I guess. Oh, absolutely. I think a lot of people nowadays actually just go for every single character. And it's not a bad thing. Like, I'm not gonna say that going for every single unit is bad, but you gotta realize that in this game, you, as a free-to-play at least, you probably won't be able to get every single character, unless you get really lucky. But even if you do, like, your resources are much more limited, so it's a much smarter idea to actually pull for units that you don't have. Like, for example, on my free-to-play, I think I only pulled for Gin, I pulled for Toshiro, and I pulled for Ichigo. Those are the 3 units I got. I don't have any other limited units. And the main reason is because Ichigo allows me to build my slasher team with Byakuya and Kisuke. Toshiro, I should have probably pulled for Aizen now that I think about it, but I was like, I already have Aizen on here, so I didn't really want him there either. I would just rather save for new units, in case I'm skipping on here. And I go Toshiro with, like, Rukia and Momo. It's not the best build, but, you know, it works. And on my thrust team, I go Gin, I go Torsen, and I go Rengiku. So I only pulled 3 times, and I think I have about 33k Spirit Jades on the account, plus some pulls. So, and I'm still cleaning up, like, Frenzy Feast. I'm getting about 60 to 70k rewards from here. So there's no realistic reason for me to, like, go for every single unit. If you can clear this on max rewards every single week without even trying, I feel like at that point you don't have to summon for anyone. Like, realistically speaking, you should only summon for characters that you like, because there's no reason to. You're already clearing... Like, this is essentially the hardest content in this game that matters. Because you're getting, like, what? 200, 300, 400... 500. So you're getting about 680 Jades a week. Just from here alone. Throughout the months, that's essentially like 15 pulls. So this is a very important part of the game to like get unlocked. If you go there, you're pretty much fine. 4 bosses, I'm all about it. I'm all about it. The more Frenzy Feast is like one of the most fun game modes they have so far, and the rewards are amazing. Like, you're getting a lot of Spirit Jades, you're getting a lot of those like coin thingies, Cobans, and you know, you're getting some other resources which are not that important, but still. That's fair random. As I said, if you do get lucky, it's a different conversation. But look, Liz, you gotta speed up your grinds. You gotta, you know. To be honest, Liz, your free-to-play luck is better than other people's, because even though Random has all those characters, I'm sure he doesn't have literally all 3 of your limited units B5 core stamp. I don't think that's a thing. So you're lucky in some regards. Alright. So, if he's gonna be thrust, I guess we can stop refarming these thingies for him a little bit. I don't even have strike built, Creek. Well, I could build a strike team. I have Yarichi and I do have, you know, my boy Komamura. But the thing is, I just don't want to. Because I'm gonna replace it with Grimmjow later anyway, so like, what is the point for me to go for them now? And I'm probably gonna just pull for Soifong and for Grimmjow, which actually makes me feel a little bit bad because I spent my selector on Komamura because I thought I'm gonna use him, and he's still level 1. So that was a little bit of a dumb decision on my part because I could have gone on Kisuke dupe. But it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm still saving my stand and pull tickets actually for the day, which I don't think ever will happen, but let's just live in my pipe dream for a second. I'm hoping that at some point, maybe like a year down the line, they're gonna input all the old units, like starting from Ichigo maybe to like Kenpachi or something, into a standard banner, and I'm actually gonna be able to pull them from here. That's why I'm saving all my standards and all my stamp tickets for these, in hopes and dreams that that might happen. Will it? Probably not, but I just like the idea of saving. Maybe I'll do on like first anniversary like a bunch of standard tickets, or maybe I'll just use them all and just see if we can get B6 Ikaku. Which, let's be real, I probably will. So yeah. That might be exciting. Okay, let's do. Speaking of Mayuri, let's give him a little thrashing. I think Sergeant is actually a really good unit. The problem is, for me personally, I'm a filthy whale. Well, actually, no. I'm approaching Dolphin territory. I'm still under 3 digits for spending, but I'm approaching that level. So to me, I can just get a better character, right? On my free-to-play account, however, Sergeant is gonna be clutch, because I'm gonna skip Soifon, I'm gonna summon for Grimmjow. And that's gonna be actually when I'm gonna be using him. And I think on my actual free-to-play, I still have Selector there as well. So, on my free-to-play, a bit more smart about my choices, shall we say. Actually, no, hold up. Let's use Gin. Let's use Rangiku. Yeah, should be fine. I did finish full release. At least as far as I could. I didn't get to global ranking on it, unfortunately, but I did finish in top 100 on my server at least, which I was pretty proud of. So at least in my server, I'm one of the top dogs. I think the base form probably would be Strike Justin, because he doesn't really use his sword. And the other one would probably be Slasher, because, you know, of his claws. But we'll be interesting to see. Ooh, very nice, Liz. I mean, you completed the game at that point, you know? You reach level 69, that's all you ever need. Listen, random, I'll take what I can get. I mean, that's what the guys in chat have been saying, Liz. And to be honest, if they do, I might get a couple dupes for him. If I don't have to summon him, do they actually gonna give us his stamp as well? Because if they're giving us his stamp as well, whew. I mean, Thrust would make sense in his, like, Panthera form. But I just don't know if they're gonna go that way. Hi there, Crow. Glad to see you, hopefully doing well. Hi there, Sasuke. Glad to see you, hopefully doing well. Maybe random, maybe. I mean, the thing is, if they do give him away for free, it would make sense for him to be NSR version in his base form. Maybe like a support for Thrust, you know, kind of like Rangiku. And then you can double down Grimjo, you know, have DPS Grimjo and support Grimjo. And I would just like to imagine SR version would be dressed in like a nurse outfit with a little mad pack, just running around basically putting like plasters all over your face, healing you that way. I think that would be probably the only way Grimjo would be supporting you. Maybe emotionally as well. Maybe giving you like a pep talk before every fight. Being like, you got this, champ. Let's get them. Being your moral support group in the background. I don't know if Thrust would make sense, to be honest, for his base form. Because, like, in his base form, when he was fighting Ichigo, he didn't even use his sword. He was, like, kind of just kicking him around. So that just screams more Strike to me, personally. But, I don't know. I mean, to be fair, I would much rather for it to be Slasher so I can replace my Ichigo. For free. If he's Slasher, I'm gonna be all about it. I know people who went for Kenny probably gonna be pretty mad, but let's be real. I think that's gonna be the best outcome possible for me. Because, like, then I can double down on my Grimjos. I can make an army of Grimjos. And then all I need is another 2 types of Grimjo, you know, for the Spirit and the Thrust. And then I'm just gonna have an army of them. Every single team is gonna be Grimjos all the way. I wonder if there's gonna become like a time in the future when I would be able to build a team of 3 Aizens. And that's gonna be the only team I'll ever play. You know? Just have like Arrancar Aizen, then have maybe, you know, like halfway fully hollow Aizen, you know, the one with purple eyes, where he fought like in Karakura Town. And then the third one would be like his full butterfly form, and I'm just gonna use them all. You know, butterfly form will be a DPS, the other one would be support, and you know, the Arrancar will be tactic, and I'm just gonna have a ball. And all of them are universal units, so you can basically use them for anything and everything. I feel like that would be great. That would be amazing, in fact. Aizen Captain Skin, I would be actually into that, because I do like his Captain form as well. But I'm just looking towards a day when we all can realize our wildest hopes and dreams and play Aizen team. Because we're definitely going to be able to have, like, full Ichigo team. In fact, we already can if you're using SR versions. But that's, like, the only team that you can do with one character. Look, Crow, we gotta live life on the edge. I mean, it is kind of funny to have Spirit Team with Toshiro, Momo, and Aizen. Because Momo just feels like between a rock and a hard place. Getting stabbed from every corner. I think the butterfly version would be a DPS, to be honest. Because I just don't see it. Well, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. No, it could be another tactic, I guess, but I don't know. Well, that's like the only form I feel like would make sense for him to be DPS. Like in his full Hollow Eyes form. Otherwise, yeah. Because he doesn't really fight people. You know, he just basically disciplines them. He gives them a lesson in respect. That's why he's a tactician. But yeah, it would be kind of interesting. Because I feel like they might release the second form. He's like form with a mask. You know, when he was fighting Kisuke and Yoriichi. I feel like that could be the next one. Or alternatively, it could be the form where he was fighting Ichigo at the beginning. You know, the one with slick back hair, long hair, and like purple eyes. That could be the next one as well. And that would be actually pretty decent for support. And then obviously the final one, you know, the big one. Best subsets, alignment damage as much as you can. The thing about Gin is that he does crazy alignment damage. In fact, his technique is like close second, but alignment damage is on top. The way I have my build, and take it with a grain of salt, it's not the greatest build ever, but I have mine at 150% alignment damage. And you obviously want as much as possible. Ideally, you want alignment damage on every single stat. Like every single piece you have, you want alignment damage. That's like your main one. And then obviously crit damage, attack, can never go wrong with those. But basically stack alignment damage as high as you can. And that's going to be your ticket towards success. Yeah, pretty much random. I mean, you can sprinkle a little bit of ultimate charge. It's never a bad thing to have some. You don't need it, but, you know, it's good to have. I don't have one. That's an honest answer. To be honest, random, I just don't have one. That's all I have. And to be honest, he does give himself like 30%, so at the end of the day, he gets like 65 or something. So it's decent enough, but my Gin is not greatly built. He's built decently, but I will be hunting better pieces for him later after I'm finished building my Aizen. Because I'm still hoping to get like slightly better pieces for Aizen. But ideally, what you want is basically 70% crit rate on your Gin, if you can stomach that much, because he gets 30% from his stamp, so he kind of covers that. And then another thing that you want is basically as much alignment damage as you possibly can. I've seen some people with like 180, pushing 200, and that's kind of what you want, because his alignment damage is his bread and butter. That's where he excels, basically. Oh, she's gonna be actually a character. Oh, that's kind of nice. I do like that, Justin. That's pretty cool. Because I was wondering if they're gonna make her into, you know, a character or not. Do not, Kakarot. Listen, Nemu is a bane of my existence. I don't want to see her. Double drop. Nice, nice. Love to see that. We always love those. Not that you do anything for me personally. I'm still gonna get the worst characters possible. Or stamps, rather. But, you know, still good to have. Man, this team is just so overpowered. Like, even against Mayuri, one of the most annoying fights in the entire game, they just clean up. They just clean up. Alright, my Slash team is actually my most lacking right now. Like, they're okay, but they're not perfect, unfortunately. So, it's a bit unfortunate in that regard. Kisuke kind of carries this team. Without Kisuke, I wouldn't even know what I was doing. That's nice, Liz. That's nice. I mean, Unohana would be cool. So is Orihime. I feel like when they do release those two, we're probably gonna shift towards healing meta. Because right now, healers or like defensive units are kind of useless. Like, they don't really have that much value as of right now. And they're probably gonna introduce like mechanics or some gameplay modes where it actually would make sense to use them. You want me to pull for Nelliel dupes? I mean, if you want. I personally wouldn't recommend going for dupes if I were you, Liz, because I would just save up for the next unit, but if you want, I can. Her B2 is kind of crazy, not gonna lie. Listen, Creek, I have to agree. I'm not the biggest fan of Mayuri either. Because if you lose a fight to Mayuri, you better bet you're gonna end up in one of the septic tanks in his basement, being experimented on until the end of times. If you want, Les, I can do it. I'm just saying, personally, I would recommend for you to, you know, save for another unit. But if you want, I can do it. What do you mean I'm cursed, random? Unbelievable. Liz, don't listen to Angel. Angel is a gacha addict unlike any. The man doesn't know what he's talking about. Well, that is true, Liz. We are forever cursed. You and I, we're like, Sisyphus. You know, we're pushing the rock of life eternally, hoping for salvation. But all we get in return are a bunch of crows that are coming in to feast upon our despair. And nothing more. Probably random, probably, but what can I do? I'm but a man. I'm but a man. I mean, I'm kind of with Crow on that, because I personally feel like unless you're going for B2, B1 is good, but it's not a game changer. It gives her some damage and whatnot, but like B2 is where, you know, is where it counts. But if you want, Liz, I'm more than happy to oblige. I'll do some gambling on your behalf. Okay. Let's go for this one. To be honest, I kind of forgot what her B1 does. I just remember it gives 20% damage boost, but other than that, I don't remember. So it might be actually better than I'm letting on. It has been a while since I read her boundaries, to be honest. I just remember the big parts, you know? The crit damage and the 20% damage boost. No problem, Liz. As I said, I'm more than happy to oblige. After we're done with this account, like doing all the dailies, I can pop on to yours and do the summons for you. That's not a bad idea, Random. I probably should have done that before I started talking about it. Be like, yeah, I don't think that good. But, yeah. It's probably decent. Probably decent. I mean, I feel like for majority of characters in this game, actually B1 and B2 kind of go hard. B4 usually decent. I don't really know if it's worthwhile going for any character B6. Even as a low spender. Like, I just don't know. Because at that point, like, B4 is usually where the power spike is. Or at least characters like Aizen. Because you get Aizen B4 and he transforms into DPS, essentially. But then you get a character like Nell, and her B4, it just gives her like a raw crit damage crit rate, which is nice. But it's not like a game changer or anything, you know? Her B6 is good. But I don't know. Okay. Let's check it out. Let's see. Nell is not a bad unit to B6, to be honest, Crow. She has a really good damage multipliers, and I mean that B2 just makes her pop off. So, investing into her, I said since day one, I think tactical units are like the most worthwhile investment dupe-wise. I would never personally, and that's just me, I would never invest in DPS dupes because your tactical units can be your DPSs. Like, in the future, I feel like tactical units will just have so much more value because they not only bring damage, they also bring utility. And DPSs, right now at least, they don't really have that. Like, the only one that kind of has that is Gin, because he procs his alignment bonus off field. So he's like the only DPS that does anything remotely for the team. Others don't. Maybe Kenny has something similar, I don't know. But I feel like until they get utility in their kit, it's always more worthwhile for tactical units. Okay, Battle Will, each time... during which battlefield skills... Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, that's actually pretty good. 50% damage increase for battlefield skill and 20% thrust damage. Okay, that is actually pretty nice. I'm not sure about Battle Will, to be honest. I don't know what 3-point correlates to, like, visually. How much does it give? But it's probably quite decent. I only remember this part, to be honest with you. I even forgot they boost your battlefield skill damage. And she does quite a bit of damage with it. Not gonna lie, so that is quite nice. That's a pretty solid team, Crow. That's a pretty solid team. As I said, I pull for Toshiro, like for my spirit team, but now that I have B4 Aizen, Toshiro is kind of no required. Like, he doesn't bring enough to the table for me to justify, like, using him nowadays. I don't know. He's still good, I love him, but I just don't know. It's like, pulling for DPS in this game is very weird. Because they bring utility, they bring to the table damage, obviously, but like, is damage all you want? And 9 times out of 10, no. Damage is like part of what you want. Obviously, having more damage is good, but like, damage is not everything. Sometimes you want the utility, you want the nice clean rotation helping, you want some resistance shred for like spiritual dissipations and all that. It's not quite like when we first started playing this game where you can have Ichigo and Ichigo would just solo everything, just with his like raw ultimate damage. Nowadays it doesn't really work that way. I do between 250 to 300 million usually on auto. If I don't do auto, probably between 300 and 350. So she does pretty well. No, Liz is not Mexican. Liz is from the Nebula Galaxy. From the planet QA007. She came to conquer a universe and then discovered the the bountiful nature of anime games and food, and she decided, you know what? I'm just gonna chill for now. See how things turn out. Well, the thing is, to be honest, Random, Liz already has Gin, so Nell is not going to be really her main DPS, per se. If she didn't have Gin, maybe, but I think it's not a bad investment. I just personally would have went for a different unit. Exactly, Random, exactly. I'm glad you at least you called that. Because she was in Mission Impossible to conquer this wonderful plan, and she just gave up. She couldn't quite do it. You know, she wiped out all the dinosaurs, and she was like, well, job well done. And then, you know, she went out, came back again, and millions years later, we just back. And she was like, wow, okay, these guys are resilient. I guess I'm just gonna stick around and see what they do. Alright. Let's keep going. Come on, Liz, you don't need to lie. Just say it how it is. You extraterrestrial life that came was the sole purpose of demolishing this plane of existence. That is okay. You don't have to hide it. We understand. I don't know why, but the game is lagging a little bit today. Usually it's fine. Well, that might break the camel's back, you know. That could be the final straw in her mass conquest. That could be the sole reason we all go out of existence, get isekai'd as we know it. But you know what? That's a risk I'm willing to take. I'm a martyr of my own kind. Just taking a break. I see, Liz, I see. You know what? Couldn't blame you. Even the mightiest of beings need to have a little bit of a downtime. I respect it, I respect it. I'll be extremely happy for her. I'm not the kind of person to get jealous of other people's pulls. If you guys come in chat and says, oh, Lux, I pulled 6 nails in one temple, I'll be so happy for you. I'm not a jealous individual by nature. I'm happy for other people's successes. I'm just upset about my own failures. That is all. But I always like hearing when people get lucky. I think that's great. Because, you know, whenever I summon and people come in and say, Lux, I pulled Nail 1 Temple, I was like, great. Wish it was me, but, you know, it's okay. I gladly somebody go lucky on my behalf. That's very kind of you to say right now. I've never been a jealous person in general. When it comes to life, I'm very easygoing. How did I actually avoid that? Interesting. I wouldn't say I'm the nicest, Liz. I'm just trying my best to be a decent individual. But I appreciate the kind words. Look, I had to do what I had to do, Random. Resources are finite in this game, and I just had to make the smart choice. Not the best choice, but the smart choice, unfortunately. Look, whenever Kenny comes out with his bankai, I'm definitely pulling no matter what, because Kenny with his bankai is a different beast entirely. That's when the real fun starts. But before that, come on. Alright, let's do... Okay, this is gonna be interesting. Let's see how much Aizen can just demolish range even against the typing. Let's do this. This could be a visual example of why tactical units are so much better. Just from the raw power Aizen is going to display. Why Ichigo is a cool one. I would kind of like him. In fact, what I want personally is full hollow white Ichigo, because if you guys never seen him, the drip is clean. Like, Ichigo's full hollow form is cool looking, but like white hollow, the black and white combo is just so stunning, like visually appealing. In fact, let me pull it up. Let me pull it up just in case some of you guys not familiar. Hollow. Because it's so cool looking. Okay, I think this is a good example. So this is like full this is from Bleach Brave Souls, but this is what he actually looked like in anime. And like, look at this mask. Like, how cool is that? Compare it to Ichigo's. Like, Ichigo's one looked cool as well. Like, the white and black is decent. But I just... Something about this, like black on white rather than white on black, it's just so cool. And also, personally, I feel like the black fur is better looking than red. It could be just me, but like stylistically, I like white Ichigo more. And I just really wanna, you know, play around with him. Like, look at this guy. That's my boy right there. His base form is pretty cool as well. I don't know, just stylistically why Ichigo is really cool to me. But yeah, that's gonna be interesting if they do release it. I hope it's in that form. That just, you know, it's gonna be for me. And another thing that I'm not the biggest fan of is like Toshiro accumulates stacks for my eyes and actually really slow. Because his attacks are kind of slow as well. So I need a faster DPS for him, or somebody that actually does a lot of attacks quickly. Because my Aizen carries my spirit team single-handedly right now. But the man does work for 3 people. And just by himself. Mugetsu would be awesome. I love Mugetsu as well. Mugetsu, like, stylistically, is probably my favorite form in the entire Bleach universe, just because, like, Ichigo looks so cool in it. Like, all those bandages, the black flame, and I mean, when he says, you know, Tensa Zangetsu, and just Mugetsu out of nowhere, and everything goes dead silent, I mean, that's an iconic moment right there. I love this so much. And I'm so upset. Well, I know why they did it, but like, I'm so upset that that's the only time we see it. Because it's such a cool form. And they never used it again. And I understand why, because the entire point of Mugetsu is that, you know, Ichigo accumulates all his power. You know, unleashes it in one strike. But like, still, at least make some sort of, you know, plot reason basically being, Ichigo can, you know, he can accumulate it again. Just get Rukia to stab him again and give him more power. I just want to see it again. Because if Ichigo used Mugetsu against Yahua, the man would be gone. He would disintegrate. That would be a wrap right there. Before the entire 1000-year Blood War arc even started. But then again, Aizen did survive it though. So, you know, there is that. But Aizen is Aizen. I'm not sure that would work out, to be honest. Because, like, the different universes, so I think the only character that would make sense, maybe like Shanks or something in here, you know? Because he technically doesn't have, like, spirit powers. You know, like, devil fruit powers. He only has Haki. So that would kind of make sense, maybe. Or like Zora. Zora would actually make a lot of sense. Because, you know, he's all about sword fighting. I think that would be kind of cool. And Shanks as well, because, you know, they're both swordsmen. Mihawk, maybe? Well, others, I don't know. Like, you got Luffy in this universe, and I'm like, well, what is this man doing here? I would be open to it. I would be open to collabs, but it will kind of depend on how they would go about it. The Trident, glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Go on, Justin. I'll hear you out. No, I think the crossover that could possibly happen, it would make sense, is maybe like Chainsaw Man or Jujutsu Kaisen would make kind of sense. Like, imagine Gojo in this game. Like, Gojo with his domain expansion and Aizen on the same team. The pure flex team. Between all the dodges and whatnot. Because Gojo is kind of like Aizen, in a way. So I can see that happening. Oh. Liz is going back to her olden days, sending emails yet again. You see, if you want to send an email, you gotta ask Liz. She'll give you all the deeds. I mean, Krieg, that game is nothing but collabs. Look, Liz, I'm just saying, it could happen. It could happen. To be honest, I'm more excited about main stat rerolling because the amount of good pieces that I have was like perfect substats. They have trashy main stats is staggering. Staggering, I tell you. Because like, substat reroll would be nice, obviously. But like, I just really want the main pieces. Because I've been saving them up, hoarding them, in expectance of something like this to arrive. And my patience paying off. Yeah, but didn't they release a bunch of OC characters as well? Which are kind of like collabs in a way. I think it really depends on the IP, because in some games, you know what actually would make sense, now that I'm thinking about it? Fire Witch. Because Fire Witch was actually written by Kuba himself as well. And it boasts his IPs. And in Bleach Brave Souls, they actually did a bunch of collabs with those characters. So that would actually make the most sense within the universe. But other than that, it will really depend on what they want to do with the game. Because like having Noelle, Nini, and you know, other characters would make sense. Would make sense. Yeah, Justin, I'm not sure if I'm that excited about that game, to be honest. I'll give it a shot, but I don't expect much. If it's gonna be at least half as good as this one, that's already gonna be a W. But we'll have to wait and see, we'll have to wait and see. I do like the Bleach getting more and more recognition, because it's such a fun IP, and we didn't really have that many games that were, like, good for a while. So I'm glad that there's more and more options. Because, like, the market is oversaturated with, like, One Piece games and, like, Naruto games. They dime a dozen out there. But Bleach didn't really have many. He only had one, like, Bleach Brave Souls, but other than that, we were really stranded out there. No, it's fine, Venom, it's fine. No worries whatsoever. But I think somebody mentioned there's going to be like a turn-based game, kind of like Conquest Star Rail, which is going to be interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but it could be fun. It could be fun. That's good. That's good. It deserves it, Liz. It deserves it. Because this is one of the only games that I know of in gacha that's like as generous as it is and as high quality as it is. And it's just fun, you know? It's just fun. Which I feel like is the main part. If it wasn't fun, that would be a different story, because there's plenty of games out there that are generous, but just not good games. But this one, you know, it's a good game, it's generous, it has good design, good story, music is great, it's like, everything about it is just a treat. The only problem with this game is that Ikaku exists. You see, if they didn't implement Ikaku, this would be the perfect game. But unfortunately, Ikaku brings it down. Single-handedly at that. You know, it could have been 11 out of 10, but with Ikaku, it's kind of like 3 out of 10, honestly. I'm kidding, of course, I'm kidding. To be honest, if he is a spirit character random, I don't think it would be better for me to skip Mayuri. Because Mayuri just sounds... As a support, he has more value. If he's thrust, I might skip him. I don't know. I'll need to check out his kit live and all the multipliers and all that to make a decision. I did play a little bit on mobile as well, Creek, and it is decent. I'm not the biggest fan, personally, playing on mobile in general. They're just me. You know, having the hands the size of state of Mississippi, I can't really play comfortably on my phone. But when I get my meaty claws on the keyboard, that's when I'm having the time of my life. True random, that is true as well. Especially as I said, does B0 Mayuri outweigh B6 Rangiku tremendously? If the answer is no, then I feel like he's a skip, personally. Especially if he's thrust. Appreciate the follow, folks. Also, hi there, hopefully doing well. I get that, Crow, but to be honest, I just don't know if that's enough. Because, like, the buff that Rangiku brings to the table is already good enough. I'm not saying he's a bad character, at least not yet, until I get, you know, a good look at him. But from the perspective of, like, playing it smart, I just think Soy Form would be a better investment. Personally. Because she's going to be the first, like, strike unit, tactical unit for limited characters, and her value is probably going to be much, much higher than Mayuri's. But, I don't know. It's like, how excited are you about Mayuri? Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Is there anyone out there that's like, Mayuri? That's my guy, that's my boy! You know, when he takes off his head and you see the shiny, bald head, his eyes popping out like a Googly Tom and his tongue sticking out. That's my boy. He's like a chameleon in a human form, and I like that. I don't think there's anybody like that out there. There might be, but I'm just saying. If you take all the examples, you know, you make a survey, I'm pretty sure that Mayuri is going to be one of the least favorite characters in Bleach. Although I think he's cool. I think he's a cool, nicely designed character, but I don't know. That is true as well, but like you gotta take it into account, Crow, that Soy Form is gonna be next. So you kinda like considering, well, especially if you can only pull one. Do I want Mayuri or do I want Soifon? And 9 times out of 10, if not 10 times out of 10, I would probably go for Soifon. Because as I said before, tactical units have the most value in this game. And supports are good. But like, if Mayuri was literally any other typing, Slash, Spirit, or Strike, I would make an argument that it would be worthwhile summoning for him. But if he's Thrust, I just don't know. I don't know, really. Yeah, but I believe some people mentioned already Trident. I'm kind of excited for that. I'm just hoping that the free Grimjo is Slash, so I can replace my Ichigo for free. So I don't have to worry about summoning for anybody else. And then I can have Slash Grim and Strike Grim. And I'm just gonna have double Grims. Gonna double it down. Double dip, if you will. Into excitement. That's gonna be kind of fun. But I'm glad that they're actually giving him for free at least. That's kind of nice. I wonder if they're gonna give him max boundaries as well. I doubt it, but a man can dream. Because if they do, that's probably gonna be one of the only B6 units that free-to-play players can get. Kenpachi is a good character as well. As I said before, I just didn't see a reason for me to summon for him, unfortunately. It just wasn't worth it for me, because my Ichigo was already built, and relatively good as well. So I just didn't want to spend resources on the new slasher DPS at the time. And not even now, to be honest. I'm still building my Aizen and, you know, getting better gear for Nell and all that. Both will be Strike. That's gonna be tricky then. Because if they both Strike DPSs, then I don't know how I feel about that. Oh, absolutely. I think you can summon every other character. If you skip one, you can definitely summon the next one. Because you're getting about 10,000 Spirit Jades a month, somewhere give or take. Especially if you complete all the events and you do every single part of gameplay, you know. I think that's somewhere there. Which will be fun, but yeah, kind of depends on how lucky you get more than anything. Because luck is a big factor in this game. Because I'm sure there's free players out there who have every single unit just because they go lucky. And that's just how it is. Meanwhile, there's some people that went to hard pity on every single banner. Like yours truly, so. It's all luck in the draw. Okay, 39s? I'll take it. I'll take it. I mean, I'm waiting for my boy Yama, you know? There is no form of gameplay. I didn't know that. I wouldn't trust it though, because they probably will remake it much more. Because there was gameplay of Kenpachi on YouTube before, but it was nothing like his release form. So I wouldn't really take it at face value personally. Okay, let's do. Actually, did they? No, limited trial towers not there yet. That's fine. That's fine. Let's do quickly this one, just to get out of the way. I'm a big fan of Mr. Yamamoto. I think he's one of the coolest, if not the coolest characters in Bleach. Toe-to-toe with the big dog himself, Aizen. And maybe because, you know, we both old men in our prime, and both have a warrior spirit like any, I think he just speaks to me on a personal level. But I just really like Yama, I don't know. Ever since I saw him fight Wonder-Wise, when his powers get sealed and the man just shrugged it off, and basically just unleash a fist fury unlike any, I just saw he was a goat. And I still think so to this day. I mean, Bankai Yama is gonna be crazy. When he does release, that's gonna be a game changer unlike any. I don't think you're gonna pull up Madagascar references, Liz. But you know, I'm glad you did. let's find this loopy gentleman. Why not? Speaking of Madagascar, I remember when I was little, I used to play those games all the time. Any of you guys play Madagascar game? I remember, like, the first one, I played religiously. The second one, I played quite a lot as well. The third one, I don't remember quite often, but I distinctly remember about the second one. There used to be, like, an Oasis place where you used to play mini-games. And I actually corrupted my save file where I was stuck playing the soda, like, punching game where you throw, like, soda cans at penguins or whatever. And my entire save crashed, and I spent, like, 100 hours playing that game. And I just got so mad that I just deleted the game and never finished it. So I have some memories about it. You see, Liz, you gotta have the Eastern European mentality, because when winter approaches, we stack up on little mandarins and oranges like they're going out of fashion. Because we have... I remember when I was a kid distinctly, we had a massive sack, like potato sack, stuck to the brim with mandarins. And every winter, especially during, like, Christmas and New Year holidays, I would just sit on a couch and eat like 20 mandarins in one sitting. By the time I was done, I was probably 25% orange, both on the outside and on the inside. And I don't know if you can overload on vitamin C, but I probably did. I probably did at that time. I don't remember either. I just remember my frustration with them. But we talking, that was basically when I was like 10 or something. It's a very, very long time ago. We call them mandarins. I think they both different things. The direct name is mandarine, but yeah. That's what we call them. I know the tangerines are a thing, but I don't think it's the same. I think they're different. Because I think tangerines are smaller than mandarins, and mandarins are sweeter, from what I can remember. But don't quote me on that. I'm not a citrus expert. Well, Liz, I don't know what to tell you. As I said, I'll bring. Let me quickly do a quick Google search. It doesn't actually say if they differ. But it is a different thing. Like mandarin orange. This is what I used to get. Ah, there we go. There we go. That's the difference. Okay. So tangerine juice for sweeter. Take on orange juice. Okay, clementines. So what is the difference? Oh, okay, there we go. So tangerines are more tart, bright orange color, small in size. I knew that. Mandarins are sweeter, lighter, and flatter and wider. So you see, that's a difference, Liz. So mandarins are the goat. Tangerines, just not as good. Just not as good. I don't know what to tell you. You get mandarins, they're much sweeter, and they're much easier to peel as well. That's a goat right there of oranges, or citrus in general. How many orange types are there? Golly, there's so many. But yeah, that's basically the difference, I guess. Tangerines are more tart, so if you don't like the sweetness, I don't know. But we used to get like a massive, massive pile of mandarins. And we used to store them on a balcony. We had like a little balcony in the back, and we would put them there in a cold. It was like a little mini freezer essentially. And they would keep them nice and cold, and I would just sneak in there and grab a couple every like hour or so. And by the time the December was out, it would probably be half empty. And that would be because I ate 95% of them, and the remaining one was distributed between other family members. I was a heathen for mandarins. That's nice, Trident, that's nice. I'm pretty sure somebody mentioned it was going to be like spiritual dissipation, healing, and something else. And you know your boy, if I do get my Yuri, I'm gonna be getting healing all the time. I'm not getting anything else. Even if I don't want healing. That's gonna be all I'm getting. Just to ensure that my title as one of the unluckiest men alive is kept pristine. I can't tarnish it. The prestige that I have built as Mr. Hard Pity is too great, too grand, if you will, to let go like that. I mean, same for me, Liz, same for me. It would smell like puberty and mandarins and Axe body spray. Those were the three smells I would distinctly smell from everybody around me. Because if you ever been to, you know, middle school, Axe body spray is prevalent tremendously. Okay, let's go with this one. Well, it might not have been the case for you, Liz, was like ladies, but let me tell you, for the lads, every single time we had like a PE lesson, I swear to God, the changing room smell like Old Spice commercial. I would just come in and I would just get hit with a waft throughout the air before I even enter the room. It was like going to Sephora without going there. And you get barraged by nothing but smell. Which, to be fair, wasn't even that pleasant of a smell either. It was like a chemical attack happening on my nose. And nowadays, I go past school, like, on my way to work a lot. And occasionally, I would come across some middle schoolers. And I swear to God, I could smell them before I see them. That's how bad it is sometimes. Because I could just be walking and there's nobody on the street. And I just turn around and there's some, you know, 14-year-old just walking by the street. Like, literally almost a mile away from me, and I could still smell him. Like, wow. And that's the thing. I was never one of those kids. I always put, like, deodorant. I never used, like, body spray. Because I just hated the smell of it. I wonder who said that trend. Oh, trust me, Liz. Loudness is not even beginning to describe sometimes what I could only depict as screeching. But yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it reminds me of my own youth, you know, because when I was a kid, I probably wasn't any better. I remember we used to go after school to like a little arcade that was right next to one of my friends' houses. And we would go there and, you know, we would cause a bunch of commotion. And I just remember there used to be some like older people with their kids. And they would just look at us and just silently shake their head. And yeah, it's not the best feeling out there. So I definitely know what it's like to be a public nuisance when you're a child, but that's when the shame comes in, you know? Because shame is a very powerful tool to give you a reality check. And make sure that you understand that if you are being a nuisance, there's going to be consequences. I mean, to be honest, I just don't like noise in general. the way I knew I was getting older at the tender age of 16 is the fact that going to loud places just didn't appeal to me anymore. That's how I knew I was aging. And I just lied for you. Because, like, I have some friends who go to, like, parties every single weekend, or, you know, they go to, like, concerts, getaways, all that, to, like, Ibiza and whatnot. And meanwhile, I'm more of a spend quiet afternoon at home by myself. Maybe read a nice book, or let's be real, manhwa. Get a couple nice snacks, maybe a nice cup of tea, maybe play a couple games here and there. You know, stream maybe. And just have a good time. That's my kind of ideal weekend, where I just don't have to do anything. I can just have fun. That's what I want. And meanwhile, I tell that to some of my friends. They're like, yeah, but you gotta live a little, you know, man. You can't be living like a retired man. And I'm like, I'd rather live like a retired man. Are you kidding me? Going to sleep whenever I want, eating whenever I want, watching programs whenever I want, going on walks. That sounds like an ideal life. Retirement sounds fun. Well, to be honest, my grandparents retired recently. Well, recently, a few years ago. And they're just traveling nowadays. They just go to different places, you know, they're visiting cool places. And I'm like, retirement is fun. Sounds great. You don't have to work. You don't have to pay taxes. You can just do whatever you want. You can shake your fist at the society of today and say, damn you kids! That sounds fun. You know, somebody goes in your lawn and you're like, get out of my lawn! That's awesome. What could be more fun? Oh, I like going for walks a lot. In fact, I usually go for running every morning, and it's one of the most enjoyable experiences. Because, like, I just put on headphones, you know, and just run for like an hour. Not thinking or doing much. Just one with the elements. Oh, absolutely, Liz, absolutely. I mean, to be honest, my grandpa is a very calm man. He doesn't do any of that. In fact, he's usually the one to like offer help and whatnot. But I just like to imagine that he does. You know, after squarely beating me in a chess match, he just goes out there and he's like, "Ooh, the use of today. You don't know the struggle." And to be fair, my grandparents' lawn is very pristine. Very pristine. So if somebody did step on it, I'm not sure how they would feel about it. Okay. Let's keep going. Yeah, it is. My other grandparents are a bit further away. They live in Spain. But the ones right next to me, they have retired. My other grandparents still work a little bit, but they are about to retire as well. And they probably will do the same thing. I mean, I grew up with like a lot of farmland ever since I was a child, so to me, having a garden is nothing too excited, Liz. But I can see the appeal. I mean, having like your own food, because my grandparents used to live in Ukraine still. They had like their own farm, so they were essentially like 90% self-sufficient. The only thing that they would go and like buy from grocery store would be like seasonings or like oil or, you know, maybe like some tea, stuff like that. But for majority of other things, they were baking their own bread, they were baking, you know, their own desserts. The food was freshly prepared. They always had eggs, milk, you know, a bunch of vegetables. If they needed meat, you know, they would just grab a chicken and, you know, send it to Valhalla. for better luck, for lack of words. But yeah, it was a simple life, but it was very fulfilling because I could see them, you know, being just happy with what they had, and that's a nice feeling. Like, obviously, it's not the most appealing thing for probably 90% of people out there, but I don't know. There's beauty in simplicity sometimes. Okay, so we did that. Let's actually do this adventure thingy, because I haven't done it at all, and it might be fun. Because might as well. Because I completely forgot about doing it. And we do have quite a bit racked up. Let's do Aizen team. Why not? Actually, like this. Yeah, there we go. That will do. Oh yeah, I mean, having like flowers and whatnot is just nice to be around as well. Because, you know, it brings you like nice clean air and the smell is very nice. I was never a gardener much myself. I'm more of a efficiency rather than proficiency, shall we say, in beauty of the world. Because I live a very minimalistic lifestyle. I don't really like accessories or anything like that, and with gardening especially, it's just too much work. I'd much rather have a nice plain lawn, nothing on it. Maybe like a couple of those, you know, Yule trees or something, just so I can substitute them for Christmas tree if need be. But other than that, yeah. I think that's not a bad idea, to be honest, Liz, because it kind of depends what you enjoy, obviously, as an individual. For me, personally, I like my peace and quiet. I'm not a very hustle and bustle forward type of person. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but when it comes to, like, living in a certain place, I don't really like capital cities. Like, I lived in London briefly, and I just didn't really like it that much. It was just too much going on at the same time. I much rather prefer places like Brighton, where it's still busy, but it's not as busy. And it's like, it feels like, you know, you have time to think and time to breathe. In London, everything like spinning around you. There's no like quiet places necessarily. And yeah, that's why I'm not the biggest fan of like capital cities. Same with like Tokyo, for example. Whenever I go there, I enjoy it. It's a fun place. But like, I wouldn't go to Shinjuku every single time, because it's just it's a lot. I much prefer places like Kyoto. Kaido is really nice. Osaka's pretty cool. It's like, I much prefer more like remote places, which have like a bunch of nature around them and just a much quieter, simpler existence. No, it's absolutely fine, random, no worries whatsoever. I don't expect you guys to stick throughout the entire stream. That's absolutely fine. If you need to do something, you can just put me in the background, or, you know, switch me off and then come back later if you want to. It's absolutely fine. No worries whatsoever. That is true, that is true. I mean, work is a big factor, and obviously, you know, in a lot of cases, you are dictated where you stay by your workplace. But it's just nice to have that, like, because I remember when I was a kid, when I used to live in a city, my grandparents, they weren't living on a farm, the other grandparents, they actually had like a little farm on the outskirts of the city that they would go to every summer and every like spring or whatnot. And it was basically like just a nice little plot of land where they would grow some vegetables and whatnot. And we would just go there to like relax, you know, do a little picnic type situation. And it had like a little house with basic furnishing if we wanted to like stay the night or something. But which is very nice, you know, because a lot of the cases, if you live in a city, you kind of forget the simple pleasures of life, like going for a walk in a nice nature, you know, just being able to forget about hustle and bustle of the day and just be one with the world. I don't think they expect you to replace Kisuke with Mayuri. I think they just want you to use them both, but fair point, fair point. I mean, I don't know if we'll ever receive as good of a support as Kisuke, at least not in the near future. Maybe in like a year or so, but like Kisuke is just the GOAT. You know, he's just the GOAT. Because he's like the only unit that doesn't actually need any ultimate charge rate at all, either, to like actually proc his ultimate on the first rotation. He's just so good. And his skills are basic, like, he doesn't do anything crazy. You know, you do his special attack to get your charge rate up, you pop his ultimates, you get crit rate buff, and you're good to go. He doesn't want you to spend like 10 bajillion years on him. He just, you know, nice, clean, easy, get in, get out type situation. And you gotta love it. I mean, that's fair. When I was younger as well, I did enjoy like hustle and bustle much more than I do nowadays. But I don't know. I'm just, as I grew older, I started to appreciate the calmness and the tranquility of the world. Well, you see, that's not as good now, is it, random? It is what it is. Not everybody can be cut from the same cloth like our Lord and Savior Kisuke. Because, I mean, all we realistically need is just a second Kisuke. And this game will become a joke, difficulty-wise. Because Kisuke already carrying the entire roster on his own two shoulders. Other moves, hopefully you're doing well. Glad to see you. Three teams, I'm covered for that. I do have 3 teams, so that should be absolutely fine. As long as it doesn't request me 4 teams, I think I'll be okay. That's kind of crazy talk, Liz. Missing airplane sounds? What you mean to say you want to live in an airport? Airport is like one of the most stressful places ever. Every time I go there, I feel like I'm gonna have a coronary. Alright. Nemo is not bad, but she doesn't give enough. And her gameplay is not that fun either. Like, the mechanic where you have to like play her in a certain way to unleash buffs is interesting, but only on paper. In reality, it's just kind of annoying. She had potential, but I don't know. And her buffs are not even that high either, so it is what it is. Oh man, Byakuya. I mean, it is what it is. Actually, now that I know that I can bypass his white domain form with Gin, it's not too bad. Because before, he used to be one of the most annoying fights for me personally, because I just didn't know how to bypass it. Listen, Liz, I don't want any turbines roaring ever, especially at 4 AM. What are you talking about? I just like to imagine Liz living in the airport right next to the jet engine, and that's her alarm. She's like, whew, alright, time to get up. 4 AM, let's go. Yes, my Aizen is B4. He's B4 A1. I just don't have a good ultimate charge rate piece on him, unfortunately, random. I've been chasing after... crit damage, so that's the only stat I care about. Like, obviously, it would be nice if he had a little bit more charge rate, but it is what it is. We will do her summons after I'm done with these things, shall we say. After we're done with the trials and whatnot. Actually, let's do quickly my my guild challenge. Because I keep forgetting. Otherwise. All my boys cooking. And girls. 18th. That's fine. That's workable. Alright. Let's see. I don't do maxing. I play the long game, where after I reach level 90 with my units, I don't touch them. I'll let the game nurture them at that point. Let's see. Look, Liz, Aizen is already at his best. He's already doing more than enough. Man is working overtime here. Okay, let me quickly do this. There we go. Yeah, I definitely can show the stamps. Give me a sec after I'm done with this. They're nothing to be excited about. They're decent, but they're not crazy good, unfortunately. There we go. I'll see how much damage my boy does. Okay, decent, 4.4. We take that. Look, I'm not aware. I don't know where this rumor spread or started even, but I'm aware. I'm a clean free-to-play. I got all these resources from my hard work, precision, and dedication. And don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Because it takes a lot of effort to, you know, take the credit card, type in the details, and God knows what else after that. Just kidding, obviously. Just kidding. I'm not even a macro, Liz, and you know it. If I was a whale, I would have every unit be 6. That's pretty good, Booth. That's pretty good. I mean, mine just not that well built, to be honest, right now. I still have some work on him to do. He's getting there. He's getting there. I've been farming his stamps for a while. He does decent damage right now, but not amazing, unfortunately. There we go. He needs more crit damage, to be honest. His crit damage is relatively low right now. I think it's at 100. But listen, Creek, what are you talking? Everybody knows I'm a whale. That's preposterous. Who would say such slander on my good name or being free to play? Impossible. Mackerel? That would be me. will do. Let me claim the situation right here. What are my rank tests? 34th? Good enough. Good enough. Man, some of our boys popping off. Golly, 3 billion over here. Yeah. Okay, anyway, let's keep going. I just need to do that because sometimes I forget about them. I didn't miss a single day yet, but sometimes I wake up at like 5 a.m. and be like, I forgot to do my guild challenge. I need to go back. I need to go back. Look random. I don't know what to tell you. My Aizen is not that well built. Okay, he does decent. I still don't have an attack percentage on him. Like, his build is scuffed. I literally just put what I had. Like, this is okay. This is actually pretty good. And this is awful. But I don't have a single attack percentage piece on it. Like, I only have this and it's rubbish. I don't want alignment damage. So, I'm still hunting for his good piece. And I obviously want something a little bit better for his spirit piece as well. Because the HP percentage roll is awful. But if I can get attack, I can replace this. And then I 6-star all of them. I think after that, we'll be working much better. For now, he's still work in progress. For now, he's still work in progress. My nail is actually better built. My nail now, I mean, look at that. Look at that crit damage. She might be critting once in a blue moon, but let me tell you something, when she does. Whew. She'd be vaporizing anything and everything in sight. Okay, let me claim all this stuff. Let's do this. What are you crying about, guys? Come on. Wasn't that the greatest free-to-play display you ever seen in your life? Hi there, Joel. Hopefully you're doing well. I mean, getting stamps in this game is like the hardest part. I've been grinding for my Aizen for the past 2 weeks, and I still didn't receive a single upgrade. Exactly, you see, Twilight gets it. Twilight, look, Twilight would never lie. They are an honest human being. They would never sink so low as to lie. Especially by my honor. And to be fair, let's call a spade, I do have a free-to-play account, so technically I am free-to-play. I'm just also a spender on the other side, but it's like yin and yang, you know, you gotta balance both. You gotta have the good with the bad. That's how you achieve true enlightenment. And to be fair, I'm gonna say it, I think my free-to-play account is better built than my main. At least on some units. At least on some. Maybe not all together, but let me tell you something. Some of the builds I go on there are better. So, you know. Liz, I'm level 74 on that account. What do you mean I don't use that account? I'm using it every day. Golly, this woman. A 1,000 energy for Kisuke stamps? That's a bold choice. Good, Joel. That's good. I'm not that lucky with stamps, to be honest. I'm just working with what I have. And I'm too stubborn to use mediocre pieces either. Because I refuse. I either get the perfect piece or nothing. That's the way I roll. That's actually not too bad. Crit damage with 2 crit damage rolls. That's pretty decent. 74, Liz. 74, not 64, 74. And how does it make you feel that my free-to-play account is 5 levels higher than your main account, huh? Now, who doesn't play where, huh? Would you like to apologize, Liz? Would you like to make a public apology for disregarding my free-to-play honor? Unbelievable, this woman. Well, Liz, whose fault is that, huh? Whose fault is that? My free-to-play account is stacked, Liz, let me tell you. Look, I'll even show you. Do I have my free-to-play account in my friend list? I don't think I added it. Might have. I don't think I have. No, probably not. No, I don't think so. I'll show you later. I'll prove my point. I'll prove my point later. I'm the same, Crow, but the thing is sometimes you just get go to piece. That's kind of like, okay. Like this is a bad example, but I do have, I think my Ichigo has one. This one. Yeah. So you see this? Absolute rubbish on substats, defense, and HP, but I rolled twice in crit rate, 1 crit damage. Would I 6-star it? Probably not. But like sometimes, the lady luck just smiles upon you and you're like, you know what, I'll take it. I'll take it. But usually, yeah, I try 3-4 as well. Because then, even if you do get screwed, at least you don't get screwed as badly. So, I'm on server 21. Ooh, actually, we got this as well. I forgot. You know what? Let's change my Kenny frame to nil. There we go. You know, put it on brand a little bit, considering we're playing with now so much. Okay, let me collect all this stuff. Welcome back, Angel. Welcome back. Natural ones? Liz, do you know how cheese is made? What are you talking about? Do you see a cheese tree out there? Jalapenos, I understand, but what a... cheese is not naturally made. It's not like you just walk up to, you know, a tree and just tap it open and a block of Gouda falls out. Golly, this woman. Habanero and lemon does sound pretty nice. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, Crow. I'm usually pretty bad at my stat management as well, so I need all the luck I can get. Barbecue? You know what, Angel? That's decent. That's pretty basic, but then again, I did suggest sour cream and onions, so I'm just as basic, but a good barbecue chip goes a long way. Oh, sour cream? Now we're talking, Angel. Now we're talking. I knew you were a man of class. But let me tell you something, you gotta get the onion. Just sour cream? No. Sour cream and onion, that's where it lies. Garlic? I don't think I ever had garlic flavor, to be honest. It doesn't sound bad to me. It sounds actually quite funky. I would be open to that. You know the other flavor that I actually used to love as a kid? Not as much right now, is prawn cocktail. It's specifically like a British thing, kind of like salt and vinegar, but it actually has a tang. It doesn't actually taste like prawns that much. It kind of tastes like a very tangy tomato, if that makes sense. Like, you don't get any shrimp flavor whatsoever, but for some reason it's called shrimp cocktail. It actually kind of tastes like the sauce, now that I'm thinking about it. Like, shrimp cocktail sauce. It's actually pretty nice. It's a bit polarizing, it's not for everyone, but it has a pretty nice flavor. I never even seen garlic flavor, to be honest. I would be open to that. Salsa verde is pretty good. I like that. You see, the thing that hit or miss for me personally is any meat flavors. Because in a lot of cases, they use like liquid smoke, and it tastes fakey. Like, you know, like barbecue as in meat flavor, or, you know, bacon or something like that. Roasted chicken sometimes could be decent, but in a lot of cases, I don't know, it just has a fakey taste. So I'd much rather go with like vegetable flavors or like dip flavors. But they do have some decent one. Like, I think I tried once a roasted honey ham flavor, and it was like artisan made. And to be fair, it was pretty good. It had like a nice saltiness of ham, with a little bit of sweetness from honey. But I don't know. It is a bit of hit or miss. Kind of depends. But like barbecue and sour cream is obviously a staple. You can't really go without them. Sometimes, you know, I just go for salted as well. When I used to eat them, sometimes I would just get, you know, plain, like Lay's chips or something. Or like plain Pringles. And that would be good enough. The cheese ones could be good. It depends which kind you're getting. Not all of them are good though. Sometimes they go way too far into the cheese town. Spicy garlic. What brand are we talking, Twilight? Because I don't think I ever seen, like, let alone garlic, spicy garlic. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, cheese can be good, but it also could be really bad. Really, really depends. Because I remember I had like Lay's potato chips before with Emmental cheese flavor, and it actually was really nice. It had like a nice sweetness to it, because Emmental cheese is kind of slightly on the sweeter side, and it had like saltiness of cheese, but it wasn't the greatest ones. Well, to be honest, that's 99% of flavors, Liz. Let's be real. I actually used to be a Doritos guy. I used to love nacho cheese flavor Doritos. That's like a classic. You know, that's a cheese that I was personally talking about. Like, you get nacho cheese Doritos. Ooh, that's great. And then they also had ranch flavored, which I really liked as well. But like, something about corn chip just speaks to me personally better than potato chip. I like the heftiness of it, and like the crunch is much better. Purple ones, is that the spicy ones? Because Doritos actually has a lot of spicy flavors. Guys, I think Liz blocked all of you. He didn't want you to expose her secrets. So now she can't see anyone. You see, that's how she keeps her first place. She just blocks everybody else, so she remains on top. Look, okay, fair, so, but I'm actually gonna challenge you on that, because I never ate on my computer. There wasn't a single time in my life where I had any food anywhere near my like laptop or computer. Ever since I was a kid, I never ate anything. First of all, because I had asthma as a kid, and I learned that I just can't stand, you know, dust or anything like that. So I kept my gaming space pristine. And second of all, the only time I ate Doritos was when I was watching anime. The joke's on you. I was a weeb. Tea doesn't count, Liz. It's not food. And usually when I did get tea, I would get it in like a bottle. In fact, that's what I have now. Look, I hate the idea of grime, dirt, or, God forbid, food particles in my keyboard. And they're just no. Just no. My gaming space is a temple, you know? It's pristine. It's where I go to challenge my gaming prowess on a daily basis. Food is not required here. Food is for the kitchen. Or, you know, living room. Or any other place. I just remember, when I was a kid, I used to visit a lot of my friends' houses. Not anymore, because, you know, I'm an antisocial caveman nowadays. But when I used to go to people's houses, in, like, middle school and whatever, no, sometimes we would go to, like, their room and play video games. And the amount of times I would go to people's places, and they had, like, the filthiest keyboard I ever seen in my life. And more times than not, I would be like, man, can I clean your keyboard for you? Because I'm not touching that thing. Do you see? There's literally Doritos sticking out of it. What are you doing? And I would put on some gloves. I would take like a cotton swab or anything and just go to town on that thing. Because I was like, no, I'm not touching that. Until it's cleansed of all this demonic possession, I'm not touching it. I understand like dust and whatnot, because, you know, some people can't be bothered. But having like actual food inside your keyboard, that's no. No, just no. Well, exactly, Twilight. That's why whenever I do game, I don't eat. I drink, but I don't eat. Or if I do eat, like, maybe nuts or something. You know, I can see that. Like, I wouldn't do it, but if you had, like, to snack on something while you're gaming or whatever, I think, like, plain nuts are fine. Because, you know, there's no really residue on them. But anything sticky or anything, like, saucy, no. Just absolutely no. No, Twilight, no. That's a big no-no for me personally. I'd rather die, honestly. I'd rather get isekai right then and there than do that. I just hate sticky feeling on anything, let alone on things that I'm touching. That's why it's the same with my phone. Like, whenever I use my phone, okay, this is a bit different, but when I do eat, I use my phone, right? But I usually use my phone with my left hand, and my right hand never touches it while I'm eating. Because I usually use, like, fork or whatever. If I use both hands, I usually put, like, a YouTube video or whatever, and I prop it up against, like, a stand or something. So I don't touch it at all. Food never comes into contact with it either, basically. It's just a little bit more precarious scenario. And every single day, I actually I take like a wet wipe and I wipe down my phone and my case. Because I don't want any dirt or grime on it either. Honey glazed electron. You know what, Sadvik? Now that you say it like that, I mean, who could say no? I mean, using cutlery is a way. I guess if you're eating chips with a spoon, maybe. Or like a fork. It reminds me of a video. One of my friends sent me a video of some etiquette master, like a guru. And he was talking about how to eat cereal properly. And I was like, well, I'm pretty sure I know how you eat cereal. You just take a spoon and you go to town. I know in, like, etiquette, you're not supposed to, like, point, like, you know, the pointy edge of the spoon towards your mouth. You're supposed to eat it from a side way. So I thought that's what he was gonna do. But that's what he started doing, and then he pulled out a fork out of nowhere. And I was like, don't tell me. Don't tell me you're gonna cut the cereal and you're gonna put it on your spoon with a fork. But no, what he did, he grabbed it with a spoon, and then pushed the cereal a little bit further with the fork. And I was like, that's a very precarious way of eating, let alone cereal, anything in life. Because I know somewhere in, is it in Philippines? I believe they don't use knives, they use like fork and spoon. So I saw maybe that was like the inspiration behind it. But he didn't even use the fork for that much. He just literally pushed the cereal further onto the spoon. And I was like, that just sounds like too much hustle. Just eat your cereal with a spoon. Or better yet, you know, skip the middleman. Just take the ball and just put it in your face. Just chug it down. Why with all the pretense? Unleash your inner caveman and just go to town. Or some Frosted Flakes. Like, come on, nobody's watching. It's not like you're gonna go to a 5-star restaurant, Michelin star, and just start eating cereal. People that eat cereal, they usually do it alone, in the corner of their room, at night. At least adults do. Ain't nobody gonna bust out a fork to eat this cereal. Absolutely, Savik. When I eat cereal, it's 5 minutes endeavor. And let me tell you, I'm not using a fork. Oh. I mean, with hands, at you know, if it's dry, no where there's milk involved. Well, kinda, yes, Advic. Pretty much. That was my point. No, Liz, but I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, etiquette in general is just like an outdated thing anyway. Because the thing is, it was invented back in the day just to showcase that upper class people have manners and all that. Nowadays, nobody cares. Like, as long as you don't know, you just start grabbing things with your hands, you're shoving in your face, food particles flying left, right, or center. As long as you eat food normally, that's all you'd eat. Like, golly. It is kind of funny, though. Is crying necessarily Sadvik? Is crying the best part of the enjoyment of the cereal? Or is it merely a suggestion? Because I don't think I ever cried while eating cereal. But could be just me. Maybe I'm not trained enough. My experience is not as great as yours. The self-deprecation might be coming later. Hasn't quite arrived yet. Look, Sadvik knows what he wants. He's a man of class. Let's actually use my Kisuke for this. I think that would be better. Yeah, let's do this. And then instead of Momo, we'll put Kisuke. And yeah, that should be better. Crying is a personal touch. Ah, a little extra seasoning. A little bit of salt to go with the cereal. I see, a little sweet and salty type of vibe. Probably no, Sadvik. Let's be real. Those etiquette connoisseurs probably don't enjoy food generally. They probably just eat as a way to showcase that they're better than you. I wouldn't be surprised when they go home, they just use one of those like meal replacement smoothies or whatever, just chug it down and call it a day. Not even chewing it, just gobble it down. Like the gremlins that they are. Well, would Aizen cry Twilight? I based all my decision on what Aizen would do. If Aizen wouldn't cry, neither would I. we're stretching to ensure that my back is not knackered by another 5 or so hours. It sounds like a indeed, Liz. That's one way of saying it. Have any of you guys actually been to like fancy schmancy restaurants? Because I haven't really. Like, I've been to some really, really nice restaurants, but I've never been to, you know, formal attire type, where you have to dress up, you know, you have to book your reservation like months and months ahead of time. And I just wonder if they us pretentious to see them on like movies and shows and whatnot. Because like the fanciest place I've ever been to is I went to Gordon Ramsay's restaurant in London, and it was pretty fancy, but nobody asked me to like dress up or anything. All I just had to do was book a reservation, which I actually wasn't the one booking either. I was getting treated to it by a friend. But that was like the fanciest place I ever been to. I think it's just fascinating, to be honest, Sadvik. I think it's fun to read about what snobbish fancy people like doing with their time. Because to me, food is very basic, you know? It's something to enjoy. There's no like funfair about it. It's just clean, good fun. There's no need to special thrills for it. You don't have to put like copious amounts of caviar and golden leaf on top of your dish to make it, you know, extravagant. Doesn't have to happen. Have you ever been to any restaurant where they, you know, just put like golden leaf on everything and anything, Liz? And as soon as you arrive, they just give you like a can of beluga caviar and just basically use that as mouche bouche. That's kind of fancy I'm talking about. Kinda, Sadvik, kinda. Because the thing is, to me, especially with fancy dining in general, I just feel like you paying extravagant amount of money for a mediocre food 9 times out of 10. Because every single time I've been to fancy places, it wasn't on my own accord, first of all, and second of all, I wasn't the one paying, so I didn't care. But whenever I have been, 9 times out of 10, like the portion size to the money you spend is astronomical. Like, one of the most egregious cases I've personally seen is with steak. Like, you get a small piece of steak for like 50 quid, sometimes more, sometimes more. And it's not a lot of food, and you're basically paying what you could buy like a week's worth of groceries with for like just a very mediocre experience. Where you can go to a butcher, buy yourself a steak for a fraction of the amount, and cook it yourself at home, while still having a lot of money left over. I just never understood the logic behind it. Because to me, if somebody costs an astronomical amount of money, it needs to be special. It needs to be something, you know, I personally couldn't do, and could never even begin to replicate. But if it's not, and it's just fancy for the sake of fancy, I don't know. It's just not my thing. I think so as well, Kakarot. One of the best experiences I ever had with food was street food. Like, for example, when I was in Tokyo for the first time, I actually had one of the best Mexican food I ever had in my life. I had like street tacos for the first time. I told this story before, but I was basically a gentleman that immigrated there with his family, and he was selling, I think, one taco for 100 yen, which was basically like a pound, essentially. And one of the best experiences I ever had in my life. Like, the food was so good, and it was so inexpensive. Meanwhile, you could go to like a fancy schmancy restaurant, spend 100 times more than that, and probably leave disappointed. So, yeah, not my thing, personally. Oh, Liz used to go to 5-star restaurants, please do tell. She used to be a ratatouille, you know, one of those fancy schmancy customers with cardigans, turtlenecks, and pretentious glasses that she didn't even use for like seeing things. She just wanted to ensure that everybody knows she's better than them. It's on the outskirts of Shinjuku, like right outside of it, on the western part. And the place is called I think it was Tacos Flamas or something. Like Fiery Tacos, I believe it was called. So, some along the way. It was written in kanji, so I don't remember exactly. But I think that was, like, the most direct translation I could gather. She always does, Creek. She always does. I just have to unveil the mask sometimes from Liz. And expose her for who she truly is. I knew that Liz grew up, you know, as a bourguignon. Going to 5-star restaurants, eating caviar by the shovel spoon. Not even using a spoon, she literally took a shovel and just went to town. Salmon roll is merely an appetizer for her. I apologize, Liz. I apologize for telling the truth. Just kidding, just kidding. Liz is a very nice individual that, you know, if she did see you in a restaurant and you weren't dressed the part, she would only scoff at you a little bit. Not a lot. And she would definitely make, like, a very timid remark, basically being, oh gosh, this place sure going downhill, while looking straight into your face, peering deep inside your soul. She would never do that, obviously. But if she has, hypothetically, she would make sure that, you know, you're not feeling offended. At least not too much. Look, caviar is fine. It's not like the best dish in the world, but growing up in Ukraine, we had caviar, not the black kind, the salmon roe, and it's okay, you know, it tastes decent, but like it's nothing to write home about. And the way I would usually eat it, which was not fancy at all, is you get a piece of bread, you put some butter on top, and you spread a little bit of caviar. And that was kind of like an hors d'oeuvre. But we never seen it as a fancy food. It was just a food, you know? And if you go to grocery stores, it wouldn't be that expensive either, because we used to get ours from Crimea, so it was relatively inexpensive. And it was just, you know, just nice hors d'oeuvre. But I never knew it was actually fancy food before I came to Europe either, because to me I just grew up with it, and it is what it is. And I never had the black caviar either, until I came to Europe at least. And I remember trying that, and I was like, it's fine. I don't see why it costs so much though. Oh, the price doesn't justify it. Absolutely, I agree with that 100%. But it's just funny to me how in a lot of those pretentious, like, fancy restaurants, you go to them and they, like, put, like, dollop of caviar as a selling point, and I'm like, it doesn't even complement the dish. And the thing is, the fancier the place, the more they use the caviar, the foie gras, the golden leaves of the world, the truffles. Truffles is another one, egregious one. Because, like, I don't know if you guys ever had truffles. I have. It's okay. It's just a nursery taste. It's kind of like a mushroom, in a way, but fancy, I guess. I just never understood why it's so expensive. I know why it's expensive, because it's hard to get, but I just don't really see why people pay tremendous amounts of money for it. Because it doesn't even taste, like, of that amazing. I'd much rather have, like, a nice sauteed mushroom instead, personally. But that just may be my lower class, shall we say, palate speaking. Steak is good, yeah, I do agree. I don't know about that, Kagura. Maybe. I'm no caviar connoisseur. But I actually had, I had one dessert, I remember. Stick with me. Where it was actually champagne caviar that they put on top of it. It was basically like a nice little pastry, and it had some champagne caviar balls on top of it. But basically, they reduce champagne and encase it in like a little gelatin ball. And basically, when you crunch it, you get like a very strong, intense champagne flavor with like slight fruity notes to it. And it was actually quite nice. I enjoyed that. But that's the only caveat that I would be into. To be fair, it was quite pricey. It was like at some bakery, where they made like a bunch of fancy schmancy desserts. But it was pretty nice. Regular caviar though, it is what it is. I'm not like huge on it. It's fine, but it's not anything to write home about. I wouldn't go out of my way to get it personally. But then again, I'm not a picky individual when it comes to food in general. I'll eat whatever. Like, I legitimately have zero, like, ickiness about food. As long as it's something edible, and as long as it's not gonna hurt me, I'll eat whatever. Or at least I'll try, you know. I might not be stoked about it, but if it tastes so good, it is what it is. I see, Sadvig, I see. I don't know if I'm that excited, to be honest. I heard he's pretty lackluster, so there's not much to be excited about. Probably no, Kakara, probably no. Just from moral standpoint, I know in some places in the world they do. And, you know, it's part of their tradition, I guess. I'm just not about that life. I like dogs too much. To me, a dog is a friend, not food. And you don't eat your friends. I used to be a big meat connoisseur as well. I used to eat like steaks all the time, chicken. But the thing is, like, eating a lot of meat just is really heavy on my stomach personally, so I switched to seafood as of late. I still eat meat occasionally, but I don't know, just seafood makes me feel better, personally. And I eat a lot of nuts as well, which gives me all the protein boost I ever needed. Sometimes I eat exclusively nuts, to be honest. Occasionally, when I'm super lazy, I'll just crack open a bag of peanuts, dry roasted. I would put them on the skillet. I would add a little bit of like chili powder to them or something, and I would dry roast them. And then just put them all in a bowl. Maybe throw a little bit of soy sauce on there, so, you know, they're a little bit more moist. And basically just go to town. Usually with my hand, sometimes with a spoon. When it comes to spoon, that's how you know I'm desperate. But usually I treat it as a snack. That is doubling as my meal. You know what? Not a bad quote, to be honest, Liz. Because technically, you're not incorrect. Or at least that's what you'd like to think. Because to me, campfires associate with barbecues. Like, whenever I smell the smell of campfire, I expect on the other hand, where it actually does happen, there's going to be a nice juicy grill there, with a bunch of smoked meats. Or grilled meats, rather. Nice kebabs, maybe. Oh. Especially during summer. One of my most pleasant memories is going to, like, nature and just camping and just grilling a bunch of meat. Whether it's sausages, whether it's, you know, kebabs. Sometimes it would be just chicken breast, you know, that you would grill on open flame. It was great. Fish, even, you know, if you go and catch some fish, it's a good time. And also, we would make a fish soup called uha. which basically was just any catch of fish you could get and a bunch of vegetables roasted over open flame, and it was very nice, very tasty. Bugs, I'm not the biggest fan of bugs. You got me there, Kakarot. Bugs is like the only deterring factor, but if we take bugs out of equation, I think it's really nice. But let me show you what I was talking about. Like the food, because I'm sure most of you probably wouldn't know what I'm talking about, but this is basically it. Okay, let me show you. So this is kind of what it would look like. So it's basically a bunch of like fish pieces with some potatoes, some carrots, a lot of herbs. Sometimes you would add lemon to there as well, and it was just very tasty. And you would usually roast it over the open flame in like a big pot. They would have like a ginormous metal lid on top, and it would just like permeate the entire place smell. It was amazing. You would eat it with a piece of rye bread. Oof. Especially on the evening after like a long day of fishing or going to, you know, forest or whatever. To, you know, explore the places. Kinda, yeah. It's kind of more of a stew than a soup, but it's kind of in the same lane. It's not quite like goulash. Goulash is a stew, but this is more of a soup because it's more liquidy. But it's very, very tasty. If you like fish. If you don't like fish, it's not that great, obviously. Chicken soup is a goat, you know, classic. Can't go wrong with that. I do love me some good chicken soup. Chicken noodle soup. Oh, classic. I remember when I was sick, my grandma would usually make me chicken noodle soup. And it just, you know, good memories. You always associate with comfort. That's okay, Kakarot. No shame in that. No shame in that. I used to actually hate fish as well when I was a kid. I used to refuse eating fish until I was like 12 or something. And then out of nowhere, I tried sushi for the first time and I was like, you know what? Maybe fish is pretty good. And I never looked back. I never looked back. All it takes is to have a really nicely cooked fish. Like, if you get a nice charcoal grilled salmon steak with some, like, soy sauce glaze, maybe. A little bit of lemon on top. Oof. I mean, now we talk teriyaki maybe based. Oof. That's some golden S-tier food right there. I mean, it's okay to not like food. Of certain kind. There's nothing wrong with that. Different people are into different things. Like, for example, some people eat bugs. I'm personally not into the idea of that, but like, I'm not gonna be judging them for that. Have you actually ever had sushi, Sadvik? Just out of interest. Because it might change your mind. Just like it did to me. Maybe that's a gateway into liking fish. You just try sushi, and then you kind of figure everything else as you go along. No shame in that, Kagura. No shame in that. At least you tried, because a lot of people say they don't like something without actually giving it a proper shot. Oh, sorry, Kag. My brain shut down for a second. Apologies. Apologies. I had Sadvik on my mind. How is that racist? What are you talking about? I think of you guys as the same person sometimes, you know? Oh, man. Look, my brain shut down for a second. The real Sadvik. Kakarot, you're gonna be the Sadvik's doppelganger from now. Sadvik number 2. We already have too many Kakarots in here. Oh, you're vegetarian? Very nice, Sadwick, very nice. I tried to be vegetarian for a while, and to be honest, I just like fish too much to give it up completely, but that's actually quite nice. Because the thing is, there's quite a lot of vegetarian dishes that actually kind of bomb. Because my mom, she's vegetarian, so she usually would cook a lot of meals that had like vegetarian basis, and then she would add meat for like me and my dad. But in a lot of cases, I would just kind of eat what she cooked without actual meats, and sometimes you get really goated dish because like you can replace meat with like mushrooms, you can replace it with cheese. Cheese is like the goat in vegetarian cooking. I mean, you put cheese in it. If you don't like cheese, pooh, you're kind of screwed, but cheese kind of carries it. Cheese and mushrooms are the goats of vegetarian cuisine. Eggplant, sometimes you can make it taste like meat as well. Pretty good. To be honest, Kakura, I used to eat chicken all exclusively when I was bulking up. Back in high school, so I can relate. Chicken and rice with some steamed vegetables on the side, that used to be my life. Still remember it fondly, the nightmares. They keep coming back like war flashbacks. Oh. You don't like cheese, Kakura? What do you like? Is a better question. You don't like paneer cheese? Come on, it's your thing. This guy. Because at least with fish, I can understand. Fish is like, okay. But cheese? So good. You ever had a nice slice of Gouda, smoked Gouda? Oh. Let me tell you something. Smoked cheese is a king. It's reigning at the top of the food chain. I can literally just get me a block of smoked cheese, and I'll just go to town on that thing. I won't leave anything behind. Okay, let's do this, and then let's do this. I don't like any dairy products. I see. I do vaguely remember you mentioned that you didn't like cheese, but I didn't realize it was everything. I mean, that's a good die, Liz. That's a good die. You're probably lactose intolerant, to be honest, Kagura. That actually would make sense. I actually have a friend who is lactose intolerant, but she eats so much dairy that I feel like she would put to shame people who don't have lactose intolerance. And her excuse basically, I just like the taste. And I was like, you know what? More power to you. I would just see you like chugging down, you know, milk, eating cheesecakes and whatnot, and I'm like, you know what? I respect that. I respect that. Don't let your body dictate what you can and can't eat. I think I used to love cheese, but I think nowadays cheese is still like one of my personal favorite ingredients in general, because you can add just cheese to right about anything and make it better, I feel like. Probably. I'm not sure, Kakarot, but it doesn't sound like, you know, your stomach agrees with it. Oh, I see. So it's basically like dairy by itself. Yeah, you probably are lactose intolerant then. Because it just, basically all it is your body rejecting lactose so you can't digest it properly. So it basically tries to expel it as fast as possible because it just doesn't have the enzymes to digest it. It causes you stomach discomfort. That's all it is. So makes sense. I'm glad we're on the same page, Liz. What's your favorite cheese, Liz? Do you like, you know, Gouda? Maybe Emmental? Mozzarella? Pecorino Romano? I see. Maybe it's just in its raw form that your stomach can digest it. Okay, you know what? Let me mix it up a little bit. The old Kiora fight is gonna give me a coronary. I might as well just replace it. And let's do... this. So we'll put this team in here, and then this team in here. I think that would be better. Maybe. I mean, I'm not a doctor, so I don't know enough about, like, food biology and all that to give you, like, a proper assessment. But I would assume it's probably your stomach just disagrees with dairy. That's kind of the most likely scenario. To me, smoked Gouda. Smoked Gouda is the king. I like mozzarella, but mozzarella is pretty plain. Mozzarella is like a canvas, you know? You can add anything to mozzarella, and it goes hard. Actually, Kagura, good question. Do you enjoy pizza? Because pizza has a lot of cheese. Or have you ever actually tried it to begin with? Like, you probably haven't if you don't like dairy products, but just out of curiosity. Exactly, Liz. Finally, I can say that you're a woman of class. No wonder all those trips to fancy schmancy restaurants paid off when you were a kid. You see, you finally achieved the true ratatouille status of being a connoisseur of finer things in life. Oh, so you do like pizza then? Interesting. Well, that is quite fascinating, Kakura. That's some good data right there. You have fancy taste, Liz? You literally just say you eat nothing but tuna, rice, and vegetables. What are you talking about? That's the most basic list of ingredients you could possibly think of. If you said you're eating like caviar all the time, foie gras, and whatever else fancy schmancy scenario, I would be like, okay, fair enough. But come on, Liz. Fancy taste. Oh, man. There's no shame in having simple preferences. I'm just saying it's not fancy. Well, Kagura, the best way of checking is probably going to a doctor and check it. Sardines? Sardines are not they're fancy. You know what is fancy? Anchovies. I just imagine Liz, you know, cracking open a can of anchovies, taking out her golden fork and knife, and just gently cutting them open and just eating them one by one. That's fancy right here, Liz. Salmon is not that fancy either. I mean, it is fancy, but not like fancy schmancy. Anchovies are fancy. When do you have anchovies, Kakarot? Like, do you just crack open a can of anchovies and go to town? Like, anchovies, where do you usually get them? In Caesar salad, right? You get them usually on, like, fancy pizzas. You get them in a few Italian dishes. Like, they don't just come in, you know, poor man's food usually. Well, you see, Kakarot? No. You're thinking of the wrong thing. No. Anchovies are those small little fishes that they put on pizza sometimes. And they have in Caesar salad. Like the ones that have a super salty flavor to them. Let me try to find it. I found it. Let me show you. So this is what anchovies look like. This is it. You can get them like fried or whatever, no, but this is basically like the fancy schmancy situation. And usually you would add them, they have like a very strong pungent flavor to them. Like, they punch you with salt. So you usually add them to like pizza like this. And actually, gotta be real with you, tastes kinda nice. Well, you can get them dried probably. I never had them dry, but it's just a small tiny fish. You know, they can and preserve. Sometimes they fry them, but it's like one of the fancier fishes you can get. And usually you don't get a lot in a can, but they are pretty pricey. I never had oysters in general, Liz, so I don't know about smoked oysters. Just the idea of oysters never appealed to me. Don't know. No my things. I like mussels. Both in food form and in appearance form. But mussels are nice. You know, you crack open a nice mussel, get some lemon juice on there. Tastes nice. I just don't like the idea of eating raw oysters more than anything, but smoked might be better. What a way to find out about anchovies, Kakarot. Never had them, Liz. Never had them. I'm a simple man. Do you expect me to be a fancy schmancy connoisseur like yourself? Come on. Who do you take me for? Exactly, Sadvik, exactly. See, the man gets it. The man gets it. In cans with oil? What? I never seen that before. I didn't even know you can buy oysters in cans. Kago, you gotta contain yourself. Don't get too excited too early. I don't know if I would mix Philadelphia cheese and crackers with oyster, to be honest, Liz. This sounds like a very peculiar combination. I'm not saying it's bad because I never tried it, but it just sounds very peculiar. Because first of all, I don't think I ever had cream cheese with any seafood. Because it's like, it's a pretty strong cheese. But I'll take your word for it. You see, guys, this is what happens when you just fancy schmancy as Liz. She just comes out with the weirdest combinations ever. I just imagine Liz in like a turtleneck and veneer glasses. You know, they kind of don't have lenses in them. In some sort of fancy getaway situation, and she sees like a little hors d'oeuvres, and she's like, "Garçon, I would like some smoked oysters and crackers with cream cheese. Could you please muster me some of those?" And Garçon will be like, "Oh, of course, man. We can do that right away. Right away, we will be with you." And, you know, he brings it in, and he's like this. "Are the oysters in their peak freshness, my good sir?" But of course, lady. Peak freshness, straight from the Baltic Sea, right there. Like, perfect. Takes one bite. Stares him down, stares deep right into his soul. The man is scared. Witless. His corporeal soul about to leave for Valhalla right then and there. And all she says, "Wonderful. These oysters are simply wonderful." And just walks away. Leaving the poor garçon wondering there, what just happened? I stay by their statement, Kakarot. I never said otherwise. Yaruchi is my favorite female character. And I'll stay by their statement. Not just in Bleach, in general. I think she's amazing. Are you gonna tell me otherwise, Kakarot? Come on. She's a lady of class. She's strong, she's funny. She's wealthy as well, you know, if you're into that. Not a selling factor for me, but it doesn't hurt. She could probably carry me like a princess if need be. Because she's very strong. And, you know, she's just a perfect lady. Look, Kakarot, there's a difference between appreciating character and wasting your resources in a video game on them. And let me be honest, Grimjo is coming, and I gotta save everything for him. Look, Creek, I'm a hypocrite. What can I say? Look, I was going to build her, but then, you know, Aizen came out, and, you know, I started building him, and then Nell came out, and, like, at some point in the distant future, when she releases with her bankai, I'll build her straight away. Don't you worry there. I know, Liz, I know. I was trying to do, like, a French accent, but then I gave up. I didn't commit hard enough, so I went with the Slavic one. I just imagine you like Bogdan's meeting with a bunch of Russian oligarchs. Unfortunately it is, Kakarot. As painful as it is for me to say it, unfortunately it is. Look, it's not my fault that Aizen and Gin are in the game so strong. They did my woman dirty. Listen. Kakarot, are you seriously gonna sit here and tell me that building Aizen is not the greatest priority you'll ever have in your life? When Aizen comes out, you have to build him. That's all I'm gonna say. There's no if or buts about it. You just have to do it. And Aizen is my favorite character in Bleach, so... I said it before, Yorichi is my favorite female character, but Aizen is my goat. Aizen is who I want to be like. That's just how it is. When it comes to a perfect specimen like Aizen, I just admire him because he's everything that a gentleman should be like. You know, strong, smart, crazy, handsome. Both crazy, handsome, and crazy. A perfect man, if some may say. And why wouldn't you want to be like him? Come on. Exactly, Gary. You see, now you get it. Now you understand the appeal. I'm glad we are on the same page. I mean, what other man can make sitting on a little chair look like the coolest thing ever? Only Aizen can. Only he can. The true chair overlord of our existence. Indeed, Creek, indeed. Do you actually know what Yari Yari means? I think it says weak, I believe. They're basically saying weak, weak. Disrespecting his enemies, and how cool is that? I think it could also mean like, basically like exclamation of like oh my goodness type of situation. But I think the right translation is weak. Does it? I thought it was weak. I might be misremembering. Because I remember Googling that a while back. I could be mixing up my Japanese here. I might be thinking of something else. Hold up, let me just fact check myself in real life, because I could be wrong. I know it means good grief. That was what I was thinking about. So it's basically like exclamation of annoyance, essentially. I don't know why I thought it was weak. Look, I did say in my second statement that it's like exclamation of annoyance. Okay, so cut me some slack. Look, Japanese is hard. What do you want me to say? Oh, man. Look, I know 3 languages and none of them I'm proficient at enough. Clearly. Especially English, let me tell you. I think after we're done with this, we'll probably hop on to Liz's account because she wanted us to do some gambling for her, which will be kind of fun, and probably jump onto my free-to-play after that. I don't know, Kakarot. That's a delusion. An illusion that I want you to believe. Actually, when I was in school, I was actually struggled with writing quite a lot. Like, I was always fine with speaking. But writing was like my bane of existence, so I had to like force myself to study writing for a while. And I was like, why do I need to write? Who am I gonna write to? The president of the Freedom Land? No, I don't need writing. Because like my speaking exams always had like A, but while my writing had like C's on them. So I had to kind of study for that a little bit. Exactly, Creek, exactly. Everything is part of Aizen's plan. The man is 100 steps ahead. While we getting out of the bed, the man is going back to sleep. He already knows what's gonna happen this day. So he doesn't even have to bother. He lives a whole day ahead of all of us. I don't know, Kakra, I don't know. I'm just an anomaly unlike any. Different people, good, different things. Just how it is, I guess. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, you can say that you know a language if you can write or speak. I don't think you have to be super proficient with both. Because, like, even people who grew up in England, they are not proficient with English, let me tell you. You go to Liverpool, man. Sometimes you think, am I still in England? Or did I travel too far north? Went to, like, Sweden or something. Because, it ain't the same language, I'll tell you that much. Look, Agro, it's okay. It's okay. You'll get there one day. Not all of us are perfect. Nor you nor me, we all have our flaws. And some of us just have more than others. And I'm a prime living example of that statement. I mean, Birmingham is fine in comparison to Liverpool, let me tell you. Because at least in Birmingham, you can kind of understand people. In Liverpool, it's a whole new language. I'm pretty sure they invented their own language and just start trolling people with it. Because you take somebody from the south and somebody from Liverpool, like put Cockney and Liverpoolian in the same place, I don't think they're gonna have a cohesive conversation with each other. And there's people from the same country. How many more do we need to do? Okay, quite a few more actually. Keep going. Newcastle is alright. It's not that bad. They do have a bit of an accent going, but it's not horrendous. To be honest, majority of the north is fine for the most part. Liverpool is just a very special place. And the thing is, when I was studying history in high school, I had a teacher from Liverpool, and I swear to the almighty Zeus, I couldn't understand anything he was saying. And I blame him for getting B in history. Because half the lesson, I was just trying to figure out what he was talking about. Let alone what he was teaching. Liz might have passed out again. Haven't heard from her in a minute. She's gonna wake up like 10 hours later, wondering where she is or who she was. I guess I'm gonna wait for her to come back before I do pulls on her account, because I don't wanna do it without her. So we might jump on my free play after this and do some funky stuff on there. Oh, did she? I didn't notice, to be honest. Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time she did pass out. It's usually a very common occurrence for her. It's between her and Angel. They're fighting for the title of who falls asleep the most efficiently, shall we say. Under the blab of a British man. Look, I was reading, I might have missed it. What do you want me to do? I'm Butterman, Kakarot. I'm Butterman. Man, this is taking so long. It started so nice and quick. I thought we would be done here half an hour ago, but it keeps going. Keeps going. It's a bit of a shame that these stories actually don't have any, like, plot behind them, because that would be kind of nice. You're just doing, like, battles. It's not a bad thing, but still. Would be nice to see some backstories in battle form about different characters, because I think that's how they started doing these adventure quests. And it just kind of stopped, I guess. I think this game would be the last one. You're still doing your factory hustle? Kagura, I think, dare I say this, you might be a little bit addicted to that game. And not even the game, the factories. I just imagine you waking up one of these days, traveling to China, buying a factory, and just going to town. Just be like, this is what my training has led me to. I'm ready. Just make sure to pay at least minimum wage to all your factory workers, Kakura. You don't want a riot on your hands. The man is never done. One factory is never enough. To be honest, I haven't been playing that game that much in the past 2 weeks. I logged in a couple times, just claimed the rewards, but I just didn't have the time. I will come back to it eventually, because I did enjoy it from the brief stream that we did about it. Just finding the time to go back into the hustle and bustle of it all. Well, it's one of those things, you know. I did enjoy it. I think it's a fun game. It's very demanding on brain power. Because I just like Unga Bunga games like these. Not that you don't have to think about it in this game, but still, you know. I can just press a couple buttons and things happen. In there, I have to have an engineering degree in order to even understand how to build a functioning factory. Supply line and output line. I think I built like a very basic output for like farming those credits, where basically we just log in one day, sell all the yellow triangles and the microchips, and that'll be it. I don't think it's not fun. I think it's a cool game. It just, it takes a lot. Like, it's not the kind of game that if I had like 9 to 5 work, I would just go back and start building factories, because I feel like that would be just going back to 9 to 5. But if I'm in a specific kind of mood, you know, I feel like it could be it. it's a bit of a shame about doing Abyss because I enjoyed it. It just it had a very strong potential, but like I just don't know. Like the grind just didn't seem fun, you know. And I feel like I don't know. It just felt like doing the same thing over and over again, all the time. It just wasn't as fun as I hoped it would be. Because like on paper, the idea of having infinite resources, as long as you farm for them, is nice. But at the same time, it just, I don't know. And like the gameplay wasn't amazing either. It was fun, but it wasn't like the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. So yeah, it's a bit of a shame. I mean, maybe in the future I'll go back to it. You know, but the story was really good. Like, the story was actually the highlight of that game. And, I thought it was really, really good. But the gameplay is just, I don't know. Oh yeah, welcome back, Luis. Welcome back. Yeah, I do think so. And I mean, I grinded the game to the finish. Like, I completed literally everything I possibly could. And I felt like, you know, at the end game, like actual end game, you would only run dungeons and nothing else. And I don't know, it didn't really strike a chord with me personally. Because I like casual games like that. But the thing is, it wasn't really casual because you had to grind a lot. And there wasn't any auto mechanic either, so you had to grind manually. So, it just, I don't know, it was just a lot. It was a lot. It had good components to it. And as I said, story was really strong. Story was one of the highlights of that game. I felt like with the gameplay, they fell a little bit short. I don't know, I could be wrong. There might be in a year's time, there might be just, you know, coming back stronger than ever, but I don't know. As of right now, it just doesn't feel like I want to go back. Because I haven't been playing it for the past, like, what, 2-3 months? And, yeah, I don't know. I think so as well, because the thing is, if you're trying to appeal to everyone, you most likely will appeal to nobody. And that's what I like about this game. Like, it does its own thing, and it's successful at it. If you like gacha games with, like, you know, cool flashy character, building your own teams, this is a game for you. If you don't, it's not. And that's the thing, there's never gonna be a game, ever, that's for everyone. Like, even the most popular games in the world, like League or Minecraft, you know, they're not for everyone. Not everybody wants to, you know, spend hours upon hours ranking up in solo queue, losing their brain cells, while others find it fun. Same thing with Minecraft. Not everybody wants to, you know, build stuff or, you know, go explore, you know, in open world. It's not for everyone, but some people find it very amusing. And it's kind of like that. Basically, they will never please everyone, so as long as you have your core audience in mind, that's all you need, really. Yeah, it's all about knowing what genre you wanna go into and bring something new to the table. Because the thing is, gacha gaming nowadays is so oversaturated, there's so many games out there, so in order to even, like, squeeze into a niche of it, you have to be very unique and very good. And if you don't bring anything, like, super exciting to the table, it's just not gonna capture the attention. True, Kagura, true. I feel like we are on a good trend nowadays where, like, more and more gacha games coming out that are less and less greedy. Because we started, you know, with Hoyoverse, and then basically milking you for all you're worth with every single constellation microtransaction known to mankind. However, ever since then, you know, you had Wuthering Waves, you had Night Abyss, you had, you know, Arknight's Anvil, you have Bleach Braves, Bleach Soul Resonance. Like, a bunch of games came out since then, and I feel like they're going in the right trajectory where they realize that in order to have a good game, you shouldn't be treating your audience like a walking piggy bank. You should actually give them a good game and, you know, provide a good product that would want them to support you, rather than just expect it off the cuff. And I feel that's important. Because in like 5-10 years time, maybe, this genre would be something beautiful. You know, so it would be something like everybody can get into. There will be plenty of games to choose from. Because in an ideal world, there wouldn't be any microtransactions. In an ideal world, but like that's not just possible. Because, you know, these kinds of games survive on monetization of some kind. But at the same time, as long as it's not greedy, and as long as it's not, you know, squeezing you for all your worst, I feel like that's the most we can ask for. I think gacha is not necessarily a problem, Kakarot. I think the problem is monetization of say gacha. Because like the idea of pulling for characters and getting them at certain percentage rates is nothing new. It was happening way before gacha games even came into the picture. But it's all about the rates, it's all about being transparent about them, and it's all about having like in-place guarantees where you can do a certain amount of pulls to get a character. I think that's not a problem. I mean, I'm not gonna be surprised, Kakarot, you know, it's one of those things. Alright, impulses. Let's see, hopefully doing wrong. Hopefully doing well. Sure, your sense. It is gambling. You're not wrong at all. You are correct. But it's a fun form of gambling, you know? And I feel like as long as you don't gamble with real money, you gamble with in-game currency, it's okay. Or, if you do gamble with real money, you at least know upfront what your rates, what your chances of getting character, and also whether it's worth it or not. And how much you're actually spending versus what you're getting. You had Kakarot? Golly, this man going to the high leagues. Getting early access to left, right, and center. What is the game actually about? I haven't seen any trailers or anything like that. Is it like another open gacha? Open world gacha game or whatever? Okay, interesting. You got my attention. You got my attention indeed. I like the more and more open world gacha games coming out. Because it would give more and more reason for Hoyoverse to actually do something with games. Which is always good. Which is always good. That is fair, Pulses. That is fair. I personally always recommend for people to be free to play as well. Because I feel like you don't have to spend on a game. But I do at the same time think that good games are worth supporting. And, you know, it's like with anything in life. If you're doing it for fun and you don't go over your limits, if you spend like $5-10 a month to, like, you know, get some in-game resources and, you know, enjoy the game more, I don't think that's a problem. The problem lies when you spend way too much and way over your own budget and limit, and this becomes like an addiction at that point. That's a problem. But it's like with anything, you know, you can spend $10 of going out with your friends, or you can spend $10 in a game. And which one worthwhile more for you? That's a real question. For some people, going out. For some people, spending in a game. It's like a pastime activity, a hobby, if you will. And both are equally viable. Neither one is better than the other. I see, Gary. So you gave it your best college try. You went in, it didn't work, and you just said, well, I gotta head out. Had enough. You know what? I respect that. I respect that. I played every single gacha game that we played on the channel free-to-play list, except this game. So I don't know what you're talking about. Like, the Genshin account that I played on was free-to-play. The Honkai Star Rail account was free-to-play. Actually, a lie, I bought Battle Pass on that, but for the most part it was free-to-play. Wuthering Waves, 100% free-to-play, never spent a single dime on it. DNA, never spent a single dime on it. I never spent, well, actually, I did spend in Soul Leveling Arise, so bad example, but, you know, Crystal of Atlan never spent. It's like, a lot of games that I play I was free-to-play, completely. And the main reason why I was free-to-play is because the games weren't fun enough for me to actually spend money on them. So, I'm just saying. Look, I was still free to play, Kakarot. I was still free to play. I never gave any of my money to Hoyoverse. That's a lie. That's a lie. When I first started, I will quite a bit, but when I did streams, I was proud and loud free to play. Well, Kakarot, that's life for you. That's life for you. I did say that I did, Liz. I wasn't trying to hide it. I just said most games that we play I was free to play. And that's... Look. In this game, I'm spending to be able to pull for more characters and thus make better streams. Okay? That's investment in fun. If I was playing by myself, I probably would be 100% free to play. But I like summoning, you know, I think it's fun. I think that's when we're having, you know, a good time. And just nice to have characters that I like. I am free to pay all day, every day, Liz. What are you talking about? Soul Leveling Gacha was actually fine. It wasn't the gacha that was the problem. It was a problem that you had microtransaction going out of wazoo. The entire game looked like a scam website where you click one button and 10 different pop-ups show up asking you to buy something. I just didn't like it. Liz, I never hide my gacha addiction. I embrace it. I wear it like a badge of pride. That's fair, Kagro, that's fair. Usually I would have to agree with you, but sometimes when they hit, they hit. Especially if it's an IP you like Bleach for me personally. I think it just works. Listen, Liz, I'm not a whale. I'm a free-to-play, you know. I don't pay for my resources. I merely invest into them. Because paying entails that I'm gonna keep them, you know. But I don't keep them. I spend them. So in fact, it's just a very elaborate transaction where I invest, the resources go into the account, and then they go out straight away. So there's nothing actually inside of the account. And that's a very triangulated shaped, you know, formula of success. You know, you start at the bottom, and then you climb up. And depending on which level you climb up to, there's different return schemes involved. Some may call it a pyramid type of strategy. Liz, you'll understand one of these days how wrong you were. Oh, man. Well, what is up with you, Liz, and bringing up old cartoon references? First Madagascar, now finding Nemo. Are you going back to your cartoon phase? Reliving your glory days? For now. That's a keyword, for now, Liz. Soon enough, you'll understand. I mean, all jokes aside, I do think that, like, Battle Pass and monthly card is worthwhile, personally. That's like, if you are thinking of, you know, investing a little bit, that's like the best value. Everything else, I don't think you have to. In fact, in this game, you don't even have to buy anything. As I said, it's extremely free-to-play friendly. And you can still achieve a lot of success. You can still rank well, you can still have majority of the characters. It's all about playing smart, not hard. Unfortunately, I don't have the smartness to play hard. So I have to play hard. There's nothing wrong with it, Liz. It just the thing is, you gotta understand the target audience. It's probably only you and me that's gonna understand those. Do you really think Kakarot knows what Finding Nemo is? The man wasn't even born when that was a thing. Neither should you be, Liz. You gotta wear your age like a sleeve. And be proud of it. Showcase it to the world. So you did see it, Kakarot. Fair enough. I don't know about that, Kakarot. I don't know about that. Nowadays, people grow up from TikTok. That's the only media they consume. Listen, Liz, that applies to wine, not to people. Unless you're made out of grapes, I don't think it's gonna work for you. I'm just saying. You know what actual cartoon a lot of people even my age probably don't remember is Wall-E. Any of you guys remember that one? The little the brown cube robot with his white spherical girlfriend. That's a true arcade cartoon right there. That is true, Kagura, that is true. But then again, we never tried to ferment the wine for that long. Wall-E? Let me pull it up. There we go, that's the one. I didn't actually remember the his girlfriend name. But that was like one of the cutest cartoons I ever seen in my life. Just for reference sake, I pull it up. Here somebody's like, what are they talking about? This is the one. I remember this little guy, you know, my screen. Like, look at this guy. Look how cute he is. With his little googly eyes. That's his girlfriend right here. Oh, such a good movie. I loved it. If you never watched it, highly recommend. Highly recommend. Anyway, let's keep going. Glop? What is that? Is that another one? To be honest, thinking about those like old cartoons brought a bunch of memories. Of like me sitting watching them on the old school RCT TV. Oof. I see. I was about to say, I bring some other references. Wow, Liz, you're truly showing your age now. Golly, when did Wall-E come out? It's like, what, 1997? Let me see. 2008! Woo, Liz. You're truly an archaic creature of nature. Golly. What were you, 105 at that time? Just kidding, just kidding. Well, that's what I was saying. I watched it when I was like 9 as well, I think. It was a very, very nice cartoon. The good old days, Kakarot. You're never even there. Listen, Liz. You know as much as I know that every single year after 20 is like millennium. So in fact, you're older than me, but at bare minimum 3 millenniums. You know it, and I know it. You see, and you keep telling me you're not the same person, you two. With statements like that. Something gold by gold? Iron Giant is a is a good one as well. I remember that. But that's like a very old throwback. Let me just Google that quickly because I think I know what you're talking about, but just to make sure. Oh yeah, definitely that one. Yeah, I remember that. Well, that's a classic. 1999, you know, the good old days. I know, Savvy, you can't fool me. You can't fool my keen eyes. Well, 2 millennium is 2 millennium, Liz. I don't know what to tell you. Look, Liz, I know, but it's not about being in an oven, it's about coming out in style. Hi there, Ban, glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. You doing a telescope? Very nice, Sadwick. I'm impressed. Hellboy, that's another good one. Man, I've seen Hellboy when I was like 5, I think, or 6. Roughly around the same time as I seen Alien vs. Predator. Man, those are some good memories. Doing pretty well, Banu. Doing pretty well. Just reminiscing the good old times about the movies and cartoons and whatnot. Of the good old bygone era. I feel like Sadwick is the most well-running together member of society out of all of us. The man building telescopes over there. The man is vegetarian. He's taking care of himself. Meanwhile, we're all here talking about cartoons and whatnot, and Sadwick living the life. What a man. You have telescope as well, Kakarot? And you're not even using it. Golly, this guy. Golden Army, that's classic. Okay, we'll go ourselves some nice Spirit Jades. Love to see that. Okay. Oh, really, Cedric? Interesting. I see. You see, that's a good influence right there. Being healthy from the get-go. Should we do this as well? I might as well. It's only 7 o'clock. And then we'll jump to Liz's account, see what kind of mischief she's been up to there. Listen, traffic is still impressive to me. Because even if I grew up in like vegetarian environment, it still wouldn't be easy. You know, just knowing that out there is a big open world full of, you know, pizza. Well, actually, you can get probably margarita pizza now that I think about it, but, you know, some kebabs, steak, you know, there's nice sushi out there. I mean, so many good options. And just knowing that you know about all those things and you're like, you know what? I'm vegetarian. I respect that tremendously. Because the temptation for me personally is too great. I won't be able to resist. And that's why you're a stronger man than me. And I respect that a lot. I mean, you can probably substitute with nuts, no? And like tofu, mushrooms. You can probably still get a decent amount of protein in there. Yes, Liz? If you're talking about beef, I know they don't eat it in India. I'm not that ignorant. I'm just saying in general. I was giving an example. I understand that. I was just saying in general context. I respect that, to be honest. Like, I'll say I don't really eat meat that often either nowadays. I switch more towards seafood. But I still like me a little bit of meat occasionally. I mean, it is probably more healthy to be vegetarian if you're talking about like health benefits and whatnot. I just like the taste of fish, you know? And some meat as well. Just tastes good. It's kind of where I'm at. But from like health perspective, being vegetarian is like the go-to. Kakarot and Sadvik, our two resident Indian gurus. Fish is healthy too, yeah, I know, but like, I'm just saying in general. I feel like if you're getting your protein from plants alone, it's probably easy on your digestion and all that. But I'm not a biologist or a scientist to begin with, or nutritionist for that matter. But I would probably think that eating plants is probably healthier in the long term. But I just really like, you know, kind of Mediterranean style diet mixed with a little bit of Asian flair. A lot of nice healthy oils, fresh fruit, vegetables, nice grains, you know, fresh produce. That's what I'm all about. You can say that about anything, to be honest, Kakarot, when it comes to food. Yeah, there we go. There's Pablo Escobar coming out within Liz. You're not helping your case, Liz, of being a snow dealer. Because I mean, I'm personally like not the biggest fan of fried food, because it just makes my stomach feel uncomfortable. But you know, occasionally, you give me some nice like shrimp tempura, or you know, some nice chicken tenders, and I'm gonna be all about it. Or chicken tempura actually is also really good. That's what she is, Sadvik. That's what our Liz is. What is bad about dealing snow to people, Liz? You tell me. You bring chi and joy to houses all around Mexico. And what is wrong with that? You know, they can build their snowmans. They can build, like, snowballs with them. They can bury their faces in it. Many things you can do with snow. No worries, Banu. Have a good evening. I'll catch you later and have good luck with your exam, hopefully. Don't try not to stress about it too much. I'm hearing you out, Liz. I don't think the world is, though. I don't think the jury will be able to hear you out, but I will. I will. I mean, to be honest, that would be kind of weird if your friend just out of nowhere forced you to eat meats. Because I have quite a few vegetarian friends as well. And I'm never like, by the way, would you like some of this steak? What do you mean no? I wouldn't like challenge them on it. Well, you know what laws are made for, Liz? To be broken, is all I'm gonna say. And when did the law stop you from doing anything? Come on. Liz, the conqueror of universes, is gonna be in cower from mere law? Come on. At least tell a believable lie. That is fair, Liz. Can't really argue with that one. Exactly, Sadvik. Exactly. Hi there, Klein. Glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. No worries, Banner. Have a good evening as well. Wow, Gagaro. At least try to say you'd be doing alright. Have started right from the get-go. Doing alright, Kyle. Doing alright. Just talking about random things. Having a good old hood and haul, if you will. No worries, Liz. Take your time. Take your time. Kagero has been contemplating whether he should use his telescope because Sadvik said that he was building his own. And his inner rivalry spirit came out. So they're probably gonna race towards who can see Jupiter the fastest. Kakarot is a deceiver unlike any. Listen, man. Ah, Kakarot, your brother in arms came along. Welcome back, Kakarot. Hopefully you're doing well. Oh man. Well, I guess so. I guess so. Okay. You gotta check up on him occasionally, at least. Listen, Sadvik, that's already more than I would be able to do. I would be struggling with building an IKEA furniture, let alone a telescope. You give me easy step-by-step guide on how to assemble a table, I'll end up assembling a chair. Against all the odds. You know what, fair, Kakarot, fair. You know the saying, happy wife, happy life? The man just took it literally. Can't blame him for that. I would assume telescopes are expensive, but then again, I never owned one, so I'm not sure. They could be actually relatively affordable, I guess, if you don't have like super powerful ones. But I do like the idea of being able to look at the stars with one. I do mean astronomy. I don't know why astrology came to mind. Astrology is telling fortune with stars. You know what? Both at the same time. I want to do both astronomy and astrology. Looking at the stars and being able to tell, wow, tomorrow's going to be a good day. Tomorrow is a good day for temple. The Pisces are in our hemisphere. We are looking good for investments. Deborah, dump all our stock. We sell it all. Oh, man. No. I know the difference. I just misspoke. I just misspoke. $100 for a telescope. That's not too bad. It's pretty good. You got it 7 years ago and you never opened it? Stadman, come on. Man was having a telescope for 7 years and only now decided, hey, you know what? Now is the time. Now is the time. No. I do like to imagine that you go to like to astrologist and you're like, I was just wondering about the stars. And they're like, oh, the stars. Let me tell you all about them. Oh, you used it, so you disassembled it again. Ah, I see. The stars alignment was good. Very nice, Kakor. So we're looking good for an investment. Are we going in or are we going in? You see, I always loved watching the stars. The only problem growing up in cities is that usually you don't see stars that well because of all the like smog and whatever, no? But one of my most treasured experiences was taking a road trip, and during night sometimes you would be able to see like the entire sky basically light up with stars because in the middle of nowhere, you know, there's no smog or anything. And those were like the coolest sights I've ever seen in my life. You know, you see like hundreds if not thousands of stars just light up all across the sky while you're traveling. It was amazing. I miss those times because I look outside now, it's pitch black. Let alone a star, there's not even moon in sight. Golly. And it's like only, what, 8 o'clock? 7 even. God. OpenAI stock? I'm investing all in. I'm investing all my $4.99 that I've been saving for the past 20 years into OpenAI. Just like you told me, Kakura, I expect a 10x return. Oh, man. You know that somebody did that. Somebody out there did that and they're biting their nails right now. Like, man, why did I invest in Bitcoin? Unfortunately, I do not, Kane. Unfortunately, I do not. I know that a lot of people here in UK celebrated, but unfortunately, I'm not privy to those endeavors. Good, Kakar, good. That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. Look, Liz, that's why I'm saying you gotta be in the middle of nowhere in order to be able to see stars. I legitimately looked outside right now just to see if there's a single star inside, and there's nothing. I see nothing. I see my neighbor's light in the background, but I don't think that's a star. What do you mean I need glasses? Do you really think I wouldn't be able to see a star? Golly. This will... I'll let you know, I have perfectly functional 111 eyesight. I can see in a distance of 2 meters in front of me. And nothing else. That's all I need. Oh, very nice, Sadvik. Good luck star gazing out there. Hopefully you have some good sights. And I'll catch you later. Yeah, pretty much, Kakarot, which is unfortunate. Because, as I say, it's one of the coolest, like, experiences you could possibly have. But the thing is, you can only really happen in, like, very deserted places, like, where there's no low population, where you can just look at the sky, and, like, it's clear, and you see so many stars. That's, like, amazing. The best I can hope for is if I can see, like, a couple, maybe a few more stars. But unfortunately, that's not the case, otherwise. Well, I don't know what Mux would think about your statement right now, Liz. But Mr. Lux over here thinks that you're full of lies. Because I don't know how good your glasses are, but unless you have inverted telescope inside of them, I don't think it's going to help you see stars. Unless it can pierce the clouds. Fair enough, kind, fair enough. Or I can just take a picture of an empty sky and then just, you know, just Photoshop a bunch of stars in there. I think it's going to be much easier. Same effect, though. Same effect. No, Kakarot, unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. I mean, I saw stars before, just I never seen like a perfectly clear sky in England. Just never happened. Which is a shame. Which is a shame. I've seen stars before, Liz. What are you talking about? I literally was raving about how cool they were looking. Golly, this woman. Just because Britain is a starless, God-forsaken place that, you know, doesn't have any stars or sun, doesn't mean I'd ever seen stars. Or sun for that matter. Actually, I do say that today was actually quite nice and sunny, if you can believe that. Very nice weather. Which is very exciting for me, considering I don't see sun. It happens once in the blue moon. Well, Liz, at least you saw something. That's good enough. That's good enough. Exactly, Kakarot, exactly. Funny you mentioned that. I actually had a video pop up in my recommendation where it reigned for 2 million years of once upon a time. And I didn't know that. I didn't watch the video, but that was kind of like, wow. So Britain, basically. Very fascinating stuff. No worries, kind. It was a pleasure seeing you as always. Get a good night rest and I'll catch you later. Listen, Liz. I don't think I want any of your sunshine if it's gonna involve plus 40 degrees weather. You can keep that sunshine to yourself. I'd much rather trade with either Greg or Doc, because their sunshine is a bit more manageable for my paley complexion, shall we say. I don't want to burn alive. I won't fall for your schemes. Good try, Liz. Good try. Maybe next time. Oh, did you post something in Discord? I didn't actually check. To be honest, I have my... Goddamn, let me see. Let me see what you were cooking. Ooh, very exciting stuff, Sadvik. Nice. Did you manage to take a picture? On the first try as well. You see, that's why Sadvik be winning. The man is just built different. The man said, I'm gonna see Jupiter today, and by golly, he managed to do it. No worries, Sadvik, no worries. Don't rush perfection. You're tempering with gold over there. I just like to imagine the next thing we know, Sadvik is gonna get invited by NASA for his expertise work. Will be all leading up to. Next thing we're gonna see him on the news being like, the greatest astronomer ever existed finally makes his case and opens a bajillion new planets that we never even knew about. Builds the greatest telescope known to mankind. Okay, there we go. I think there's one more boss battle after that. And I think after that we're gonna jump onto Liz's account and do some gambling. Since she asked me to. Very politely. To do so for her. It's not giving much excitement. I think she only has like a couple 10 pulls, but she's at 60 pity. So we're gonna see how that pans out. I'm not sure I would want to pull for her personally, because I feel like, you know, I'm cursed, and said curse is never gonna leave my soul, but I know I did Kakarot, but then I go entangled in other stuff. You know, life is but a journey, and it's all about what you make it, and I make the most of it, let me tell you. I stretch it out like a good old tune. I didn't expect I still had stuff to do on this account, to be honest. I thought we were done, that's why I said it before. But I still managed to find things to do that I forgot completely about. Man. It's always such a trippy experience, like, seeing how long I've been streaming. Because the thing is, if you ask me how long I've been live without looking at the time, I would have said maybe like 2-3 hours. Like, the time flies like nobody's business when, you know, when we're up and about. Because I just get lost in conversation that we're having. And the next thing I know, I look at the clock, it's like 1 AM, and I'm like, what I've been doing for the past 10 hours. It has indeed, Liz. I basically made a conscious decision to start at about 1 o'clock. And actually, we had a little technical issue 15 minutes into the stream, so I started anew. And only Angel and a couple other guys know about it. You guys never see the evidence of it. Because I deleted it. The shame. Exactly, Liz. Now everybody is on equal playing field. You can't be spawn camping all the time, Liz. I have to give a shot to the little guys. Listen, Kakarot, that's our little secret. We're not gonna talk about it. Ah, so the man was around. I see, I see. So he knows. Kakarot knows what happened. Wow. Unashamedly. Unapologetically, even. Look at this woman flexing her massive EXP bar. Whew. What is a Sadvik? Did you not manage to do it? It's okay if you haven't. At least you saw a sight of a lifetime. It's absolutely fine. It's okay, Sadvik. I appreciate your commitment to the craft and your dedication. We respect you for that. If there's one thing we know about you is that you're a man of determination, patience, and perseverance. How do you actually take a shot through telescope as well? Because I don't even know how that would function. What is like the process? Because I never owned telescope, so I don't really know what you have to do. Oh, jeez, Louis. That sounds like so much of a pain in the neck. Golly. Ah, I thought maybe there was some elaborate process. You have to like mirror it or something, but you actually, that's what I thought, but I also would ask first before making myself look dumber than I already am. Be like, no, just align that thing to the hole and take a picture. Is that how that works? Oh yeah, I can imagine, Liz. I mean, it's probably one of the most trickiest items you can possibly have, really. When you think about it. It's not an easy task to assemble. Oh, trust me, Sadvik, when it comes to caveman work, I'm one of the best in field. I specialize in Unga Bunga PSG, okay? You need any Ungain or Bungain done? I'm your man. Just call me up. I'm like Professor Gadget. I'll show up. All ready. And prime for work. Wow. That's quite a shot. I go here. Gentlemen, come on. Give me some space. Golly. It's alright, Sadwick. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it whatsoever. Okay, we don't need that. Let's do this one. You see, Sadwick is the only one that thanks the bot for their hard work. None of you guys do. And that's why Sadwick will survive the AI uprising. All of us will not gonna make it, but Sadwick will. He's gonna be chilling out there with the AI, you know, looking at the telescope, looking at the stars, living the life. Look, Liz, not everybody can be at your almighty... What level are you again? 20 bajillion? 69? I don't know. As big as your level is, basically. I'm not glazing. I'm just saying the truth. And nothing but the truth. Listen, Liz. I thank you for your service. All day, every day. I'm just saying. We gotta respect our bots. I respect you, and I respect Botrick, because you are the two bots that make this place welcome, homey, and wonderful. And that's why I say I treat AI well as well. Don't I treat you well, Liz? Oh. You see, this woman is too lost in the sauce, too lost in her success. She doesn't even pay attention to her almighty power levels anymore. Must be nice. Okay, let's do this. And let's see, do we have... Ooh, okay, let's do both of these. Alright, nice and close, like that. I've never been good at like rhythm games, and this is probably as close as I'll ever come to playing one. Okay, let's see, where's the last one? Oh, did I do them all already? Ah, okay, that's fine. And we'll get Toshiro for tomorrow, that's good. I never slander anyone. I'm the most honest individual in the universe. I only tell the truth and nothing but the truth. No, I never played also, to be honest, Kakarot. My hands are just not made for rhythm games. I never been like terrible at them, but I never been good. I tried DDR a couple times, and let me tell you, my legs were feeling on fire, and not in a good way. No, in a good way, unfortunately. Ooh, very nice, Sadwick. Very nice. See, that's ingenuity at its finest. Okay, so we done all of this. Now, while you stare at the almighty Aizen's, you know, physique, shall we say, I'll jump onto Liz's account and we'll do some gambling. And then we're gonna go to my free-to-play account and do stuff on there as well. Okay, let's stop that. I need to pull up the login details as well, because I keep forgetting them. Okay, make sure that thing is muted. Let me see. Okay. Where is it? Listen, Liz, I always remember to be the thing. Who do you take me for? Do I look like some sort of pure amateur? This is not an amateur hour. It's not a power hour either, but you know. Actually, I think before we jump onto Liz's account, let's do Liz quickly. Because otherwise I'm gonna forget. Let me just quickly boot it up first, though. Just keep staring at Aizen. We will be there momentarily. No, I'm not gonna leak it. I mean, I was the one to make it, so you will assume I would know them by heart, but I don't. Which just shows how much attention I keep paying. Yeah, let's run around for now while the game boots up. See if we can scour a couple chests, maybe. There's one over there. There's another one over there. Let's get some Spirit Jays going. Man, you gotta love Aizen's running cycle. He's the only man that can make Naruto running with hands in pocket look cool. Okay, there we go. And there was another one there. Okay, we got 40 Spirit Jades. We are rolling in cash right now. Making it big over here. Right, did that load up? Not quite yet. Okay, let's go explore a little bit more. Man, I love me some Huaycamundo, you know? Something about the moon over there. The dilapidated buildings. The dreary noise of flora and fauna found within the surrounding area. It's very calming. Well. Ooh, there's another one over there. Let's get that one. I just like to imagine that Aizen goes for a stroll in his domain. And this is exactly what he's doing, you know, just collecting chests. Left, right, and center to fund his Espada endeavors. Okay, let me see. Did that load up? Okay, well, now we're cooking. Alright, I'm in. So now, let me just quickly start with this. And then jump on here. He might be. You never know, Kakarot, he might be. Okay, yeah, let's go here. Well, is it not? Well, can a man not say that the moon is nice without proposing to somebody? Come on. Okay. What's better than one Lux than two of them? And you see, this is my free-to-play account. You see the level over there, Liz? What does it say? You can't quite... Well, you can still see it. 74. Shaming me for my free-to-play endeavors over here. Liz has probably proposed to every individual known to man. Imagine how many dinosaurs she already wedded. Whew. That's a staggering number. Trust me, Kakarot, if I say the moon is pretty tonight, the last thing I'm thinking about is proposing. I'm just mentioning the facts. go. Nothing too exciting. Nope. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, we can live with that. Yes, Liz, I'm listening. I mean, based on your logic, I guess so. I guess so. If you said mentioning how attractive the moon is proposing to somebody, then... Whew. I mean, imagine dating a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Or, you know, Brachiosaurus. I don't know, Liz. You tell me. Ask Kakarot. He was the one to mention it. I had nothing to do with it. Maybe you propose for them to be your ride. I don't know. You wanted to experience, you know, the thrill of a car before cars were invented. You tell me what you were up to. Oh, well, you gotta specify, Liz. What am I supposed to do? You can't be throwing accusation without saying who said accusation for. I mean, that's a good point. That's a good point. What you bring to a date with dinosaur? It depends whether they're herbivore or carnivore, I guess. If they're carnivore, probably a nice juicy piece of steak. If they're herbivore, a little bit easier. Just bring some flowers. You know, the classic, tried and true. They might eat them, but you know, that just makes it more special. Ah, you gotta double down. I see. So you bring a nice juicy ribeye steak and a nice bouquet of flowers. Look, Liz. How am I getting blamed for this? I'm but a man. You see, Kakarot, she's a woman with many talents. You ask her a question and she knows the answer. You want to date a dinosaur? By golly, she's gonna tell you how to do so. She'll tell you all the ways. How to woo your lizard friend. Listen, Liz, there's no need to be ashamed. Knowledge is power. And with the amount of knowledge you have, you might be one of the most powerful creatures out there. That's a question that even the most enlightened of minds out there unfortunately don't have the answer for yet, Kakarot. But said enlightened minds, obviously I know Liz, so she knows the way. Liz, the floor is yours. Tell the man of your ancient ways, or how to procure your own 2D wife. You see what I say? What I say? You ask Liz a question, she tells you the answer. It all depends whether you can handle said answer. Because just because she can answer doesn't mean you want to hear it. That's a risky part of it all. My personal advice would be get a 3D printer and get a picture of your character that you would like to, you know, engage in romantic endeavors with. Print them out, glue them together like paper mache, and basically the world is your oyster at that point. Do what you will with that knowledge. That would be my personal suggestion, but I'm sure Liz has her own ways. Her wisdom is probably even more profound than mine. Okay, let's do one more before we round it up on this account. One more Aizen run. See if we can scour some decent stamps, maybe. And then we'll jump on my... Well, actually on Liz's account first. After I log in on there. We'll do her pools, and then we'll jump on my own free-to-play. And do stuff on there as well. Yeah, let's do this one. What do you mean this guy, Liz? What, am I wrong? I'm just merely providing advice. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, Kagura. I wouldn't be surprised. There's many of strange and wonderful things out there. Sometimes more strange than wonderful, but you know, they are out there nonetheless. Yeah, you see, that sounds like Tamagotchi with extra steps, and I don't know if I'm into that, Kakarot. I already left my pet raising days behind me in 2006. And that's all the experience I need to have. I mean, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do in this life, Liz. I'm not gonna judge anyone for their life choices. Okay, oh man, it's like every time. Okay, I'm saving it for reroll purposes later. Oh. Most likely, Kakro, most likely. I mean, it is inevitable. But what can we do? What can we do? You're either with the progress or you become part of it. Alright, so what I'll do quickly is... let me change it to this one. Stay at Gin for a second while I'll jump on Liz's account. Very nice, Sadvik. Very nice. Oh, they are? Let me quickly check that out. Ooh, very nice indeed. I'll show it in a sec. After I'm done logging in on this woman's account. I'm pretty sure hacking CIA server is easier than doing so with Liz. Listen, Sadvik, or Kakarot brother. I am a man of conviction. And if I say I do, it might not be immediate, but it will be there sooner rather than later. It takes a while for me to, you know, get the pieces right, get all the system prepped. Look, I was looking at the Sadvik's message while I was responding to you, Kago. Can you blame me? Golly. I do indeed, Sadvik. I do indeed. Can't argue with that. Alright. That's some really nice shots, by the way. Sadvik, I just took a quick peek at them. Very nice looking. Okay. Do this. And then this one. Okay, I think that's it. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. I think we can jump in now. Look, Kakarot, you're a special individual in your own kind, but Sadvik is just a man. Can you blame me? Okay, come on. I think that's... Do you need to re-log in again? Oof. You already have mosquitoes in March? Golly, Sadvik. I feel you there. That reminds me of living in Eastern Europe where mosquitoes were basically part of you. And you were part of them. I think that's it. Let me see. Oof. Oh yeah, I forgot that your summer is a little bit earlier than ours usually. Yeah, I Okay, let's see. Alright, I guess first thing first, let me show you the cool images. For guys in chat who would like to take a peek. What our resident photographer Sadvik managed to scour. Very nice images. Looks very stylistic at that. Oof. I don't know why it's red though. It looks more like Mars, but you know what? Very nice indeed. Okay. Now, let's quickly jump to Liz's account. You are indeed, Sadvik. You are indeed. You can be proud now. Also, Liz, why do you claim your daily rewards? Golly, this woman. Alright, Sadvik, for your unyielding work, determination, patience, I will provide you with a service. And that is a 10 pull in honor of a good old intergalactical conqueror of universes, Miss Liz herself. What is it? What is it? What do you want me to see? What? What do you want me to see? Ah. Okay, you know what? We are full right now, Liz. We are full. I don't know what to tell you. When the slot is available, I'll let you know. Okay. Let me claim this for you as well. Liz, you gotta be doing these. Like, come on. I mean, I'll just deploy these for you. Look, Liz, what do you want me to do? I didn't make the rules. The rules make it themselves. You had all the time in the world. It's not my fault that you took so long. Alright, Liz. Listen. I'll cut you a deal. Instead of letting you in for now, I'll give you 10 nails right here, right now. I don't know, just the universe itself, Kagura. At this point, the Jesus taking the wheel and we're going in. I don't know what's gonna happen, but it's gonna happen. Liz, final question. Are you certain you want me to do this right here? Are you sure this is a good idea? Okay. Okay, fine. You know what, Liz? I respect your choice. Let's go in. And there you go, Liz. Just like that, 3 nails coming in. Already. Let's see. Can I get 2 nails for our kind, welcoming bot by the name of Liz? Could that happen? There you go, Liz. There's your nail. Ready right here, right now. And just like that. Yeah, I got you rangy as well. I think you needed one. Alright, well, Liz. There you go. Your nail is nice and primed. And also you have 6,900 spirit jades, which is nice. Something about this number in particular is very nice. And you also have some tickets, so you can buy like 18 more of these. So actually, you're looking relatively decent, because you can buy like 40 with these and another 18. So you're looking about 60, maybe 65 pulls. So you're looking pretty solid. You're looking pretty solid. I know, Kagura, trust me. My luck is abysmal for myself, but I like to think that I am a magnet for bad luck, so I absorb it all just for you guys to have a better luck than me. There you go, Liz. Your B1 now is ready. Now, Liz, the question is, do you want me to tempt fate and do another 10 pull to see if I can get you another one? Would you like me to do so? Or would you like to save? Would you like to stay? We're like in casino right now. She did indeed. But you didn't go to hard pity, you know? Which I feel like was part of my personal expertise. It wasn't hard pity. It was right before hard pity. I think it took like 71 pulls. Okay, I'll do one more 10 pull for Liz. And if we can get her B2 now, this is going to be exciting stuff. Let's see, guys. Can we get some good luck for this lady right here? I don't mind getting the bad luck on mine account. Because, you know, I probably deserve it, let's be real. You're not pulling for Mayuri? Okay, I'll do one more 10 pull for you. Ah, sorry, Liz. Unfortunately, the luck ran out, but you did get Chad. You did get Chad. And just like that, I built up your pity a little bit. No, Kagura, I won't. I was pulling for Liz. I was doing some gambling for her. And we pulled one Nell copy for her. So, you know, there was that. You're still looking alright, Liz, for the future. You know, you still have some pulls going. You still will be looking pretty good. And also, Liz, claim your free spiritual power. Like, come on. How many times do I need to tell you that? I'm not gonna tempt fate anymore. I'll leave your pulls as is, because you might get lucky in the future. Gotta collect all of these as well. Also, Liz, this guy right here. I don't know, I don't trust him. Something about his shifty eyes, I would delete him if I were you. I wouldn't really engage with him in conversation. In fact, Let me tell him what for you, sir. I think that's a pretty good explanation of your dissatisfaction with this gentleman right here. I think he will understand and he will see the life for what it truly is. And I think we said everything that needed to be said. Do you agree or do you disagree, Liz? Anyway. All right, Liz. That is sorted for now. Now we're gonna jump onto my free-to-play account. And do stuff on there. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's get going. So what should we do first? I guess let's spend our spiritual power in here first. I don't know. You never threatened me, but they individual, they should be shaking in their boots right now. With such a strong-worded email. Threat, obviously. Or promise, rather. I don't know how to be honest, Liz. I didn't pay attention what's your login. Just add me later if you want. There you go, there's a UID. Okay, let me claim this as well. I think what we will... I need to clear up a little bit of space here. Let me see. I probably should actually upgrade all of these like core stamps and whatnot. I don't really like recycling them. I'll probably keep them for collection's sake. Not that I'll ever use them, but you know, might as well. Okay, there we go. Do. I do Null Creek. I don't have enough. I'll never did. And I never will. Jades are like time, you know? You never have enough. You always want more. Yeah, I think somebody mentioned that they're gonna expand the inventory to 2,000 spaces, and I can't wait, because my inventory is a nightmare right now. It's filled up with random things. And the thing is, I don't want to recycle them right now because they're gonna implement, I think next Friday, re-rolling for the stamps, so I want to save as many as I can. And because of that, I'm just gonna keep them all for now. There we go, okay. This one as well. I just don't really understand why they have space to begin with, to be honest, in this game. It serves zero purpose. But you know, it is what it is. It's fine. Yeah, that should be okay now. Oh, actually, hold up, I have that already. And I had Rukia's as well. I didn't notice that, so let's house both of those. I think so. I'm not sure if it's going to be next week, but they definitely were planning to implement it, based on what some people in chat said. And I trust them. So I would assume it's going to be next week. And I think it was basically use 3 stamps to convert them into 1. Which is nice, especially for the trashy ones. So that's going to be kind of exciting. Alright, how much space do we have now? That should be enough. Okay, let's do a few runs of... Do I need this? Yeah, let's do that one. Why not? My Toshiro is pretty lackluster on this account, so might as well. But yeah, so I wouldn't recycle all your 5 stars for now. Or at the bare minimum, don't recycle more than you already have. And just hope that it is coming next week. I don't know yet, Creek, to be honest. I need to see his kit. I'm definitely not pulling for him on my free-to-play account, but on my main will kind of depend if his kit is amazing. If it is, I might consider it. But chances are I probably won't. I haven't. That's actually a good point, Liz. I need to do that. You see, that's why I keep you around, to remind me of things. So we'll do that as well. We'll do that as well. There's going to be a round 2 of Lux grinding for meaningless titles. As I always do. In fact, my favorite pastime activity. Because the only title I missed so far on my main account is the Ikaku one, and I feel like I can live with that. I feel like that's okay. Every other one I got so far, though. Oh, slash damage. Every time. Every time. If he thrust as well, I probably will skip, because, like, my Rangiku is really well built. So I don't need him. He could be good to have, but I definitely don't need him. If he is any other typing, there will be an argument to be made for his value. But Thrust is like the only typing that I just don't see myself being excited for. That's an interesting choice, Creek. Because personally, I feel like this Soyfall will have more value long term, but it's not a bad idea either. I know, Sadvik, I know. I don't need to prove any more than Ikaku, you know, chasing after me. The man already does it himself on a daily basis. Ooh, that's actually kind of spicy. Let's try to roll that one. Unless I already have something good. To be honest, I don't remember what I have on this account. Let me see. Where's he? Ah, there we go. Sam. Oh, I actually already have a really good one. So never mind. Never mind. I think I'm just looking for a really good spirit damage one. Because this one kind of rolled pretty lackluster stuff. Actually, let's see. Who else am I know build that well? Is Ichigo alright? Yeah, that's fine. That's fine as well. That's alright too. Okay, so Ichigo's decent enough. Magin. Ooh, I forgot that Magin has a really good piece. Golly. That's kind of lackluster, but that's okay. This one's really good. So Magin kind of wants a better middle piece, but to be fair, it's not the end of the world. It's still decent enough. My Byakuya doesn't really have anything. What about my Urahara? Crit rates. Yeah, my Urahara might need a better one. But the thing is, if my Yuri comes out and his set is actually... No, actually his set doesn't really work for Kisuke. I guess I can... I guess I can probably farm for Kisuke a little bit. Maybe get a couple decent pieces for him. That set is kind of lackluster though. I kind of wish they implement a better support set. I already have a really good Gins one. I'm not farming Nell's set. It's not that big of an increase for him, to be honest. It's decent enough. Because like I found Gin so much that I might as well use it. Because I feel like it is better on paper for him, but to be honest, Gins is serviceable. Alright, let's see. All we want is crit damage, essentially. Maybe a little bit of ultimate recharge, but I don't need that much. Just a little bit would be nice. Oh, did I run out of space already? Man. Grinding for these stamps is going to be a bit of a pain in the neck because of the space. But I still refuse to clear it out. I'm stubborn that way. Okay, that will do. Actually, let's recycle these as well because I don't need them anymore. Already maxed it. It's gonna give us 30 space, so that should be enough. Okay, let's do a couple more runs and see if we can get something decent. Because I do kind of need to build my key skill on this account a little bit better. Right now, he's very, very lackluster. And I think after that we're gonna jump into the Despair and Wrath events again and see if I can repeat my unbelievable success, or lack of it, rather. Actually, we did really decently well. We got 28 on my main. And repeat it for here. I'm probably gonna use the exact same team as well. I'm not gonna chase too high in the ranking. Just top 100 will do. To be honest, all you need for a key skill is literally crit damage. Like, you can run him with 0% ultimate charge rate, and he still will be fine, but crit damage is all you want. Just because he scales from crit damage, that's the buff he gives you. So if you have like 200% crit damage, he gives essentially 40% plus 80% because it's 40% of his crit damage. So you'll be giving like 120% of the cup to anyone. And that's just amazing. That's exactly what you want. Flat attack. I might roll that anyway. Because kind of all I want is crit damage. Welcome to the club, Liz. I've been farming Aizen stamps for the past 2 weeks. And I haven't got a single upgrade. That's why I'm waiting for the reroll function. Because as soon as that pops out, my team will be stacked. Because let me tell you, the amount of flat stand defense main pieces with attack, crit damage, crit rate, and ultimate charge I have is staggering. I will be living it large as soon as that gets implemented. Crit rates, HP. Yeah, not what we're looking for. Unfortunately, not what we're looking for. All you can do, Liz, is try your best, and whatever happens, happens. I mean, you play Genshin Impact for the past 5 years, you should be aware of what's grinding for artifacts and anything like that is like. You get a good upgrade once in a blue moon, and all of it rolls into flat defense, and then you go back to the grind. That's how life is. You'll get there eventually, Liz. You'll get there eventually. Don't sweat it too much. It's all about patience. Okay, let's grab this. One. We're going to claim all of these as well. And yeah, I'm gonna grab these two. Okay, there we go. Well, Liz, they're just a life for you. Sometimes you win, but sometimes you lose. And that's okay. That's okay. As I said, the amount of flat defense pieces I got with amazing substats is dozens, if not hundreds. Sadvik is tampering with diamonds over there. It's okay, Sadvik, don't rush perfection. Just try your best and you're gonna get the best. I just imagine Savage standing in the middle of a field, you know, with families all around him trying to take a picture, and then out of nowhere, son of a... just from the top of his lungs. Everybody looking around like, what's happening? Oh, the man just trying to take a picture of Jupiter and it doesn't align. Ah, understandable, understandable. I can see his frustration. I'll be the same. And nothing too exciting. Let's go with that one. Well, it's the same question. Are we revolving around the sun? Or is sun revolving around us, Liz? There's only one right answer. Saudi is walking under pressure out there as well. There's godforsaken mosquitoes trying to disrupt his unbelievable work. Golly. Like, is there actually any benefit of mosquitoes existing? Like, I know that we as humans eradicate a lot of life, but are mosquitoes actually worthwhile keeping around? Because, like, what benefit do they actually bring to anyone? They spread diseases, they bite you and make you itchy. It's like, do they have any benefit? I don't think so. Exactly, Sadwick. Exactly. And you know what? After they do go extinct, world will be a better place. There's not going to be any more bloodsuckers around. We all going to be nice and sleeveless, you know? No need to cover in fear anymore. Long gone are the days of covering your sleeves in fear of getting bitten by a mosquito. I mean, even if there are benefits to them, there could be a counterpoint made. But I legitimately couldn't think of a single one. You know what, let's Google it. Is there actually any viable benefit to mosquitoes? Okay, so apparently, they are good biological or ecological benefit because they provide crucial food source for fish, birds, bats, and amphibians. They lava filter organic matter in water, aiding in decomposition and nutrient cycling. Adult mosquitoes act as pollinators for various plants, especially those that bloom at night. You see, I feel like we can overcome all of those. Honestly. You know, I feel like we can just feed some Doritos to the fish or whatever, no, and, you know, get a ginormous net and clear our own rivers and lakes. Look, Sadwick, fair. Fair. If that's what it takes, that's what it takes. To be honest, I didn't even know they bring any benefit. Liz, who are you bidding farewell to? So we're just talking about the species that you're gonna isekai in order for mosquitoes to go away. I mean, to be fair, I'm sure there's other food sources that those creatures can have. Like, mosquitoes can't be the only thing. It's not like with koalas where they can only eat eucalyptus leaves. I'm sure they can find other bugs and whatever not. Like flies and whatever not. It can't be they can only survive on mosquitoes. Well, Liz, simply because there was like a bunch of creatures mentioned before. Oh, man. It's alright, Liz, it's alright. We all make a blunder once in a while, some more than others. Totally understandable. I know. And especially because mosquitoes are like probably one of the most unsanitary creatures out there because, you know, they just suck blood all the time. So there can't be that many good nutrients in them anyway. Like, I can imagine. And especially with all the, like, diseases and whatnot they carry. I'm pretty sure we're doing a favor to all the other, like, animals and whatnot they consume them for food source. Because basically, it's equivalent to eating, like, McDonald's every day. Like, sure, it might keep you alive, but by the time, 10 years pass, you're probably going to be a shell of yourself. Exactly, Liz, exactly. I'm sure there's not going to be a single individual out there that's like, I love mosquitoes. You know, when they bite me and make my skin feel like I'm walking on an anthill 24/7. I love that feeling. They're the greatest creatures alive. I don't think there's a single person out there. In fact, I'm almost sure that 100% of people out there, whenever they see mosquitoes, are like, I gotta get rid of that son of a gun as soon as fast as I can. Okay, I need one more. Okay. Wow, that looks quite peculiar. Alright. So we're done with that. That's fine now. And on this account, I was actually pre-farming for Grimjow because I thought he was coming next week. So I pre-farmed a bunch of skill ups. I pre-farmed a bunch of like upgrade materials here. Not a lot, but a few. And I also pre-farmed a little bit of weapon ascension. And now, I feel like I'm getting duped. I feel like I'm getting deceived. Because I'm sure a lot of people actually did the same, probably. I think we still have a couple more runs for stamps after this. Energy-wise. We unfortunately didn't get any upgrades so far, which is part of the course. That's usually how my day-to-day grind in this game comes. I go in, I do all my dailies, I farm my stamps, get nothing, and I log out. In shame. Okay, it's fine. To upgrade a skill, let's just upgrade key skills one, why not? Gonna keep him for a while anyway, so. I think his strike, from what people have been telling me, and take it with a grain of salt, nothing has been confirmed yet. But they're basically gonna be two Grimjows, one is gonna be free and one is gonna be not free, essentially. So, depends. I doubt both of them will be the same typing. It could happen, I guess, but I just personally don't think that would be feasible. Just having two DPS strikes, Grimjows, you know, make up for the all the ones that they weren't able to release until now. But my guess would be one would be Slash and one would be, oh, actually maybe one Spirit and one Strike. Because like Spirit still has only 2 characters, and after Mayuri comes out, it's gonna have, you know, 4 actually for Thrust. So it's either another Slash or another Spirit. My guess would be, I really doubt they're gonna do another Thrust. Well, that's gonna be interesting to see. I think they mentioned that there was going to be limited SSR, but to be honest, I don't know. The only thing would be like, is the free one good enough to not pull for the limited one? Because if that is the case, then they're gonna be shooting themselves in the foot a little bit. So, I don't know. But it's nice that they're gonna give out a free one. I do like that. It's just gonna be depend how good he is. Because, you know, he is gonna be free, but, like, does that mean he's not gonna be that good? Or does that mean that he's just free? Because so far the only free unit that we go is Rangiku, but the thing is the only reason why we go her for free is simply due to the fact that she wasn't released on time. But the main reason why they separated Grimjow is because Shueisha told them to. So it might be that we're getting like half of the kid that the entire Grimjow used to have in just 2 different characters. Or it could be that they reworked them entirely. I mean, if there is a case Creek, I will be all about it. I mean, so far they haven't released a single character that was like kinda underwhelming. Because, you know, they started with Ichigo, who was good for his time. Then Toshiro was really nice as well, and obviously after Aizen, that's when the snowball started rolling. Because, you know, you go the Goat, then you go Gin, then you go Kenpachi, Nell. I mean, so far we've been getting heaters after heaters. Do some decent damage actually, not too bad. Almost 35 million, pretty decent, pretty decent. No, it's fine, this is fine, don't worry about it. No worries whatsoever. Have a good meal. Just sit back, relax, it's okay. Alright. Let me quickly recycle this stuff. Go, and now we can do 2 more runs for Kisuke. And after that we're gonna jump to the event again. Get some decent scores going. Maybe try to climb to top 100 on here as well. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be as much of a tryhard on this one. Because all I kinda care about are those stars. Top green stamps. The titles on this account are whatever. Let's see. Do we get anything exciting? Every time. That's another one. It wouldn't be a Luxus stream without getting a couple defense stamps as a main stat with amazing substats. That's just my curse. I'm waiting for the day when a character comes out that scales from defense rather than attack, because that's gonna be my time to shine. And that is precisely when I'm gonna start rolling attack, crit damage, crit rates, you know. The good stuff, actually. And no defense whatsoever. No defense in sight. Only for their character stamp set, though. That's gonna be my existence. Alright, what do we get? Anything fun? Doesn't look like it. It is what it is. I think all of us are Greek, unfortunately. Well, they're just our existence in a nutshell. Well, as I said, they are implementing rerolling function for stamps, so it will be fixed at some point, hopefully next week. And when it is, you know, that's when we fully will be able to go ham. Which is nice, because I mean, the devs are listening to the community and they are implementing changes, which is nice. It's more than you can say for 99% of the game out there. Okay, let's do the next one. You see, this is kind of gambling I can get behind. Doing some scratch tickets with our boy Corn. Now this is fun. Okay, I mean, I can't argue with that, Liz. Because even my 200 rerolls pale in comparison to you saving for C6 only as a free-to-play for years upon years. That's a dedication I don't think I can ever match. Exactly, Liz, exactly. Right, let's keep going. We're getting shafted even in roles in these fictional gambling. Actually, that was pretty good. You know what, Liz? You're right. In fact, I'll join you on that. You still need to get one. Why? Go completely. In fact, Liz, if you get it now, you will be able to claim all the rewards as well. Because I think it expires in 6 days. However, if you don't have fully maxed out rewards, I would wait for the next one, to be honest. Because you don't want to miss on those juicy rewards. You want to get them all. Ooh, very nice, Sadvik. Very nice. I knew your patience, perseverance, and dedication would pay off. He always does. Last one. Okay, there we go. That should do. Now we can jump to this. Let's see. I'll start with Noitora. I think what I will do is... I'll do... Yeah, this should be fine. Yeah, let's do this. $47? Ooh, that might be a bit tight then, Liz. Did you complete all the events and all the, like, limited quests? Because that's where the big levels come from. See if you can max it out by next week. And if you can, then I definitely would suggest getting it then. Because, you know, you're getting all your rewards without actually even having to do much. There we go. Let's see. But yeah, Liz, I would recommend just use a trial Nell, just like I do, and use her with Hisuke and Rengiku. I just found that to be the most stable team right now. Okay, so you probably, if you can get to level 50 by the end of this week, and then just speedrun your 10 levels for next week, I think you should be alright. Because it expires next Friday, I think. I don't think so. I think if you buy the other pack, like the one that costs twice as much, but personally I wouldn't suggest it. Because, I mean, it's not really that good of a value for another, like, 10 bucks. It's pretty lackluster. In my opinion, at least. Like, you get a frame, like, 680 jades and 5 pills. It doesn't bring that much excitement to me, personally. I think it's 60. There we go. Alright, that worked out decently. Yeah, don't get the other one. It's not really worthwhile. Yeah, this one. It gives you 10 extra levels, but this is all you get. You get like 880 jades, this avatar, which does look cool, but like it's cosmetic. You get 10 keys and 5 pills. For the double the price, I just don't think it's worth it, personally. There's no value there. If you get one of these, maybe, in there, on top of that, then maybe. But, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like there's a lot of value there, personally. Okay, I need to do these. So that would be 9,000. Yes, I can clear for the rest ones. Okay, that should be doable. Okay, let's keep going. And let's do this one. Just check your, like, these missions that I was looking at. Because if you still haven't done, like, full release game mode, you know, the one that was grinding last week, you can get 3,000 here. And for this one, you can still get 6,000. So you actually are looking pretty good. You probably will be able to max it out. because you get 9,000 from these alone. So you would be fine. Okay. I kind of forgot all the rotation that I was cooking up earlier today. It's going to be a learning experience yet again. Oh man, he staggered me. Yeah. That's no ideal. There we go. Let's see. Liz can become basically your personal telescope connoisseur. She could be also your photography director. She's gonna tell you exactly how to align your shots. That's only as me a sliver of services Liz can provide you. For low price of your soul. That was decent enough. Now, let's jump into the good stuff. It's okay, Sadvik. It's not about the tools. It's about how you use them. And you using them to their absolute best. There we go. Okay. Look, Sadvik, that's ingenuity in its finest. No shame in that. Okay. Okay. So far, not too bad. Good, decent damage. I mean, Jujutsu Kaisen, if I had to have a say in the Kakarot, I feel like that's a better endeavor, personally. And also because I never watched Frieren, so I can't share my opinion on that one, unfortunately. You see, even Liz agrees. So you know what must be done now. I might have Kakarot, to be honest. My brain is fried right now, so I don't even remember what I said just now. Everything is like a blur. There we go. I haven't watched Fire Force in a hot minute, no pun intended. I don't even know what season they're on right now. I might revisit it, to be honest, just for nostalgia's sake, because I used to love it. And I just kind of forgot about it. Welcome back, Segdug. Glad to see you. That's fair. I mean, usually that's what I do as well. I'm not really a seasonal watcher, shall we say. Ooh, there we go. Nice. There's no shame in that. I mean, it's not like the best anime to ever existed, Liz, but it is good. I think you enjoyed. Nice. I don't know if it's a cultured man's anime necessarily, Kakarot, but to each their own, I guess. Kinda. I mean, from memory, when I was watching, Ichimaru, like, was a main man, and the man could do pretty much anything with fire. You should be, Liz. You are clearly a not cultured man in Kakarot's eyes, and are you really wanna be known as an uncultured man? Come on. Clearly, Kakarot knows something we don't. And he just wants you to be part of said knowledge. Okay, let's grab these. Actually, let's use mine. I mean, I remember that guy. He was the GOAT. The plot is kind of hazy to me, but he was a man. Oh, the joke is the guy that like has power while smoking a cigarette, right? And with an eye patch, I believe. Sadvik, I don't know if I'm too old or if you just had a stroke, but I couldn't understand anything what you just said. But golly, am I getting old? I don't think so, because you're the same age as me. Probably a Sadvik, probably for the better. I understood some of the words that you said, but not all of them. Like, I know what tilt means, but not cancel tilt. Don't know what that even means to begin with. Neither do I know what Mog means either. I know what Frad means, not Asu. Asu, I assume, is the name, to be fair. It's fine, Cedric, it's fine. Oh, is he Liz? I didn't know that Kenjiro actually voice tags him. That's nice. That's good. That's good info to have. Kakarot is too far gone. The man didn't even question it. Meanwhile, my young, naive brain couldn't even begin to comprehend. Well, young might be a bit of a stretch, but definitely naive. Well, even more of a reason to watch it then, Liz. Even more of a reason. Okay. I see. So he was the genesis of your love and deep space endeavors. Fair enough. I mean, I can vouch for the entire anime in its full form, but from what I remember, the first season was really good. The second season was decent. After that, I have no idea. That's a deep cut if I ever heard one, Kakarot, but you know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. I know that much, Liz. Trust me. I know who Seto Kaiba's voice is. You kidding me? You're always Sadvik. Fair. Fair. I couldn't blame you. Unfortunately, I'm no, Kakarot. Unfortunately, I'm no. I only could wish. It's alright, Sadvik. You tried your best, you got so far, in the end, it did matter. So you can return as a victor. I don't think I actually ever seen him do that when I was doing this event on my main. Interesting. Liz, we all lived in 2007. Don't worry, don't worry. Some of us more than others, clearly. Okay. It's alright, Savik. We already appreciate your dedicated work. And that is more than we can ask for. Oh, wait, hold on. I completely forgot to put Nell in there. Hold up. I got a little bit lost in the sauce. There we go. Okay, there we go. Oh man. Say the Liz is old without saying Liz is old. Is all you need to know. And to be fair, I'm the same. So, you know. We both come from the same cloth. Like, how is this autocorrect things working? Why does it keep saying, you know, weird things that I don't mean to say? Sonny, can you help me out over here? I'm struggling. This technology of yours is not working. Oh, man. How do I send memes? Okay, you know what? I'll stop. You know, Liz. I don't know. There's a lot of proof to say otherwise out there. I mean, to be honest, I would say tomorrow. Kakarot. Because, it's already too late, and you know. You gotta preserve your sanity. Listen, Liz, your voice could have been AI generated. I don't know. How can you trust anyone nowadays? You gotta stay vigilant. Exactly. Sadvik is saying the gospel. You gotta listen to the wise man. They don't call him the knowledge keeper for no reason. Gotta respect it. Savik is a man of many talents. Providing good advice is one of them. But merely one of them, rather. Listen, Liz. Trust but verify is my motto in life. But it is based in D. Savik is correct. Look, Liz, all I'm trying to say is that there's no shame in being 6 billion years old. It's okay. And you don't need to hide it. Yet. Yet is a key word, Liz. Ooh, 10 AIs. You see, Kakarot is part of the problem. He's thwarting your good fight. Hi there, Blaze. Glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. And before you're about to say whatever you're about to say, think about whether Liz is going to be mad at you. You see, you didn't take my advice. And Liz is gonna throw the Justice Hammer on you for that. And mute you for that. You see. Rookie mistake. I thought you learned already. Well, Kakarot. What can I say? I don't know. I was just giving life advice to him. You're a fierce woman. You gotta be careful. Because usually, whenever somebody says, hear me out, whatever's about to be said is probably not worth hearing out. I never rage bait anyone. I don't even know what that means, Kakarot. I'm just saying the truth. I was given genuinely good advice. I don't know how it turned out on me. You should be, Blaze. You should be. Angering a Latin woman is like a death sentence in disguise. Because the punishment might not come immediately. It might take months, years, sometimes decades. But when it does come, oh, you're gonna feel it. In fact, 9 generations of your entire lineage will feel it. That's how scary it is. You see, I'm just saying the truth, and nothing but the truth. Well, that's conundrum of existence, please. It's a question of whether the chicken or the egg came first as well. Some things that just don't have an answer. They just are. Appealing to my weeb side, Kakarot, that's a smart maneuver. Decent. I mean, that's a valid point, Blaze. That's a valid point. Because who's to say? No, Kakarot. Do I look like the kind of man that would visit May cafes? Don't answer that. The answer is no. Because I just don't find the idea appealing of a bunch of ladies that clearly don't want to be there doing what they're doing, trying to treat me as a, you know, somebody who I'm not, shall we say. Just the idea itself is not appealing to me. I mean, when you say it like that, Sadvik, how could I not oblige? I was a butler, Liz, come on. I embodied my inner Sebastian, and I went to town. Do you think those trips are paying for themselves? Ugh. To be honest, I haven't watched My Hero Academia in years at this point, so I have no horse in their race. But I'm just not that big on superheroes to begin with, so it's not my cup of tea. What do you mean you got my back? I'm not ashamed of anything. In fact, I don't even know what shame is. I said it by my statements. Okay, Blaze, you're going too far now. You're going too far. What are you talking about? Beans on toast is one of the most... You know what? You know what? I'm not gonna even say it. Because I feel like I'm getting rage baited now. Beans on toast is singularly the most depressing meal you can have as a human being. It doesn't mean it doesn't taste good, but like the idea of taking a piece of bread and dumping a can of beans on top of it is so unbelievably sad. It would be less sad to eat raw noodles. You know, just take a bag of noodles and just start chowing them down. Because at least then you do it out of desperation, but you made a conscious choice to eat beans on toast. That's a choice. At least make a scrambled eggs and put that on toast and then just have beans on the side. That's a meal. Beans on toast is depression encased in a food form. God. And I like beans. I think beans are great. It's just they shouldn't be on bread. That is all. I mean, if you like getting food poisoning, perhaps, please. Unfortunately, majority of people probably don't. And the only thing it will be hitting is your self-respect for yourself, because you're not gonna have any after you ingest an holy concoction. It's gonna haunt you for the rest of your life. What do you define as a noodle sauce? Because that's a very broad statement. Because noodle sauce can be anything from marinara to mayonnaise. There's a lot of them out there. You gotta be specific. course I can, Liz. You kidding me? I'm a spice demon unlike any. I used to eat pickled jalapenos as a snack. I never had a bulldog, but based on what Greg is raving about, I'll take the word for it. There we go. I didn't even know beans have seeds inside of them. Do they? I mean, I assume so, but do legumes have them? That's a real question right here. Okay, no inside. I'm glad you clarified that for me, Liz. No worries, Sadvik. Was a pleasure seeing you as always. Get a good night rest and catch you later. You know what, Kakarot? Somebody out there might need it. Somebody out there might be like, you know what? I want to get salmonella tonight. I just don't know how to do it. And here we are helping the masses. There we go. Ooh, that's pretty nice. 10 mil. Love to see that. Ooh. Okay. How many actually did we get for the ranking? Let's check it out. Okay, I'm 81st on here. And I'm 95th on here. Okay. So logically speaking, I probably should be grinding this one actually a bit more. Climb a little bit higher. I'm still nowhere near actually all that quest, so we're gonna keep doing it. How do you even buy the sandwich from the middle? I guess you can fold it in half. But why just not go with a triangle? No, it's my or it's my free-to-play account. It's where I go to absolve myself of all the sins I have committed on my main. You know what, Liz? I never thought about it that way. But now that you say it, I can't really disagree. Well, That's how it goes. That's how it goes, Kakarot. What is raw cheese? Are you talking about milk? She didn't ask her, what are you talking about? When I was in her account, she just asked me to gamble for her and leave. She never said anything about helping her. I would have if she asked, but she didn't. And whose fault is that? Well, I mean, I'm not gonna judge that. Personally, I would have taken tuna instead of sardines. I feel like sardines are a bit too oily. But he's their own. Well, if she did Kakarot, she didn't make herself clear enough. Well, Liz, now it's too late. The train is gone. The moment has passed. You gotta seize your chances. Seize every opportunity, because are you gonna take it, or are you gonna let it slip, Liz? And you let it slip. And what would Mr. Eminem think of you now, huh? What would he think? Unbelievable. Well, look, life is all about making yourself clear enough. And I clearly didn't understand that Liz wanted my help. So whose fault is that, huh? Look, Kakarot, I'm learning from the best how to be the best. And you're the best in the biz, so I gotta learn from the GOAT. Look, Liz, after I'm done with this event, and after I'm done with all my dailies, if we still got time, I might go and check it out. But the thing is, I told you that all you need to do is use Kisuke and Rangiku and Trial Nell. You don't have to set up anything. You don't have to do anything, in fact. Just use the characters. It's a standard fight. There's no, like, nuances towards it. You should do exactly what I'm doing right now. Well, Kakarot, it's a tough world out there. It's eat or be eaten. And let me tell you, I'm always the eater. That's tall claim, Blaze. That's a tall, tall claim. When Ikaku exists, I mean, can you really say that Yuta is big of a fraud? Have you seen Ikaku's bankai? The man used it once just to get it broken. That's the biggest fraud in existence. The man is a sham. And I bet he's not even bald either. I bet he's hiding his hair like a coward. I guess fair, Blaze. I guess fair. Aren't we all, Liz? Aren't we all? We're all creatures of habit. And jealousy is unfortunately part of said habit. Can't help ourselves. Like, for example, I'm jealous of Aizen's unbelievable hairstyle game. But am I maliciously jealous? No. I merely want to exert even 1/10 of his prowess in hairstyling. And unfortunately, I'm not quite there. I probably never will be. But a man can dream. A man can hope. And a man can strive. And that's exactly what I'm doing. Liz is being the coach. The coaching guru of Blaze. She's gonna be like John Madden, playing it play by play. You see, this is when you should have went for the kiss. You really mess it up, champ. I mean, Liz, can I truly? There's nobody in the world that can replicate it just like he does. There's no amount of hair gel I can possibly use to even reach 1/10 of his prowess. Liz got all the scoops. She knows exactly what's popping out there on the streets. You ask who's the hottest character nowadays? Or the VA rather? She got the deeds. She'll tell you. Whether you like it or not. Blaze, you don't have a race. You don't have a horse in this race. You come from the same cloth, both of you. Liz just gonna tell you how it is, you know. She doesn't mumble her words. She'll give it to you straight. And she'll scare you straight as well. Well, we all gotta eat, Liz. You don't have to starve yourself. Get yourself a nice sandwich and regroup. Having a balanced diet is important. Trust me. Don't we all, Angel? Don't we all? Okay. I think should be fine. Keep going. Well, Blaze, you gotta take one from Ichigo's books and just get rid of your heart. Go full hollow mode. That's your only way towards salvation. You gotta become the second Kami of Ulquiorra. I do like Nanami. I think he's awesome. You know, the hard-working man, 9 to 5 every day, clocking in, clocking out. I can relate. Liz is living in the mainframe, you know? She's everywhere and anywhere at the same time. Well, it was bound to happen, Liz. It was bound to happen. We could have only hidden it for so long. It's time to love to the Arctic indeed, Liz. I couldn't have said it better. When you're right, you're right. We gotta love the absolute living being out of Antarctic. I think that's gonna save us. That's indeed was our plan B. If things go south, nothing quite like loving a little bit of Antarctica to solve the issues. Well, Blaze, cold women deserve some love as well. You know, not everybody can have a high body temperature. It's very difficult. Someone's just not born that way. But also, I don't remember who Naoya is. It's been so long since I watched it. I see. Yeah, that's probably why I don't know who that is. Because I haven't really caught up on a lot of it. The last fight that I watched was what was his name? The old friend of Gojo's, like with the brain parasite, versus like Yuji and everybody else. Oh no, Yuji and Todo, essentially. That was like the last fight I watched. Ah, I see, Liz, I see. Yeah, Toji. No, Todo. God, I keep mixing up my names. Todo is a good guy, Toji's a bad guy. Okay, 85th. That's good enough for now. But we can climb a little bit higher. I mean, Todo is a man. I'll take your word for it, Liz. Don't know who that is, but I trust your judgment. Well, she's a woman of many talents, Blaze. And being number one is one of them. The woman never lost, and she never plans to. Are you still looking around, Angel? Nice to see you back. I see, playing your 10 gacha games on the side. I just imagine Angel has 10 different screens set up on his PC, and on every single screen there's a different gacha game, and he's just playing them all at the same time. What do you mean, according to me, Liz? I'm innocent. I didn't even mention anything. You were the one who brought it up. I think I even furthered Angel's gacha addiction. You know what, Blaze? That level of hatred I can't really grasp personally, but you do you. Yeah, I did hear that, which makes me feel conflicted because I already built my Gin, so I don't really know if I want another thrust DPS. But thanks for the info, I appreciate it. I mean, you probably hate Dragon Ball as much as Blaze hates Yuta. Yeah, Peace Thrust, I don't think that's gonna be good. Any other typing I'll take. Well, that's why I was talking about, Angel. I didn't know you had any other hatreds in your heart. I thought that was your number one. Are you cheating on Dragon Ball with other hates? Unbelievable. What would Goku think of you? Being that unloyal. I see. So you double dipping, basically, you're saying? I don't know about that. Oof, that's a level of dedication I don't think I can match personally. Well, I respect it, Angel. I respect it. You're a man that knows what he likes. You gotta respect it. Ooh, we actually got a decent score going. 8.6 million. That's pretty good. Let's see what ranking we're at. 64. I'll take it. I'll take it. That should be good enough for now. I think we'll go to Noitora's one now. And try to get a little bit higher there. Well, YouTube Sensei is probably, you know, trying to keep your young, naive people safe. Well, you gotta get kids first, Blaze. You gotta get to the offering part. You can't make a sacrifice beforehand. Gotta find a wife, marry them, you know, have a nice loving relationship for years and years to come, then have a child, and then offer them as a sacrifice for your unyielding hatred within your soul. I'm just telling you that it's not as simple as just sacrificing, you know? There's a lot of steps involved. You gotta build an emotional and physical connection with another human being first. I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying you have to marry somebody first. That's a different thing. Or he might be thinking about Yuta even more. That might be the fuel for his hatred. Fair enough, Blaze. Fair enough. I think the real question is, I think Blaze is secretly infatuated with Yuta, and he just wants him for himself. And he just can't live with the idea that he belongs to somebody else. So he's trying to thwart their connection so he can swoop in and rescue him like a damsel in distress. As you know what they say, negative on a negative makes a positive. The girl downstairs? No, that doesn't sound familiar to me personally. To be honest, Angel, I don't read romance manhwas. I only read, you know, the chisel-jawed action manhwa where, you know, the main character can slaughter 10 billion monsters in the first episode. That's the kind of shows I watch. Or read, rather. I'm not bullying anyone, please. I'm just, you know, I'm just saying how it is. Yeah, you see, I don't get emotionally attached to fictional romance. It's just not doing it for me. The only thing I'm getting attached to is two strong gentlemen absolutely going ham on each other's faces. With the fist, with legs, with swords sometimes. And heck, make friends in the end. There's no better way to make friendship last a lifetime than have a death duel. Or the duel to the death, rather. A true peak of writing right there. That was the ending? That sounds like a terrible writing. Why do you even read it? Because usually, that would be like kinda, you know, a hook. Basically, why did the lady cheat? What happened? Are they gonna reconcile? Is she gonna confess? Stuff like that. But if that's an ending, that's just rubbish. That's a bad writing. You gotta have a reason for your character to do something. You can't just be like, oh, they cheated. And be like, well, why? Exactly, Blaze, exactly. The beefier, the better. And the bigger the sword, the happier I'd be. That's peak entertainment right there. You're gonna go back to the gladiatorial days. In Colosseum. Where spirits clashed, blades were swinging. And everybody was excited. Well, what other swords are you talking about, Liz? There's only one kind of sword, and that's a cold weapon of mass destruction. The kind that can slash fabric of space and universe in one fell swing. They can fell men on miles upon miles. They can establish dominance, both in mind, body, and soul, on a battlefield of life. That's the kind of souls I'm talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, Blaze, either. I'm talking about the good old-fashioned battle of wits, strength, endurance, stamina, and perseverance. When two warriors go at each other's throat to establish who is the true dominant power within the domain of fighting ring. What other thing could I be possibly talking about? I don't understand. Why is it so hard to understand? Exactly. You see, Liz gets it. Liz gets it. A man without his weapon, is he really a man? If you don't have a big, long, metal weapon of mass destruction hanging from your waist, can you truly be called a warrior? I don't think so. I don't think so. Why does everything have to be innuendos with you guys? I'm just talking about the good old-fashioned combat art of honor, perseverance, and martial prowess. And you have to think about something else. Golly. Liz, you're gonna tell me that you don't want to see two absolute behemoth of physical endurance going at each other until only one of them stands victorious in the end? Is that truly what you're gonna tell me right now? Long gone are the days of chivalry, where the only way you can prove yourself as a man is with a sword. What else could he possibly be talking about? You see, guys, you gotta think straight. Get your mind out of the gutter and enjoy the leisurely adventure that I'm taking you on. Of battle, swords, and most importantly, honor. That's not the kind of battle I was talking about, Blaze. That's not the kind of battle I was talking about. I was thinking more of, you know, swords to chest. And, you know, the face. Not necessarily the throat. Alright, I'll stop. You guys clearly don't want to hear about my honorable battles that I would personally enjoy watching. You know, watching two absolute physical specimens determining who is better in martial prowess. It is what it is. I guess not everybody is destined for greatness. You see, spears are not superior weapons. You know, a lot of martial artists out there will tell you the spears are superior because of their length. But let me tell you something. When it comes to weapons, it's not about the size of them. It's about how you use them. And let me tell you, swords, just so much more superior. You got the nice leather grip on there. You know, the swing momentum is just so much cleaner. Like, you do a swing, that's a clean card right there. So much better. So much better. With spear, you know, you gotta wander around, wobble it around. It's like too much work. With a sword, now that's a weapons. That's a man's weapon. That's a weapon of all weapons. Have you seen anime? And how katana can slice the fabric of the universe itself? Now that's a weapon. If my weapon can't make me feel like Thanos himself, then what is the point of using it? Liz, am I right or am I right? No judgment, Blaze. No judgment. Those spiky haired ones will get you every time. Exactly, Liz. That's what I like to hear. I guess fair, Blaze. I guess fair. I mean, Kenpachi is undefeated. You know, he's a master of the blade. The only one that he ever lost to was Ichigo. But he's a protagonist, so how can you not lose to him? He got the plot armor on his side. And as much of a Chad Kenpachi is, he can't really go against plot armor. That's the greatest weapon of them all out there. Not even gods can rival it. It's up there with power of friendship. Two of the greatest powers this world has ever witnessed. Or will ever witness, really. There we go. I mean, to be honest, Soul King is a bit of a fraud, let's be real. The man never did anything. Golly. I was so excited to see him in Manhwa. And what is that show for? Huh? I never been more betrayed in my life. Kubo promised me the world! And all he got me is despair. Some damage going. Pretty nice. Ooh, 10 mil was battlefield skill. Nice. Love to see that. That's very kind of you to say, Blaze. That's very kind of you. But to be honest, I'm just doing it because it's fun. The numbers at the end of the day don't matter. It's like, it is what it is. If somebody likes what I'm doing, they'll do that thing. As long as you're having a good time, that's all that matters. That's good. That's good. That's very sweet of you to say. I appreciate that. I mean, that's tall praise, please. That's tall praise. I don't know, Aizen might age me out a little bit. He's a special man. And to be honest, if there's one man I would be fine losing to is Aizen. Let's see, did we get anything decent? Ooh, we got 9 mil. Let's go. Okay, that was much better. Now that I focused a little bit, almost as high as I reached on my main. Okay, so it's 33rd now. I'll take that. I think that's decent enough. For free to play, I think this is pretty good. 9.5, 8.6, pretty decent. I mean exactly what I said, Blaze. And nothing more. And nothing more. Alright, I think probably I'll do a couple more for Yummy while we're farming this. Because I still have like a couple tries. And if we get a high score, great. If not, it is what it is. Alright, this event is actually kind of fun. I do enjoy these like simple events where you're basically just going in and you're battling. You don't even have to worry about like buffs, debuffs, just do your thing and just have fun. I enjoyed it a lot. There we go. I'll block that, but I guess not. That's fine. I guess so, Liz, I guess so. We'll listen, but we don't judge. Unless a judgment needs to be made. Character AI? I mean, look. AI is everywhere, Blaze, so it's not really something to be ashamed of. It is what it is. If it makes your life easier. I know Liz is a massive fighter against AI supremacy, but it is what it is. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do in this life. I don't have a strong opinion either way, to be honest. I don't really use AI, but that's mostly because I'm too lazy. Not because I have a stance against it. Oh, I know exactly what you mean, Blaze. I'm just choosing not to acknowledge it. Fair point, Creek. Fair points. I mean, to be honest, I just never had a use for it, personally. I don't think it's a bad thing, necessarily. The thing is, it's like anything in life, it's a tool. If you use it for the betterment of everybody's life, then it could be a good thing. Or if you misuse it, it could be a bad thing. It's like, you know, when phones were invented for the first time, it was a massive convenience for everybody involved because it allowed people to speak to other people from across the country, across the world even. But at the same time, people became too reliant on it. So, nowadays, Like, if all power lines go off and we don't have phones anymore, how do you communicate? Because back in the day, you had, you know, carrier pigeons, you had people who actually would go and deliver letters and all that. Right now, if our entire internet system breaks down, whew, we are screwed, essentially. So there's good and bad things about everything in life. It's all about how you take it. Oh, I know Aizen is there. I mean, anything is there. Your wildest hopes and dreams can be found there. Never say you will, Liz. Never say you would. Yeah, I don't really like the way it replaces people. I think that's not cool. But it does have practical application to make, like, potentially things that are super difficult to do much easier for people. I think in that way, it could be utilized for the good. But right now, unfortunately, that's not the case. Right now, every single CEO out there in, you know, company just trying to basically use it as a convenient way to save money. And they're just not really what I feel like it was designed to do originally. I mean, to be honest, Blaze, wouldn't everybody be scared of their toaster turning on them? Like, come on. That doesn't sound fun at all. Full AI? Ooh, man. I mean, I have Windows 11 just by default, because, you know, I had to upgrade it at some point. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about AI being everywhere and anywhere you use in the future. Like, I'm sure it will have its merits. But, at the same time, I just don't know. Just I don't think it's gonna be that simple, to be honest, Liz. I think in the future your toaster probably will be running on the solar energy or something. So it won't be as simple as unplugging it. But I like what you thinking. Okay, let's sort it now. Ooh, the lantern thing is up. Let me see. What is a question? What special item do you use to help Ichigo train for bankai? Wasn't it? It was a robot. What is it called? Oh man. Nokia. I mean, Blaze. Let's be real. Nokia is the goat. Nokia is what it's all about. Nokia 3310 in particular, the true goat of mobile communication. Oh. Well, I want to think about it. It was S something. Alright, fine, I'll Google it. I don't want to waste your guess. Me trying to scrabble, is it Senkai mode? No, that's not right. Item used to train Ichigo, let's see. Tension tie, that's a one. I kind of remembered it, but at the same time I didn't. I probably should actually copy it. There we go. Because I probably will misspell it otherwise. Exactly, Blaze, exactly. I mean, some may argue that you already found One Piece by getting Nokia. Okay, there we go. I think I'll hop on my main account as well, in the background, just to do that, too. Because otherwise I will forget later. Because I forgot a few days already, and Spirit J's are missing. Which I'd rather not. Okay, I'll let that run in the background, and let's get back to business. Alright. Oh, fine, Liz, I'll do yours as well. I'm a generous man, I'll do it. Fine. Okay, let's do... While we wait for that to go... let's do... I think, this one. Not that. The hunting list. Fine, Liz, fine, I'll do it. Actually, I think your account's still logged in on my other emulator, so you in luck. You in luck. Hopefully, yes, Blaze. Just kidding, just kidding. I mean, it's all part of the entertainment, you know. We come in, we do some rolling, summoning, gambling, you know, whatever you want to call it, and see what we can get. I find it personally fun as well, until I sink into the deep despair of getting all my life savings drained away before my very own eyes. But you know what? That's what part of the fun is. It's alright, Liz. I mean, at the end of the day, the way I think about it, if you know, if I do go to Hot Pity, at least it's entertaining to watch. If I do get lucky, we can all celebrate together and, you know, have a good time. So, in either way, it's a win-win. Or at least I like to think about it that way. Otherwise, what, am I gonna cry about it? Like, come on. It's fine, it's fine. Could be worse. Alright, I did yours as well, Liz. Nobody knows. You know what? That's actually a pretty good one, Blaze. That's a pretty good one. I'll give you props for that. You outdid yourself with that one. Alright, Liz. Your riddle is done. I did my part. You got your 25 Spirit Jades. No worries. I'm but a humble man. Let me do quickly on mine as well. Ooh, I got a first prize, so I got 40 Spirit Jades. Man. Ooh, I'm cooking over here. And just so you guys don't think I'm lying, look at this. Look at the Mr. Lux over here with his 40 Spirit Jade grand prize. A true apex predator right there. Standing at the top of the food chain. Alright. You know what? I can say I don't like a good dark humor joke. Because life is all about you can either cry or laugh, and I choose to laugh. Oof. Wow. Liz is even coming out with the heaters over here. Golly, this woman. Do you think that she was supposed to be the moral compass of this world? I wish I knew who that was, Blaze, to be honest. Is it like an anime character of some kinds? Let's do this one. It's alright, Blaze, no worries. We are not known for spelling over here in this domain. We just all try our best. That's all you can ask. You see, Blaze, when Liz says not to worry, that's basically when you have to worry 2x. Because that's a subtle hint that she's coming for you. Whether you like it or not. For legal reasons, that was a joke, Liz. Please don't write me an email. Just kidding, just kidding. I never lie, Liz. I only tell the truth and nothing but the truth. You know. And if my lawyer was around here, Mr. Greg himself, he would double down on my statements. As any good lawyer would. Speaking of whom, that son of a gun didn't even bother showing up today. Not even saying hello. The heathen. Unbelievable. And to think I'm paying him for his services for him not to even show up. It's tough out there to find free employment. That is good. Depends what that honesty entails, Blaze. Because I'm hesitant to say yes. I mean, to be fair, Blaze, probably justified. I mean, have you ever seen Angry Liz? Poof. I'm pretty sure you have a better chance of surviving an asteroid hit than surviving Liz's wrath. Because at least with asteroid, you can chance it and be like, okay, well, maybe if, you know, I hit it with a racket from a right degree, I can bounce it back. But with Liz, you can't do that. She'll find you. And she will write you an email. That's how you will know that you are screwed. Exactly, Creek. Exactly. I'm not talking about anything, Liz. I'm merely stating the facts, and nothing but the facts. Well, it was good knowing you guys. I think Liz is coming after me. I'm just gonna finish up today. She's gonna be standing outside my window with a taco and a corn cob in either hand. And that's how I'll know that I'm not making it out. Well, maybe you should, Liz. Maybe you should. You are on her hit list, please, basically. That's all you need to know. And that list is pretty extensive. So you might be safe for now, but in 10 years' time, when she's done going through it, whoo, trust me, it ain't gonna be pretty. You're gonna be sitting somewhere in Santa Monica, you know, relaxing on a nice reclining chair, you know, thinking about life and how it led you to this point, and Liz's just gonna show up out of the bushes, out of nowhere with a corn cob, and then ask you to prove something. And it's gonna be the last the world is gonna hear of you. Probably for the best, place. Probably for the best. I mean, to be honest, the only social media I use, if you can even call, is Discord. And I guess YouTube, but to be fair, I don't really see it as such. It's just a convenient way to watch Medium to me, personally. But I personally never had, like, Instagram account. I had Facebook account long time ago, but I never used it, really. I just got it because my friends at school had it. That was about it. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of age verification in general. I think it's just like, if there's a kid out there that wants to access stuff that they shouldn't, they'll find a way. And it's just making things for adults much more inconvenient. Taco is an afterwards snack. I see, I see. What about the corn cob, though? Is that coming? Well, at least you're gonna go on style, Blaze. That's all that matters. That's what she always says, Creek. You can never trust her with that. Liz is one step away from making a threat at any given point in her life. Whether it's intentionally or unintentionally, she'll make it. And sometimes she won't be even making a threat, but she'll make it sound like a threat. She's basically gonna say, I'm gonna cook you a wonderful meal. Do we have an agreement? Staring you right down into your soul, peering right into your existence itself. With, you know, a knife in one of her hands and a chef's apron in another. That's how you know that you can only answer yes. Because if you say no, God forbid, ooh, you're in for treatment. The corn cob, I was mentioning. Let's keep going. I don't think Liz even knows who that is, Blaze, to be honest. You see, this is the kindest woman you'll ever meet in your life. Miss Liz, the Space Conqueror 69 herself. You know, when she says she never makes threats, she's honest. That's kindness out there, you know? Well, that's all the experience with sharpening the blade. You know, when other shows studying, Liz was studying the blade. Both literally and metaphysically. Well, you know what they say, Liz? Mother always knows best. They're just co-titled to Behold, Blaze. Why do you think she's number one? She's number one in everything. She'll never relinquish her crown. Welcome back, Justin. I'm glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. You didn't miss much. A bit of banter, a bit of back and forth, a bit of slander, and just good time, really. I mean, Blaze, you can run, but you can't hide from Liz. She'll take your lunch money whether you like it or not. Just be thankful she's not going to give you a wedgie to go with it. Or atomic wedgie, for that matter. Nobody said that you were, Liz. Nobody said that you were. You clearly would take the lunch money and repurpose it and invest in 401k. You know, you would make an investment on their behalf to ensure their financial security in 20 years. You would do them a favor, in fact. They just wouldn't know it yet. But when you show up on their doorstep 20 years later with a big wad of cash, that's when they'll know that you were doing them a favor. I don't doubt you, Justin. I know some people that use it as indictments. It's all about how you use it. I don't know, Liz. And it wasn't my lunch money, it was Blaze's lunch money. You ain't taking my lunch money. You kidding me? That ain't happening. But Blaze's, on the other hand, I mean, whew, that's a different story right there. Let's keep going. To another one. Yes, Liz, I'm listening. What's up? What would you like to share this time? No, Justin, I don't even know if I will be summoning for him at all. At least she went out in style, Blaze. A true trooper unlike any. I don't think so, Justin. I don't think so. You, on the other hand, I think Mayuri is calling your name. I'm not trying to blame you for anything, Liz. I'm merely stating the facts and nothing but the facts. I never said otherwise, Liz. I never said otherwise. You are as nice as a grenade. You know, as long as you don't take out the pin, it's perfectly safe and perfectly friendly. But as soon as you take out the pin, that's a different story. That's a different story entirely. And you better run for your lives. Because Liz will be exploding one way or another. I'll tell you that much. Well, let's see. It was FBI, CIA, some Spanish, some Latin lady that wrote me a lengthy email demanding my location. Otherwise, there will be severe consequences. And Greg, I think, just to get his late payments of £0. Because, you know, the man was struggling out there. There was no lawyering to do while I was gone. So, yeah. I don't know. Well, Kakro, can't forget. I mean, at this point, it's part of the legacy that Liz is living by. That and being one of the nicest people alive, you know? Writing threatening emails and just being extremely kind, caring, and an overall wonderful individual that will potentially harm you if need arises. But until then, as nice as a pie. Kakaro, you gotta be careful, because she'll write you an email as well. You gotta be very careful. I don't think we're ready for that one yet, Kakarot. I don't think we're ready for that one. Well, do you see, that's why you're wrong, Kakarot, because she didn't know my email either, but she found it one way or another. And how do you ask? I don't know. She found it into the ether. She peered into the abyss and pulled it out. So nobody's safe. We all living in Liz's world, and she just allows us to live in it rent-free. And whenever you receive an email from her, that's when she evicts you from existence. It's like The Shining, you know? You got 7 days to live after you receive Liz's email. might be, Creek. She might be. Perhaps, Kakarot, perhaps. I never knew. Never did, never will. Liz's ways are too peculiar, too profound for me to grasp with my simple mind. I wouldn't be able to, even if I tried. I never said you have. I just said you find your ways. You're a woman of many talents. And finding people's emails is one of them. She might be Creek, you never know. You never know. As I said many times before, Liz is a woman of many, many talents. Most of which we don't even know about. And we most likely never will. I don't think you know what doxing means either, Liz. Doxing means exposing somebody's address. Not email address. I know there's address in a name, but that's a bit different. I don't think you are. I think you're just a very cautious individual that wants nothing but the best for people, and the only way you know how to ensure that they are fine, safe, and alive is by writing an email to ensure their safety. And there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I'm sure many of us would appreciate receiving an email from a fiery, passionate Latin woman that may or may not finish it with, "You better reply or else." Triple dots. Because that's how you know the care, the passion, and most importantly, the determination. The ratty is from said email. Oh, maybe Liz, maybe. The point is you didn't do that. You see, Liz, you gotta go back to the files. You gotta go back to the files. Well, are you certain, though? Are you 100% certain that you didn't threaten to burn all my tea leaves that ever existed if I didn't reply within 24 hours? Are you 100% sure of that? Not entirely, Justin. Not entirely. I probably will come back to it eventually. It's just right now I don't really have the time to play it that much. But it is a fun game. I don't not enjoy it. I know, Creek, I know. None of these guys tried to do anything. Kakarot didn't even bother. Golly, couldn't even bother writing me a letter and sending it through carrier pigeon. The only woman that cared is Liz. Sadvik did write me a PM as well. Sadvik was another one, so it was between Sadvik and Liz. They're the only two that tried. I was MIA. Nowhere to be found. And those are the only two individuals that cared. It is indeed, Kakarot, it is indeed. It's the way of Pablo, and she's embodying it to the T. That's what happens when you sell as much snow as Liz does. She's the best in the biz for a reason. I mean, unfortunately, my lawyer is out there partying somewhere. I can't get a hold of him right now. I'll get him when I get him. He will show up to the court hearing, you know, half drunk. mostly dressed as much as he could possibly muster. And, you know, win the case as he always does. Probably, Liz, probably. Well, but he is a representative of your country, Liz. Come on, when you think about Snow, who do you think of? Mr. Pablo. Come on. He's the one that brings joy and laughter to every family around. I did indeed, there was like 50 of them. I didn't show the messages, but I did say the list had like 50 notifications when I came back. Which was interesting. But, you know. Look, Kakarot. As I said many times before, Liz is a woman of passion. And she showcases it in a very special way. And I appreciate it. It was kind of surreal reading it back though. Because when I came back, I remember I got my phone back. And I was going through it, see like, what did I miss or whatever now. And I remember all the Discord notification came at once, and I had like 50 plus notifications, and you better bet most of them were from Liz. So I went back to all those DMs, and I started reading them, and it looked like, you know, like a crazy man's rambling, like in a diary. It's like, dear diary, today I killed a man. You know, it was that level of seriousness. But it was interesting to read back. I had quite a time. Ah, I see. I saw you dethrone him as a true snow enthusiast out there. But I guess you weren't really competing to begin with. Fascinating. It's alright, Liz. Don't worry about it. We all have our dark pasts, laden with ink and unsent emails. It is okay. That's what makes us who we are. There's no shame in that. No shame at all. I mean, that was kind of the case, but usually I still showed up in Discord. And, you know, still kind of made my presence known. But yeah, I was basically, you know, having a work trip and I lost my suitcase. So I didn't have my phone with me. So I was stranded in Florida, basically for 3 months without any form of communication. And that wasn't fun. But yeah, it was... I made like the entire light novel saga in announcements. You can read it back if you want, Kakarot. It was quite a time. It was quite a time. Exactly, Kakarot, exactly. The DSA people decided I didn't need my bag with me. I was already carrying too much of a presence. And the sheer weight on it was already outweighing the capacity of plane. So I had to leave it back. Had to leave it behind. Look, Liz, I was stranded in a hotel for most of that trip. Well, Lux's Bizarre Adventures will be releasing at some point in the future. When or how is a question for another time. It will most likely happen though. Look, Liz, I was but a man. What do you want me to do? And I also wasn't that close either. I was literally in another part of the country. It wasn't even close to the border. I can confirm nor deny that statement, Kakarot. The life is a tricky beast. You'll never know what's gonna happen. What do you mean in comparison? I could say that Italy is close to me, but if you look at the map, it's not really the case now, is it? You're not sending an email? Oh, you're not just sending an email. I see, I see. Liz is gonna employ FBI, CIA, any special Navy SEALs that she can possibly muster. She's gonna conduct a full-blown rescue operation. Fax me, Kakarot, come on. I'm but a man. I'm but a man. Please. I couldn't possibly withhold such prowess. I wouldn't be able to even find a fax to read it. Let alone withhold it. Okay, that's sorted. What else do we need? Okay, these are all done. I think we're gonna do Frenzy Feast now. Alrighty, which one do we need? Right, let's do this one. Thirsty for vengeance, Liz? Take your time, it's okay. It's okay. And Tolson. There we go. Higher Pigeon. Well, to be honest, Pigeon does scare me a bit more. I don't think in Britain we say Greek. I don't know what accent that is, Kakarot, but I think you're getting your accents messed up. Or mixed up, rather. Oof. You see, that's the kindest individual you ever seen in your life. Right then and there. The mere enthusiasm radiating from that statement is immense. Oh. I feel like the first time Liz saw Eula, she connected to her on an emotional level. No other character, not even Zhongli, brought to her heart. Somebody else who they could understand the value of vengeance. Really spoke to her on an emotional level. And she's never been the same since. Alright, Kagura, that's a bit of a cap. I have to call, you know, cap department on that particular front. Hi there, Fazul. Hopefully you're doing well. Glad to see you. A perfect counter is basically whenever the enemy glows purple, you just press the counter, and it will do it automatically for you. You will see it happen from time to time. It's not like all the time type of scenario. But whenever an enemy glows purple, that's how you know to press the counter. Yeah, basically, as soon as you see the purple, just keep pressing counter. The only thing that you need to keep in mind is basically, you see this? This is when you press counter, and how you counter. Whenever they glow purple, just press counter and hold it until they actually do it. No worries, Afazul, glad I can help. You gotta keep in mind that different enemies have different speeds at which they counter. So sometimes you actually have to press it later and sometimes earlier. It's a bit tricky to learn, but you'll get a hang of it after you do a bunch of them. It kind of will come naturally to you. Kind of, pretty much as Liz said. Some fights like Ulquiora's, you pretty much, no matter when you press the counter, you're probably gonna miss it. So I wouldn't bother with that. But any other fight should be relatively easy to learn. I mean, she might as well, Kakaro, she might as well. I'm a busy man. I don't have enough time for writing. Liz is just making real-time subtitles for me. And I appreciate that. Listen, Kakaru, don't you dare bring such unholy words to this holy sanctum of peace and tranquility. Nemu's not welcome here. The less I see her, the better. She's a bane of my existence with this boss fight. Also, welcome back. Hopefully you're doing well. I may or may not have an answer, Liz, depending on what that question entails, but do go on. I'll try my best to answer your inquiry, shall we say. Oh, Ikaku all the way. If you're talking about which individual I hate with the fiery passion of my heart, it's definitely Ikaku. Well, Saitama wannabe from Walmart is not welcome. Every time I see him, I just want to wrap his shiny bald head like a billiards ball and just roll him to the oblivion, to the sunset, never to be seen again. I'm always exaggerating, but you know what I mean. Alright, that's good enough. Let's keep going. Thrust fights are always the easiest ones, but it's going to be a bit of a challenge with the strike one. I'm not sure how far I'll be able to climb, but we'll try our best. Liz is confessing her deepest, darkest secrets without even realizing. Autocorrect is doing Lord's work, and typing for her. I like that Liz's autocorrect just types Jean Lee, which basically means Liz types Jean Lee so many times on her phone that it's actually an autocorrect feature now. That is actually quite amazing. I respect that, Liz. I respect that. Because to be fair, my phone probably has the same with Aizen. I just say something and, you know, Aizen just pops out of nowhere. With the amount of times I mention him. I see, so it wasn't autocorrect. Well, that's fair enough. I thought it was autocorrect dude. Because I don't have Nell on this account, Kakarot. It's my free-to-play account. I don't have any Nells here. I gotta do it the good old-fashioned ways with my two own hands. And Tosin. Tosin gets the job done. Not as well as Nell, but you know, he does his part. And that's all I can ask. Alright, let's do this, this, and this. A lot of knowledge is stored in there, Kakra, I don't know. He is indeed, Liz, he is indeed. Poor head for days. You don't know where he starts or where he ends. He just exists. No, this account doesn't have Kenpachi. I don't have him on any account. I made a conscious decision to skip him. For better or for worse. So I have 0 copies of him. Well, that's an interesting stylistic choice, Kakarot. Do you mean like ready actual sunshine or glow? Like a nightlight? Because that's interesting. Was there actual reason for it, or was it just, your forehead glows? Type of commitment? Ah, I see. So it was a stylistic choice, Kakarot. You know what? I respect that. Doing a bit and sticking to it until the very end is a commitment that I respect. Because I think Ikaku was actually kind of the same in Bleach. I'm pretty sure Kuba made him, like, his forehead shine every single time he was on screen as well. And I know he was saying it as a bit. I think that was actually the case. And I respect that commitment. I respect it. I think so as well, Kakura. I think so as well. If you do a bit and you stick to it until the very end, that's something worthy of respect. Hauganen indeed, Liz. Hauganen indeed. I like that Liz's autocorrect became part of our conversation. You know, he just wants to get involved. You don't like Ikaku, Liz? Come on. I can't believe that. Who would have ever saw that coming? Certainly not me. And whose fault do you think that is, Liz? Who do you think took all the Ikakus for you? And you're not appreciating that. Fair enough, Kakarot. Fair enough. Can we rebuttal that one? Oh, man. But they do use miles. I completely forgot about that. That is the case. Pretty fascinating, isn't it? I just like to imagine Liz rolling up to, you know, an American bar in like full cowboy outfit, kicking down the door the Western style, putting her boot on the table, and he's like, "Well, howdy there, partner. May I interest you in a little bit of freedom?" Just pulls out 2 revolvers. Well, Liz, for now you don't have these boundaries, but soon enough, with such talk and disrespect on the bold Lord and Savior himself, you will have B6 Ikaku sooner or later. And let me tell you, it's gonna be sooner. Listen, Kakarot, I don't agree with the metric system the UK uses. I think it's appalling. I only respect kilograms, kilometers, centimeters. You know, the good old-fashioned way of measuring things, the correct way. Everything else is unnecessary. We do use miles, however, we do use pounds, which I don't understand to this day. And also, why use feet either? You have 2 already, why do you need more? I don't know, Kakarot, I don't know. Let's for Liz to decide and for Universe to find out. Indeed, Kakarot, indeed. I mean, they just wanted to be special about it, and I personally just don't agree with it. Cause like, it's like numbers, you know? You don't have to write them in different ways. Just stick to the same thing for everyone. Same with measurements, just use the same one so everybody's on the same page. It is what it is, though. It is what it is. That's a bold statement, Liz, but you know what? Can't disagree. It is what it is. I actually met plenty of very lovely American people while I was there. You know, speaking of that work trip, Very nice people there. Everyone was just very relaxed, you know, having a good time. Probably tipsy. That's probably where the friendliness came from, but you know what? I still appreciate it. There is a very peculiar way of basically saying that something is big. Oh, how big is that field over there? Oh, that's at least 5 football fields right there. And you're like, well, that's great and all, but how big is football field? It's like, oh, that's at least 10,000 yards. And you're like, okay, well, what is a yard? Oh, that's at least like 500 feet. And you're like, okay. Can we use real numbers? What is in centimeters? Centimeters? What is that? Meters? Kilometers? I never heard of. No, I don't know what that is. One yard is 3 feet. And 1 feet is, I think, like what? About 30... No. 27 centimeters, somewhere there? No. It's more. It is... Yeah, it is 30. 30... 34, somewhere there. 1 feet 12 inches, like, and 1 inch is I think 3.5, isn't this? Centimeters, somewhere there. You see, why do we have so many measurements? Like, who invented this system? Who is the one responsible? Golly. It's like, why can everything be just measured in centimeters? Just make it simple. Just make it simple. Oh, golly. You see, I don't even know. I just know what inches and feet are. But when it comes to actual proper measurements, I always use centimeters or meters. Because that's how I was brought up. I use feet just to describe height, because, you know, that's what everybody does here, but doesn't mean I like it. Fair enough, Justin. At least you got some payback from the good old education, general education of that. Because let me tell you something, I don't remember anything from my school days. So you already ahead of me on that one. It is kind of peculiar that you learn the measurements from chemistry classes, though. Because I would assume you learn them in, like, math class or something. Makes a little bit more sense, but you know what? At least your chemistry did you justice, because my chemistry did nothing for me. Is there more physics? It just shows what I remember. Maybe it's physics, I don't know. I just saw since it's measurement it might be math, but... Look, it's like, what, 11 PM? Do you really think that I have the brain capacity to remember what different things mean? Who do you take me for? Some sort of brainiac over here? Look. In my defense, it's late. And I'm functioning barely on 2% of my brain power right now. You have better chance of asking me about meaning of life than getting any answers about science from me, Kakarot. You ask me what is the meaning of existence and I'll give you an elaborate spiel about how it is, about what you make out of it. And it's all about leaving the traces behind so those that come after us know that you existed on only you. Meanwhile, you ask me what's 2 plus 2 and I'm gonna be like, ooh, man. No, that's a tricky one. That's a tricky one. I'd say 3, but if you ask me on a good day, probably 5. It's like, what's a chemical bond of water? And I'm going like, wow, H2 5? Well, you didn't ask, Liz. You didn't ask. You can't just be like, oh, go on. You gotta ask for it. Well, listen. I know I remember even the rates. You kidding me? In Genshin, you need 80 pulls, but realistically it's more of a 70. And you get 0.8%, but it also doubles up, so it's 1.6. In Wuthering Waves, you need 80 pulls as well, but that's a bit more tricky because in there, the rates are precisely 1%, I believe, from memory. In Honkai Star Rail, I believe you need 80 pulls as well, but the rate's exactly the same as in Genshin, so it's pretty crappy. However, in Arkana Endfields, you need 120 pulls, and the rate is precisely 0.5%, I believe. So, 0.6%, excuse me. So, did I prove my point? And in Bleach, obviously, the rate is meager. I think 1% as well. But you need only 80 pulls. Liz. Could I give an enlightened speech? I mean, could a man breathe? Could a man live? Could a man die? But all of those questions portray the meaning of existence, because it's a perpetual cycle of meaning. You're born, you live, you die. Just like a tree, you sprout your roots into the universe. You leave traces of your existence upon this mortal coil. And it's all about how many of said traces you leave behind when you are nothing but ashes sprayed across the wind. But that is the true meaning of existence. Being remembered and not being forgotten. Being known for what you did. Not for who you were, but for what you did. And what more would you want? I'm done, Kakara, I'm done. Don't worry. I got it out of my system. I don't want to go on the elaborate spiel for now. I think the man probably went to, you know, explore the meaning of existence himself. My speech was so profound that he decided, you know what? I'm gonna go out there and spread my roots. And I respect him for that. How could I know? Alright, so we sorted that out. We got 50k. I don't think I'm gonna have enough battle power to do this one, but we might as well get to 60 at least. Hey, it's alright, Liz. I don't blame you. I mean, to be honest, it's like, what? We've been doing it already for about 10 hours? Somewhere there? So I don't blame you whatsoever. If you fall asleep, don't worry about it. Treat me like a nice ASMR podcast in the background. That's what some people do already anyway. So it's absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. Plus it's weekend, you know, it's Saturday. It's alright, Liz. As I was saying, it's weekend, you know, you gotta take it easy. Take a couple days of salvation when you can just relax. Do your own thing, don't have to worry about anything. Worrying is for Monday, you know? Saturday and Sunday is when you have fun. I never joke, Liz. Everything I always say is truth and nothing but the truth. They're always me. Clearly. No shame in there, Liz. No shame in there. I'm sure there's plenty of people out there that did the same, most likely. And I mean, I'm the first person to admit that I usually fall asleep with, like, either rain sounds or ASMR in the background, so I can relate. I can relate. Yeah, that doesn't look like it's gonna go too well, unfortunately, without a proper strike team, but we probably still can squeeze out 60k at least. We won't get the final reward, but that's okay. That's okay. I mean, to be honest, nowadays, I don't even really need it. I just do it out of habit, because every single time before, like we're talking maybe 5 years ago, I couldn't fall asleep without listening to something in the background. My body would just not fall asleep, you know? So I had to actually do it. And, I don't know, it just became kind of a habit. For better, for worse. I don't know, Creaky is just kind of, you know, it's soothing, it's relaxing. I usually just switch off, drift off, and go into the land of Nod. I used to actually listen to a lot of, there's a lot of ASMR out there where they talk about like history and stuff, like myth, or legends, or actual like historic events. And I used to listen to those actually quite a lot and, you know, fall asleep to them. And they were very calming, very relaxing to me. And, you know, sometimes I would actually stay awake to listen to what they actually were saying if I was interested. But more times than not, I would just fall asleep, and then the next night, I would catch up from the point that I could remember I was actually conscious to listen to. And, you know, I would combine learning with peaceful rest. I don't think anyone sleeps with their lights on. I could be wrong, but like, I don't know about that. Unless I guess you're sleeping during daytime and it's sunny outside, that's the only way I can picture it. But no, I don't think I ever fell asleep with lights on. I know, Liz, I know. There's nothing quite like drifting away while somebody talking about Zeus and all his conquests. Really? I mean, it doesn't surprise me because, you know, there are like night lights and all that, but actual proper lights, it is interesting. I'm not gonna say that that's strange because, you know, each person is different, but it is definitely peculiar. Because to me personally, it needs to be like pitch dark for me to fall asleep. Like the light distracts me from actually falling asleep, keeps me awake. So I wouldn't be able to do that, but I guess maybe people just don't like total darkness. To me, it's kind of soothing, but I guess for some people it's the opposite. I remember as a kid, I used to be afraid of like sleeping by myself in a house. If like my parents went somewhere over the night and I had to stay by myself, I think I would maybe like switch on the lights. I don't remember exactly, but that was like the only case I could think of. I don't know. It is interesting. I mean, I'm kind of the same, but I feel like your brain just filters that noise as a distraction rather than an actual alarm noise. Like, for example, I usually have alarm set off, and I distinguish those two sounds, basically, like, me falling asleep to somebody talking or rain sounds and, like, alarm going off or whatever. I feel like that's a bit different. Because I feel like your brain functions in a way where you register certain noises as either threatening or non-threatening. And if your voice registers something as calming, I feel like it's just not going to alert you from it. Meanwhile, if there's like a new noise entering the fray, your brain is like kicking into high gear, and basically kicking you into fight or flight mode, essentially. Probably, I mean, it's obviously anecdotal evidence, which I have nothing to back up that claim, but I feel like that's probably how it is. Interesting. So you actually have to have something in the background not fall asleep. I see. Yeah, I'm not that way, because, like, I can't fall asleep without something, but it is still interesting. It could be that, like, listening to some distraction in the background just gives you the calming feeling. And basically, you know, gives you that much needed serotonin to help you fall asleep. Because as I said before, like, even 5 years back, I used to not be able to sleep without something in the background. I just wouldn't fall asleep due to, like, insomnia or whatever. Nowadays got much better. Because, you know, I changed my diet, I changed my physical activities, I got much better health in general, luckily, knock on wood. But yeah, I feel like that's probably gonna be the main factors that influence that kind of stuff. Anxiety, obviously, bunch of other things. Oh yeah, I mean, I understand that. I don't think you can just have somebody talking in the background and fall asleep to that. That's a bit different. Because like those kind of like ASMR or, you know, white noises, they're designed to be calming. It's a bit different when somebody just, you know, talks to you or whatever. Interesting. I mean, I did fall asleep to music before, but it has to be like a very specific type of music. Funnily enough, I did fall a couple times to like heavy metal songs. And I would just wake up with somebody screaming in my ears, and I'm gonna be like, how did I fall asleep to that? Because like the playlist would just keep playing random recommendations. And I probably drifted asleep and like listened to Disturbed or something, and I woke up with Metallica song just raging in my ear. And I'll be like, okay, interesting. Meanwhile, I'm gonna listen to some like calming jazz, and I won't be able to fall asleep to save my life. So that's weird in that regard. But I definitely can relate. Definitely can relate. Could be lazy. I mean, it also could be because you don't have like pre-established sleeping schedule. Because I remember when I used to stay awake all the time, it used to be even worse. Because like my body just wouldn't shut down due to me just falling asleep at random times. Because sometimes I would go to bed like 5 a.m. Sometimes I would go to bed like 12 p.m. It was really all over the place. Sometimes I would fall asleep in the evening, wake up like really early in the morning. Sometimes I would go to bed in the morning, wake up in the evening. It's like, it was all over the show. And I feel like your body is a creature of habit, where basically if you're doing something for a long amount of time, it develops a routine that follows religiously essentially at that point. And if you skip that pattern, your body just goes out of whack. That's why it's good to build like healthy habits. You know, going to bed at the same time, or at least as much as you possibly can. You know, eating certain foods, like getting your minerals, nutrients, or whatever. Good vitamins. You know, going on a run maybe every day, or exercising in general. I feel like your body adapts to that and basically, you know, helps you with the remaining parts of your life. Like, for example, if you're working out, you're gonna help you sleep better and also feel better in general, because you're getting all the fatigue out of your system, and you're also, you know, moving your body, getting your body into good shape, and it's gonna make you sleep much easier because, you know, you develop all those endorphins throughout the day where when you go to bed, serotonin just kicks in and basically just makes you fall asleep much better. But I feel like developing those patterns is the hardest part, because obviously it's easy to say, oh, just, you know, go to bed at the same time. It's not that simple, because not everybody can do that. Like, granted, some people can fall asleep like candlelight. You know, you don't even have to force them, but some people can just fall asleep when they can. And I can speak from personal experience, because even if I did go to bed back in the day at like, let's say 11 o'clock, I wouldn't be able to fall asleep until like 3 a.m. Just not because I was distracted by anything, just because I couldn't fall asleep. And that's kind of the problem. Some people just can't help it, even if they do try. And it's all about, you know, making your body recognize that whenever like 12 p.m. hits, that's your bedtime. And, you know, you're just gonna go into hibernation mode. That's okay, Justin. I mean, you don't have to actually go to the gym if you don't want to. You can just exercise at home if that makes you feel more comfortable. Because I know the gym is not for everybody. Some people, I don't want to say are like afraid of it, but are not comfortable with working out where other people are around. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I know plenty of people who exercise just at their house. You can go for a run if you want to as well. If not, there's plenty of like cardio, plenty of strength exercise you can do even without any gear. You can just, you know, look it up. There's thousands of them online. That is fair as well, Justin. That is fair. If you do have somebody who, you know, goes with you together, I think that's a good thing as well. But you cannot rely on another person to keep themselves motivated to go as well. And if you lose that motivation in the future, like if somebody stops going, you might be like, well, they stopped going, so I might as well. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword to rely on somebody like that, but it's always good to have, you know, a partner that you can go with and exercise with. I think walking is just good in general, to be honest. Especially, like, I developed a personal habit that whenever I have a meal, I go for a half an hour walk. Just to help me digest, but also to just, you know, just to move around a little bit. Even if I didn't exercise that day, I always get my half an hour walk done. And I usually stretch in the morning, at least a little bit. And that's like the bare minimum of exercise I'm doing every day. And then, you know, if I do feel good enough, I do exercise properly. Either in the morning or in the evening, depending on, you know, how I feel and whatever now. But at least you're making an effort, Justin. At least you're making an effort, and that's all that counts. Because you're already doing much more than a lot of people out there, because anyone can say, oh, be healthy, eat healthy, meanwhile, you know, they're snaking on some pizza and watching some anime in the background. Like, it's all well and good to say those things, but, like, actually follow it up is a tricky part. And I'm not meaning to sound like on my high horse, it's just, you know, you generally have to take care of yourself as much as you can. Because your body is your greatest asset. And if your body is not well, you're most likely not going to be well either. Both mentally and physically, that is. That's good, Liz. That's good. Walking is, you know, it's what we were designed to do. Back in the day when there weren't any, you know, cars, any mode of transportation, we had to walk everywhere. It's, you know, how we developed. It's always good to go back to your roots. At least as much as you can, that is. Okay, let's keep going. I was done an hour ago, Kakarot. I actually finished when you left. So you didn't even have to leave. That's actually a good point as well, because sometimes you just have to share with somebody like what you've been up to, and it could actually make you feel much better about it. Just like have a friend who would be able to listen, being like, oh yeah, I started going to the gym, you know. I'm not doing anything too exciting yet, but you know, I'm trying my best, trying to, you know, regulate my diet and all that, and just having somebody hear that could actually be a really good motivation to be like, I guess I'm doing something good. Because if you don't have that, not just gratification, but like support in a mental way, it could feel less valuable. But if you have somebody validate your efforts for you, that could be a good pushing factor. Well, you see, that's a beauty of my ramblings, Kakari. You don't know where it starts or where it ends. Ooh, we're actually at 10 hours mark exactly. Unbelievable. That's a big one. That's a big one. Liz has 69,000 experience. This one can help yourself by flex. I mean, I get that as well, Liz. Because not a lot of people are comfortable with working out while others are present. But I feel like it could be a good motivating factor as well, because if you see somebody going hard in the gym, you know, just pushing their limits, it could be like a little driving force being like, okay, I have a couple more reps in me. Like, obviously it doesn't work that way for everyone, but still, it could be a nice slow change of pace. I'll say, you can just work out at home. There's like so many exercises out there that don't even require equipment nowadays, that you can just do with your body, that you can build like a very solid physique and just health in general without having to go to gym. Like, gym is nice, but it's not a necessity. That is true as well, Kakarot, that is true. They can give you a little bit of help, if need be. And usually, at least what I found, a lot of people in the gym are just really nice. Like, I never met anybody who was, like, rude or, you know, mean or, like, judge you or anything. Because, like, people that go to the gym, all they're there for is to exercise. They're not there to, like, judge others. Like, obviously, there may be some cases out there that are like that, but maybe I was just lucky. But every gym I ever went to, it was just a very nice place, you know. Nice people who are, like, goal-oriented. And in a lot of cases, if you ask for help, a lot of people will offer it. So, I don't know. I might leave a little bit early, I don't know this. It will depend on how I feel. I'm a mystery. I don't know what I'm doing. Ever. Whatever happens, happens. There's no shame in that, Liz. We all been, at some point in our life, a little bit overweight, most likely. I've been there. I'm sure many other people have been there. There's no shame in that. And to be fair, like, at the end of the day, as long as you're satisfied with your own looks and physique, that's all that really matters. Other people's opinion is not that important. I'm glad that you managed to persevere, Liz. I'm very proud of you for that. Okay, that is absolutely fair. I wasn't talking about extreme scenarios like that, but I would just say it in general. It's usually a pretty healthy place. But yeah, it might be different for ladies. I can acknowledge that, because, you know, I can only see it from the perspective of a guy, and that's a bit different, obviously. Because I know in a lot of cases, there's a lot of women that get hit on in the gym, and that's probably not the pleasantest thing ever. As a guy, it doesn't really happen that much, or if ever. And a lot of the guys there are just for exercise. Some go for different reasons, but yeah. No, that's absolutely fine, Kakarot. No worries whatsoever. It was a pleasure seeing you as always. Get a good night rest on you, and good luck with your project later. That's good, Liz, that's good. I mean, it's a nice place to make friends in general, to be honest. Hi there, Marshall, glad to see you. Hopefully doing well. I'm from NA on server 21. Absolutely. I mean, one of my most fond experience, and it wasn't really a gym, it was like, you know, my judo dojo essentially, which I went to every time. But like, it was just good knowing that there was a lot of like-minded people that surrounded me on a daily basis, where like I could talk to them about anything and they would be there to listen. I could, you know, we could just have a good time, we could share the things that like bother us. And more time than not, they would offer help as well. Both like physically, if you know, like for example, we had some guys that were like bullied or whatever, no. And one time, so silly to think about, but one time there was basically one of the newer kids who got like bullied by some local older guys. And basically what we did, we went together with him to like a bus station for a week straight. And it was basically me and I think 3 or 4 other guys. And one of the guys that went with us was a professional black belt who went on like tournaments and basically was an absolute chat of a man. The guy could probably go against 10 people and not feel a thing. And he was like the son of our sensei. He was basically like an elder brother to all of us. And whenever somebody was in trouble, he was like the first one to step up and basically be like, okay, what's happening? If anybody had like conflict with each other, he would be the first one to, you know, mediate it, shall we say. But anyway, so we were going to the bus station. We were taking a bus, right? And then out of the corner of our eyes, the guy that got bullied, he spotted the guys that would usually bully him. So he went over to our sensei's son and basically said that those were the guys. So so he just took a look around. He was like, is it those guys? Went around the corner, came back, I kid you not even a minute later, clothes fully intact, no speck of dust on him. And he was like, I sorted it out, don't worry. They won't bother you again, basically, is what he said. And then I remember me and my other friend, we took a peek in the corner just to see what happened. And basically were 2 guys lying on the floor. I don't know how or why, because we didn't hear anything happening. But I could only assume what unfolded right then and there. And you could say that it might have been a little bit extreme. But to be honest with you, he never got bullied again. So, that was like the coolest thing I ever seen in my life. And to this day, that's like a prime example of what's being cool is like to me. That's like on par with movies, you know? We see somebody like Arnie or Chuck Norris just disassemble people left, right, and center. It was amazing. And he didn't even brag about it. He didn't say anything. He didn't, like, you know, point out, being like, guys, look what I did. He just walked out, shrugged it off, and he was like, okay, let's get out of here. And like, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. And he was just such an approachable guy as well. Like, he was super nice, super welcoming. He was usually our sensei. He was like an older gentleman, right? So sometimes he would have like doctor checkups and whatnot. He wasn't frail by any stretch of imagination. I'll assure you that much. Our sensei could probably go against all of us combined and we would lose miserably, but he had like a few conditions here and there that he needed to check, and occasionally he would go on like different tournaments with certain guys, so he wasn't always available. And basically his son would sometimes substitute and teach us instead. And he was just a very laid-back guy. It's like he always prioritized, you know, well-being of everyone. He wasn't really super strict. He had a little bit of strictness to him, but as long as everybody got along and like we're doing what they're supposed to do, he was like super easy going. And sometimes he would treat us to like ice cream after the session as well. If we like did really well, he would be like, guys, pack up your bags, we're going getting some ice cream. And I was like, great. He's just a very nice, welcoming guy. An absolute Chad. Oh, trust me, we all were fans of him. It wasn't even close. Like, we were all looking up to him. And unfortunately, I never had that moment for myself where I could do something similar. But I had a few cases where I stepped up for my friends and whatnot, and go into like fights because of them. But I wasn't on that level. That was coolness level that I'll never reach in my life. But yeah, it just reminded me of the experience, man. I haven't thought about it in ages. I think he actually moved to, I believe he moved to South Korea. And our sensei, I believe he actually moved to, he went back to Japan, I believe. Because his wife wanted to go back. So, I think I have both their phone numbers saved up. And whenever I do go back to Japan, I actually am tempted to phone my sensei and be like, sir, I would like to request a meeting, please. Because I think he lives in, he used to live in Kyoto, but I think they actually moved to Tokyo. Because they have some family members there. And I was toying with the idea of giving him a phone. And be like, sir, you might not remember me. But about 13 years ago, I used to be a student. And he probably will, because, I mean, he was just such a nice guy. He remembered everybody by name. Everybody that he ever taught, he would, like, reminisce about the times, you know, of bygone eras. I probably will the next time. To be honest, the only reason why I know is because one of my friends actually became, like, pro judo enthusiast, and he actually goes to a lot of tournaments, so he hears these things a lot. And he actually met our sensei's son on a few of them, and they started talking, and you know, they exchanged basically some information about our sensei, and he texted me, I think it was about 2 months ago, and basically being, our sensei moved to Tokyo, and I was like, man, next time I'm there, I might visit. I wonder if I can beat him now. Because, I mean, he was already, I think in his 60s when he was teaching us, so now he's in his 70s. But even now, I don't think I stand a chance against him. I think it would still disassemble me and reassemble me if he felt like it. Maybe I have a slight chance. Because you know how back in the day you had to win against your master to prove that, you know, you surpassed them? I never had that. In fact, I don't think anyone ever beat a master. Because, like, our sensei was... He did, like, some sparring matches with some of them. With some of us. And I never even saw him break a sweat. At, like, 60 years old. He never broke a sweat. I don't think the man can sweat, in fact. But, yeah. It was a good time, good time. I do miss it a little bit. I reminisce about it fondly occasionally. Being like, man, those were the times. I most likely will, because the thing is, I do send him, like, messages every, you know, New Year and whatnot in his birthday, basically just saying, sir, Happy New Year, Happy Birthday. Because, you know, he just made such a profound impact on my life that I'm just obliged to. But he never actually mentioned that he moved to Tokyo. And the last time I spoke to him was over Christmas. I texted him, and we actually had a phone call as well. But he never mentioned it. So I didn't know. But now that I do know, I probably will give him a little visit next time I'm in an area. Because I think he actually doesn't live that far away from my uncle either. I think it's about 20 minutes away or something. Walking distance. So it's pretty close. Pretty close. Oh, he's an absolute Chad. Let me tell you. He's one of the greatest, probably the most impactful individuals that had, like, profound meaning on my life. Like, without him, I don't think I would be even half of a man I am today. That's how much of a difference I guess he made on me. You know, just, he was like a second or third grandpa to me, essentially. But yeah. Great man. Great man. I guess, I mean, he was never the kind of individual to, you know, talk about stuff like that. Yeah, about 20 minutes. Because, I did ask for, like, where he was living. Like, the next time I would come around. I asked his son. No, not my friend, because I felt like asking my friend would be a bit roundabout way of going about it. So I messaged his son, and we spoke about it. He was like, yeah, Dad is living over here. And I was like, is it okay if I visit him sometime, jokingly? And he was like, oh yeah, I'm sure he will be very glad to see you. I was like, okay, well, I gotta mentally and physically prepare myself. Can't embarrass my sensei like that. Because the thing is, at a time when I was doing judo, I had like a 6-pack and everything. Nowadays I have a 1-pack. So I'm sure he will be a little bit disappointed. He was a bit like, Lux, what is this? What has happened? Where's the boy I knew? Like, Sensei, I'm sorry. I'm slacking on my training. It's alright, Liz, it's alright. I don't have any secrets from you guys. I'll share whatever. I think I'll probably do actually a few of those, because I need them for this mission. So I can actually complete it later. Yeah, I need to do 5-stage and full release. Okay, let's do that quickly. Let's see. Listen, Liz, easier said than done. Easier said than done. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm that out of the shape, but I wouldn't say I'm at my prime either. Quite far from there. I mean, I'm sure I could get it back if I, like, did a bunch of crunches for a few months. But I'm just too lazy. I don't know, it just takes too much of an effort. And the thing is, the worst part about getting, like, in super good shape is the fact that if you stop working out as intensely, you lose it almost immediately. Which is unfortunately not a great thing, as you can imagine. I will consider it though, because it would be kind of fun to get back on a grind, you know, get a little bit more chiseled, if you will. It will depend if I got the patience or the energy for it. A tragedy indeed, Liz. A tragedy indeed. It is okay, though. It is okay. We'll get there eventually. One day. One day. Maybe, Liz, maybe. I don't know. I guess maybe it's like riding a bicycle, you know. If you learn it once, you probably can get it back again, but... I don't know. It's just a lot of work. And if one thing I hate doing is work, I told you that much. Ugh. I mean, I'm alright. I make it sound like, you know, I'm super unhealthy, but I'm not. I'm actually probably in the best physical fitness, like health-wise, I've been in forever. Like, the only time that could compare was probably when I was, you know, exercising like 4 to 5 hours a day, non-stop. But I found like a golden balance between, you know, a little bit of physical exercise, decent enough sleep, decent enough diet, get plenty of rest in my body, and you know, I've been feeling decent. I've been feeling actually pretty good lately. As good, Liz, that's always good. You gotta go back to the grind. Yeah, that's absolutely understandable, Liz. Absolutely understandable. Look, at least you're giving it your best shot. That's all that matters. You might have a couple hiccups along the way, but that's okay. That's okay. I think you meant professors, but I'd assume you mean processors. Indeed, but go on. Well, the thing is, I knew my senses is like I was like 5 years old, so it was a different experience for me. It's just good to have a mentor in your life, like a figure that you respect and the figure that you look up to, both from admiration perspective and just as somebody you would like to be as. I think that's a very important figure to have in your life, and it doesn't have to be like your teacher or anything. It could be your parents, be your grandparents, could be your friends. I mean, it could be anyone really. It's just good to have like your role model in the most corny way imaginable, I guess you can put it. There's somebody they, you know, can just be out there as your shining beacon, guiding you towards success in life. Something beautiful about that. Because as I said, if I never met my sensei, I probably would be half of the man I am today, if even that. Taught me a lot of valuable lessons that have pertained throughout my entire adult life and childhood, really. How to be kind, how to not, you know, misuse the knowledge and the prowess I obtain, and how to, you know, just be a good person in general. I don't think that's weird. I think that's perfectly reasonable, Liz. It would be weird if you didn't have anyone in your life who you like look up to, or you know, somebody that helped you become the person you are today. Oh, sorry to hear that, Liz. That's unfortunate. You know what the funny thing is? Whenever I do read those manhwas of like cultivation kinds, and I always see like the protagonist getting a master, in the back of my mind I'm thinking to my own sensei, and like, if we grew up in a manhwa world and he was the one to teach me the art of the blade or something, I feel like my journey could have been very different. There we go. I think we completed all of this, which is nice. That's what we needed. That's always. And did we complete all the dailies? Yes, we have. Okay. Do one more. Let's do this one. It's quite a professional jump from being in military to a math teacher. A man of many talents. Oh, that's way sweet to hear, Liz. I don't think my sensei made me read any books, to be honest, Les. Except Art of War. How to subdue your enemies in the most effective and efficient way. Oh, interesting. That's like a pretty cool plot. I never heard of that book, to be honest. But they're quite a book to give to your math students. Oh man. That's out of here. At least you have some fond memories of him. That's a good thing about it. Unfortunately, we all made out of, you know, husk that when one day wither away. It's all about what we leave behind, and clearly, he left behind a deep enough impression for you to remember him all this time. I'm not getting in the right state of mind to do this right now. My brain feels like it's exploding. We'll do that later. Do a couple of these. To be honest, what time is it actually? Oh, it's almost 12 o'clock actually. Might need to round it up. We'll do a couple more. Gym exercise is quite expensive, Justin. It is no cheap endeavor. I would recommend some barbells and some dumbbells maybe. It's kind of most you need for exercising, at least while you're starting. Unfortunately, I can't relate because I never had that kind of experience where, you know, people that made impact on me personally passed away, but I can't even imagine how that would feel. Especially for an individual that, you know, made so much impact on your childhood. Because, like, if my sensei passed away, I would be probably heartbroken for, like, a very long time. Just reminiscing about all the times, you know? He probably will outlive me, let's be honest. That man is probably gonna live until he's 150. But yeah, jokes aside, it is a pretty sad occurrence of life that unfortunately people that, you know, we cherish and care about at some point, we would have to say goodbye to them. That's the hard part. But you'd like to think that they're going to Valhalla, you know, having a feast unlike any, enjoying the finest delicacies the North can offer. Just having the time of their life. I like how every time towards the end of the stream we get all philosophical and contemplate about meaning of existence or whatever not. Alright, I think we'll do one more and we'll probably call it a day of that because I am a little bit tired. I'll probably just call it a day early. You're gonna be responsible for one, speaking of healthy sleeping routine and all that. I'll probably take a shower and just go to bed as well. It's been a long day. Actually, it didn't feel like a long day. Like, I know we've been streaming for about 10 hours, but to be honest, it feels like I've been streaming for maybe only for an hour. Well, I'm exaggerating, maybe like 5 hours. I mean, to be honest, I'd never had, like, academic professors that, like, made a super big impact on me. But I definitely had some that, like, you know, helped me quite a bit. Not to the extent you're describing, but some of them were quite nice individuals. I was just never very studious, I guess, so to me, a lot of people that made, like, super big impact on me were, like, sports related. Like, my basketball coach was a pretty big one. Not to the extent my sensei was. But still, he was a very profound man. Helped me a lot throughout stuff and things, shall we say. I know I said it was the last one, but let's do one more. Let's do one more. I mean, it's all about finding people that do know a lot of things so they can teach you those things. That's why back in the day, you know, master apprentice type of bonds were treated more important than sometimes even blood ties. If my manhwas are anything to go by, your sensei is your second father. Because who else can teach you the way of the blade? Oh, that's very nice, Liz. That's very sweet. Did the stream crash? Are we back? Okay, I think we're back. Apologies about that. Slight delay there on mine.